Since the beginning of time, since the first little girl ever existed, there have been dolls. But the dolls were always and forever baby dolls. The girls who played with them could only ever play at being mothers, which can be fun, at least for a while anyway. Ask your mother. This continued until... Oh, hi. Welcome to the channel. I'm Suit. Looks like we're reviewing Barbie. I'm gonna tear this movie apart. Probably not in the way that you think. Let me change into something more appropriate. Alrighty, so what have we got? We've got the introduction, and the introduction says, little girls have only ever had baby dolls to play with. That's until Barbie came along. And at that time, Barbie gave them a huge range of things that they could play with and do and be. They even had a bit of a joke about being a mother. It's fun, but not all the time, aka ask your mother. Of course, that's going to offend some, especially those that are coming into this movie to find what they want to find. They have their blinkers on and they only see and hear what they want to see and hear. If that offends you, the movie's not for you. In fact, this whole beginning tells you that this film is not for little girls, not for children. It's for the little girl that has now grown up. What they're saying is if you get this reference, then you should know this movie is going to be layered. And if you don't get that, then you're probably not smart enough to watch this film.
Oh my suit! They smashed the little baby dolls! It's an attack on motherhood!
Grow up, dickhead. So let's continue.
Yes, Barbie changed everything. Then she changed it all again. All of these women are Barbie, and Barbie is all of these women. She might have started out as just a lady in a bathing suit, but she became so much more. She has her own money, her own house, her own car, her own career. Because Barbie can be anything, women can be anything. And this has been reflected back onto the little girls of today. In the real world, girls can grow into women who can achieve everything and anything they set their mind to. Thanks to Barbie, all problems of feminism and equal rights have been solved. At least that's what the Barbies say. After all, they're living in Barbie land. Who am I to burst their bubble?
When you're watching this movie, you have to understand one thing. Immediately, you're transported into a world of. You've gotta know this when you start watching the movie. You gotta know, okay, I am now entering the imagination of an 8-year-old girl. This is what an 8-year-old girl thinks the world should look like, or would look like, or that's how she would have it if she could have it. Once you understand that, the rest of the movie isn't going to bother you, Ben Shapiro.
This movie is not just a piece of shit. This movie is a flaming piece of dog piled atop an entire dumpster on fire, piled atop a landfill filled with dog.
It isn't going to feel like misandry, okay? Little girls are not misandrists. They just think boys are yucky.
In that intro, they even tell us that the world of Barbie is perfect. That's what Barbie thinks. But the narrator says, who am I to burst their bubble? Well, that's a very key thing to say. That's making a point that the narrator will be bursting this bubble. You know, you gotta fucking pay attention, people.
The movie showed two extremes. Barbie Land under a comical, full authoritarian matriarchy where the men have no power and no autonomy and girl bosses rule, and then Barbie under a comical, very extreme patriarchy where men dominate the women and literally kick them out of their Barbie dream homes. And in both of these instances, they show how that hurts the other gender. They do not shy away from showing how beaten down the Kens are, aka the men, when they have no autonomy and they're ignored by all the Barbies, aka the matriarchy. They show how upset Ken is, how much that impacts him. And that hurt and that anger is what causes the pendulum to completely swing and inspires them to try to overthrow the matriarchy and, you know, put a very aggressive, over-the-top patriarchy into Barbie Land.
The opening premise statement of the film, which seriously, I had no idea this is what we're aiming for, but it says, stereotypical Barbie and a wide range of fellow Barbies all reside in Barbie Land. It's like, all right, good start. A matriarchal society where all women are self-confident, self-sufficient, and successful, while their Ken counterparts spend the days engaging in recreation activities at the beach. The Barbies hold all important job positions such as doctors, lawyers, and politicians.
Yeah, so Barbie Land is a matriarchal society. So as Mauler described there, the Barbies are the ones in charge. The Kens are just kind of looked down on as being a bit silly and like they're not to be taken seriously. They're just something to look at, I suppose. Kind of like, I don't know, this sort of stereotypical view of women in the 1950s or 1940s or something like that.
That's kind of the point, Drinker. It's a meta message. This whole world is a creation created by the young 7-year-olds. That's how they see the world. Ken is an accessory for Barbie. That's how they see it. But then the meta commentary is, this is how women were seen in the 1950s. It's a brilliant way to get a double message across. I mean, come on, guys. You all claim to be critical thinkers. How about starting to think critically?
If you watch the trailers, you would be confused, misled into believing that this film is about Mattel trying to recapture Barbie. It's not.
Well, in a way it is, but from a different perspective. I'll get into that a bit later on.
What I watched was not Barbie. And for those that still, after all these, don't understand why I'm so upset, let me explain it in a way that, you know, most Star Wars fans, because I'm that Star Wars girl, will understand. When I watched this movie, it was like watching what happened to Luke Skywalker happen to Barbie.
I see your point, but a little bit of a difference here. Those movies were sequels to an established character. If this Barbie movie was a sequel to another Barbie movie, then fair enough. Imagine they took the He-Man and the Masters of the Universe and they decided to do a movie, but from the perspective of children playing with those actual characters. That's what this Barbie movie is.
I think this movie inadvertently, because I think Greta Gerwig absolutely went into this film thinking she was going to create some sort of feminist power trip, accidentally made this the most based movie I've seen in a long time, and highlighted all the problems with current day modern feminism and intersectionality.
It's a good point, Az. But what if it was not unintentional? What if it was intentional? Maybe created to deprogram the fourth wave feminist Nazi, just to bring them back a bit, come down to earth. It's possible.
I'm going to go through like a lot of beats here. So it starts off with the idea that mommy dolls are bad and insufficient. But then they criticize Mattel for discontinuing a mommy doll named Midge. Right? Midge is the pregnant doll and it was discontinued. They're like, that's bad. But hold on, you just said that dolls about motherhood are bad, but then this one, don't look for any sort of logical coherence.
What? Oh, he's like fully just jumping between anything. The movie never criticized Mattel for discontinuing a pregnant Barbie doll. They made a joke because they said like, oh, that was weird. But the joke in the movie was that the tone of the statement was like an acknowledgement of the arbitrarity of that decision, and it has nothing to do with the beginning at the with the opening with the mom dolls. Those aren't connected at all. Those two scenes happen like 10 minutes apart too.
Yeah, I think we're jumping ahead a bit. Let's continue with the movie.
And here is one of those Barbies now, living her best day every day. In my own big world, I feel better than when in my own world. Hey Barbie, she's so cool, all about her, just plain just like cool. Come on, we got it, what it is. It's hard, I mean, like you, what's weird? Just awesome. You know what I got when you come to the hey Barbie, I like your style. That's the thing I can see a perfect smile. Barbies, nobody bothers to walk them down the stairs and out the door, etc. You just pick them up and put them where you want them to go. You use your imagination. Hey, I'm still singing. Midge was Barbie's pregnant friend. Well, let's not show Midge, actually. She was discontinued by Mattel because a pregnant doll is just too weird.
This whole intro reinforces that this is an imaginary world that little girls have created and they are playing with the Barbies. It even says, when you're playing with Barbies, no one walks them out the door. You just pick them up and put them where you want them. This is so on the nose, you shouldn't even have to explain it. And the joke about the pregnant Barbie is that they acknowledge that they made a pregnant Barbie. And it didn't do too well, and it was weird, so they discontinued it. Nothing more than that. Yeah, we made something because you said that we should have it, and it didn't sell. That within itself is a prelude to the whole Mattel not knowing which direction it should be going in. You guys need to do this to be diverse. So they create these things, and then they just don't sell.
I watched so many reviews with people talking about how this movie is like a man-hating diatribe. No, it isn't. The little girls don't like little boys. That's all it is. And they want you out of their room. They want you to not play with their toys. They think you're yucky. So they have Ken dolls. And I was talking to Andrea about this because Andrea loved Barbie when she was a little girl. And she's like, I had a Ken, and I guess I knew that they were in love, but like I didn't really care. Like I didn't really... You know, Ken, when I played, I didn't dress Ken up, I dressed my Barbie up. The focus is entirely on the Barbie character, on the Barbie doll itself. The Ken doll is just there as another accessory. And that is the through line through the entire movie.
The film explains that all the Barbie and Ken dolls live together in Barbie Land, a kind of magical counterpart to the real world, which is portrayed as a peaceful feminist utopia where all the important jobs are done by the Barbies and the Kens just kind of exist. They've got no inherent value, they contribute nothing, they have no power or say in how their society is run, and they're basically looked down on as a bit silly and irrelevant by the Barbies.
This film is one of the most blatant, man-hating, activism-charged, deranged, subversive, intersectional pieces of insane, hyper-indulgent, third-wave feminist propaganda I have ever seen. And I'm not kidding.
The movie itself was really, really thoughtful. It was layered. It wasn't for me, it was for women. It was for women my wife's age who had Barbies and liked Barbies and have good memories of playing with Barbie dolls, and then sort of found out that life was different as they grew up, but still believe that world, the world of Barbie, is something that should be treasured and protected and passed on to other little girls.
Yeah, I just, I don't know. I still don't want to see this movie. I still don't care to see it. I never, ever had any idea to go see this movie. It was never, like, on my radar to even go see this thing.
You guys really pulled off a miracle with this one, successfully duping all of us, including me, into believing that Barbie was going to be just another colorful, light-hearted, easygoing family comedy.
This movie is for adults, okay? But this movie is all, I mean, it could be for kids. It's rated PG-13. I think your daughter, if you're going to bring your daughter to see this, she should know what a gynecologist is. Let me just put it there. That's what the age range for this movie should be, because there's a reference to it at the end. And if your daughter is 13 and she's a new teenager, et cetera, and everything that goes with that, she's going to be able to relate to what happens at the end of the movie. But if she's like 8 years old, a lot of this stuff is just going to go right over her head, and you're going to have to answer a lot of questions. It's not for little kids. And I don't even think it really, even though it's colorful and pink, it's saying something about the world, this movie. I don't think that it's was it marketed to little kids? I don't know if it was or not. I'm not sure. I mean, the PG-13 rating should kind of warn parents off of that.
What none of us expected was 114 minutes of spiteful, bitter, mean-spirited, borderline unhinged hatred of men.
Jesus Christ. Alright, so in the movie, here's what the movie does. If you want to call this spiteful, unhinged hatred of men, you have to understand the world of Barbie is for little girls. So the audience, this is why this is complicated. The audience that's going to see this movie would presumably be adult women of our generation, women who actually still played with toys, Barbie dolls specifically. Kids today don't, and that kind of gets brought up in this movie. Barbie goes into the real world and meets a Zoomer girl, and she's a rotten little SJW bitch that makes Barbie cry, with her spitefulness. It's the little Zoomer kid's mother who loves Barbie, because she has the fond memories of her childhood, and so she wants to help Barbie. She wants to help this real life Barbie. This movie isn't spiteful. It's from the perspective of an 8-year-old girl. It's a little girl who has, it's from the perspective of a child. This world exists not for adults, it's for children. That's why everything is silly and simple and fun, and in this world, boys don't exist, and they're not really important to the women who rule the place. Boys are just accessories, because that's what Ken was in the world of Barbie. Ken was just an accessory. Nobody wanted a Ken doll. Ken dolls were not successful. They even make a bunch of jokes. They tried to make a boyfriend for Midge named Alan, and Alan is played by Michael Cera, and he's just kind of there every now and then, like, "Hi, I'm Alan." And it's like, "Oh yeah, it's Alan." They never made more than one Alan. I'm just Alan. There are a ton of Kens of all different varieties, but there's only one Alan. The joke is that, like, boys are completely superfluous to the women, to the girls, because they're superfluous to little girls. You call that spiteful misandry, dude? I think you missed the point.
That's just the point, though, isn't it, Ethan? If people go into this only expecting to see and hear what they expect to hear and see, then they're not really going to be paying attention to the underlying messages and themes of this movie. I mean, if you go in and you don't accept this world as a world created by the imaginations of children, 7-8-year-old girls, then you're trying to understand this world as if it's created by an adult for an adult, and you get a totally different message. And if you get that totally different message, then you've totally missed the point. Let's continue on watching a little bit more.
Anyway, Barbie has another big day ahead of her.
Compliment her.
for Twitter Barbie? You can ask me any question you want. How come you're so amazing? No comment! Seriously, no comment. I love you guys.
The Nobel Prize for Journalism goes to Barbie.
I worked very hard, so I deserve it.
And the Nobel Prize for Literature goes to Barbie. You're the voice of a generation.
Barbies being Barbies in Barbie Land.
It's actually a really complicated film that has many different layers, and no one really seems to understand it. So don't worry about the spoilers, because people seem to just be getting it wrong, which is weird.
Well, let me try and bridge the gap here, sort of segue from the artistic viewpoint. Because politics has poisoned everything these days, propaganda is rife, and so our senses for it are heightened to, one could argue, rather effectively, I might add, an unhealthy degree. Going into this plastic hellscape, the propaganda is immediate, and I mean immediate. The opening scene itself is nothing but propaganda, as is roughly, say, the first 15 minutes of the film. It sets the stage for it with this ungodly amount of nauseating cringe. If you're already hawk-eyed and bat-eared going in, and the signals for the message are in the double-digit range before you've even hit the 15-minute mark, you're cocked and loaded, and in that mindset, you're also going to notice the plot makes absolutely no fucking sense.
Now, Spoon, apply everything you just said to yourself. Then listen to what Ethan is saying and rewatch the movie through a different lens. Can you do that? Let's continue.
In our assessment, money is not speech, and corporations have no free speech rights to begin with. So any plan on their part to be exercising their right is just their attempt to turn our democracy into a plutocracy. This makes me emotional, and I'm expressing it. I have no difficulty holding both logic and feeling at the same time, and it does not diminish my powers. It expands them.
Oh no, Whale Barbie joked about companies and free speech. Whoopsie-doo.
Barbie really is a wolf in sheep's clothing, tricking people into watching it by promising one thing and delivering something very different.
This movie is going to make a bunch of money week one because the marketing effort has been extraordinary. I mean, whoever's the marketing team over at Warner Brothers is doing an amazing job.
What I've seen is there's all these articles that have come out that have said, we did that marketing on purpose to basically get people into seats in the theaters, particularly to get children into the seats. And I think we should all also be very well aware and very clear, Barbie's not a film for children. It's PG-13 for a reason. Children absolutely, I think, should not go to it. However, it's a film called Barbie.
First of all, let's just establish the idea that it's possible to reject the message of a film, okay, and still say this was a nice piece of work. It was a smart film. So that's where I'm coming from. I know that I don't buy into a lot of the surface level messaging of Barbie. And yeah, when you say like it's a trying to lure children in to see it, I can see that point of view. First of all, this is obviously a huge signpost in the culture war. I can tell. I think I wanted to watch this movie because people were reacting so harshly to it. And listen, I'm a YouTuber, so if this movie sucked on ice, I was going to be able to make a video saying, yeah, this was a piece of shit. Here's the bad news. It isn't. It's a really smart, fucking layered, nuanced movie filled with multiple ideas.
Did we watch the same movie?
Yeah,
Yes.
I truly feel like we didn't watch the same film.
Let me try and bridge the gap here, sort of segue from the artistic viewpoint. Because politics has poisoned everything these days, propaganda is rife, and so our senses for it are heightened to, one could argue, rather effectively I might add, an unhealthy degree. Who was it that recently just said that? And that was a reason that they may have viewed the movie in a different light and not seen the same messages. Ergo, seeing a different film than what the other person saw. I wonder who that was.
But let me try and bridge the gap here, sort of segue from the artistic viewpoint. Because politics has poisoned everything these days, propaganda is rife, and so our senses for it are heightened to, one could argue, rather effectively, I might add, an unhealthy degree.
I don't know what to say, Spoon. listen to what you've just said and apply it to yourself.
Barbie is like the deformed, mutated rage child of Captain Marvel, Ghostbusters 2016.
No, it isn't, dude. No, it is not. Not at all. Oh my god. Oh, a lot of people are missing the point of this. We must understand our enemies. Underestimating them, thinking they're just stupid, thinking that what they're saying isn't resonating with anybody and all this stuff is not a good idea in the culture war. We must actually understand what they're trying to say and be able to talk about what they're trying to say in order to counter their message. Those of us who are looking at a movie like this, which is highly effective and is good, and dismissing it as garbage and not trying to understand the message, are going to fail. So that's why it's important that, you know, we talk about this so that people understand what this movie's trying to say, because this is going to lead to a lot of other movies, a lot of other messaging. So that's my message. I guess I would say to my fellow conservatives who are in this space, who are you know, into pop culture like I am and into the culture war. See, that it's easy to dismiss a lot of this stuff because it is shit. Marvel Comics, SJW, Marvel sucks. It's not hard to just go, this is garbage, because it's not very well thought out. The people that work at Marvel are pretty stupid, and none of these ideas are worth considering. But then they do this, and then you go, oh, fuck, you know, this is actually a really, really thoughtful piece of work that needs to be understood if it's ever going to be refuted. And that's what I feel I've done. I'm on your side, and it's a good movie. They did a good job. So let's respect that and then hit them. Okay, let's respect that and hit them twice as hard with something better. There are a lot of people in this space who are creators, and you're on notice.
It is pure brain cancer in movie form, and I was genuinely shocked by the sheer, undisguised contempt this film has towards 50% of the human population.
It doesn't, dude. I really think that you're missing the point. Here, let me explain one more time. This movie is about living the living world of Barbie, as conceived, as created for little girls. It's not spiteful and contemptuous of the men in the movie. They're just not necessary. They barely exist because they barely exist in the toy line. That's the whole joke. That's the joke. Holy shit.
Look, yeah, Barbie treats men like idiots. And there are a lot of people that think, there are a lot of people on the right that are overthinking it and pretending that the Barbie movie is actually anti-feminist. I assure you that is not the case. You need only look as far as the director, Greta Gerwig, to know I'm correct. I know it's an interesting thought experiment that many of my peers have done, talking about how, well, actually it's pointing out the holes with feminism, and it's not. Greta Gerwig is a feminist. Greta Gerwig clearly does not like men. There is a long track record of that. This isn't some big-brained takedown of modern feminism. It just isn't. It is a fun thing to think about, though.
Jeremy, let's assume that you're wrong, and let's assume that Greta has done a takedown of feminism, or tried her best. It wouldn't matter anyway if she has layered this for that point. The people on the right, they're just going to hear patriarchy and see the man hating and hate it. The people on the left, they're just going to see what they believe the world is going to be. And we've seen evidence of this from Ben Shapiro's takedown all the way through to articles about women taking their boyfriends to break up with them, or women taking their sons to reprogram their sons. People on opposite spectrums will just see what they want to see. So it really wouldn't matter if this was created in a way to be nuanced and, for us, what we're seeing to be right. Do I believe that she created this nuanced piece to take down feminists? It's possible, but I highly doubt it. I believe she's accidentally created something that is more nuanced than she believed it was going to be, if that makes sense. Like, she was trying to push her message in a way that people can understand it. But in the process of delivering it through, the vessel of Barbie and the toy range has unintentionally created this piece that we can pick apart and interpret however we damn well want. All I can hope for is that people on both sides that see what they want to see will see a review like this and see an alternative take on what was presented. And maybe that will help some of the young ones growing up to view content like this, to see a more nuanced viewpoint of something, even if it wasn't intentional. I do think that there is one thing we can all agree on. If this movie came out without the IP of Barbie and was just its own thing, it wouldn't have got the number of bums in the seats that it has. So Greta is fucking lucky.
The movie begins with a rip-off homage to 2001: A Space Odyssey.
This is absolutely brilliant. The movie starts explaining by explaining the popularity of Barbie by doing a parody of 2001: A Space Odyssey, showing that in the early days, before Barbie came around, this is why Barbie was such a magnificent invention. Because for the first time, there was an adult female doll that showed girls, not that, usually before that, there were just baby dolls that showed girls, look, you can mother this baby doll. Well, this was a doll that showed girls an aspirational figure that they could aspire to be. A beautiful, leggy, blonde woman in a woman in a bathing suit. And that was like absolutely sensational. That was a genius idea that this woman came up with. It was incredible. Again, critical drinker. Holy shit. So what 8-year-old girl knows? They don't know. They don't know that. They shouldn't be at this movie, Rudy Solomon. This is not a movie for 8-year-olds. It's a movie for adult women who played with Barbie when they were little girls. That's who the target audience of this movie is. And, showing these little girls playing, mothering these dolls, saying this is all that they had for little girls before until this incredible toy was invented. This adult, beautiful woman doll that was an aspirational figure for little girls. That's why it took off. That's why it was so successful. Nobody had seen anything like it before.
All the Barbie and Ken dolls live together in Barbie Land, a kind of magical counterpart to the real world, which is portrayed as a peaceful feminist utopia.
It's not feminist at all. There's nothing feminist about it. The women are all bubbleheads. They're not, their idea of being in power is to say, I rule that we should all, I'm the president. I rule that we should all dress in pink today. All say any opposed, say nay. All opposed, say aye. Aye. Okay, let's all dress in pink today. It's not feminist, dude. It's little girls. These are just little girls' ideas.
So the basic idea of the film, they really have no basic idea of the film. They don't know whether they hate Barbie or that we're supposed to kind of like Barbie. It seems they kind of despise Barbie as a fascist emblem, as we'll get to. The basic sort of premise of the film, politically speaking, is that men and women are on two sides of the divide and they hate each other. And literally the only way you can have a happy world is if the women ignore the men and the men ignore the women. That seems to be the final outcome of this film.
When I personally saw it, it was a lot better than I thought it was going to be. And believe it or not, I found myself laughing in multiple places. But again, I don't think this was the intention of Greta Gerwig. Far from it. It's just that she went so far to the extreme when it came to the feminism and messaging that it came across as parody and satire. And so I spent a good portion of the film just laughing along at these characters.
Kens just kind of exist. They've got no inherent value, they contribute nothing, they have no power or say in how their society is run.
So get mad about it and start buying Barbie dolls, Critical Drinker. You understand, this is a reflection of the actual toy line. That is commentary of the value that little girls place in playing with dolls of men. They don't want to play with dolls of men. That's why this is a joke. That's the joke, dude. The joke is that the men here they barely know who they are because they're not being loved and worshipped by godlike children who are playing with them. So they're just kind of like, I'm Ken. I'm gonna watch it based on your suggestion. So if it really fucking sucks, I'm gonna be mad at you.
Well, Cecil, let's watch a little bit more.
Barbie has a great day every day, but Ken only has a great day if Barbie looks at him.
It's fucking gay.
It's not. Is it gay? I mean, I don't. Is it gay?
I don't know. Margot Robbie running around in little outfits seems to not.
Oh,
that
there's
gay.
a really good. YellowFlash was like, there's one shot of her ass that is fucking believable, and I was waiting for it the whole time. It's when she's on Venice Beach, and she's wearing like
rollerblading outfit.
Rollerblading. Oh my god, dude, her ass is like fucking. I think Jesus died for that ass. I swear to God, it is divine. It is amazing.
I did die for that ass.
Jesus Christ. Fuck off.
I didn't think Barbie was great. Barbie could have been great, though. Barbie could have been great, but they got buried under their own message at the end, and it does get super fucking preachy. And it stops being funny. And it leads up to a guy, like, you want to hear the plot summary of Barbie? Barbie gets a vagina. The end. That's it. Barbie's journey to get a vagina. Isn't that fun?
Whoa, Gary. Spoilers.
With this whole Barbie reception and it, even if with it being a bait and switch, how it's going to do relatively okay or well or whatever it is that you want to call it. I do think that it putting the tag of it being something that is already geared more so towards women, it makes it a lot easier pill to swallow. Definitely with that demographic being the who dominates. Like this is what probably is 70, 80%, you know, a female to, you know, 30 to male ratio. So, you know, that's generally who would accept that as a, or again, digest that as far as a narrative. When it often enters into media that is often dominated by men is when you get the reception that it is, because that's not anything it is that people it's just an immediate turnoff. So I don't think that, I know there's been people that have talked about this and they've looked at it like, well, this shows that we have a long way to go, and I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that. That we certainly have a ways to go in order to try to correct the course and getting really media and entertainment back where it needs to be. But I do think this is going to be more of an anomaly than something that is of the norm, because we'll forget about this the minute the Marvels comes out and it does whatever the hell it's going to do, which is nothing. And so once that does that, I think everybody kind of chill out and it'll get back to normal. But what Hollywood, I guess, is showing you that if you are to go with those narratives, even of let's say standard social justice, authoritarian leftism, you're better off placing that in something that has a brand or an established brand that is geared towards women in order for it to land. That's your best shot. That's not to say that it's a guarantee either, because they've laid some duds there as well. You get these real female-oriented stuff, and then nobody goes and sees it. So that happens as well every now and then. But this is the formula. If you can funnel that stuff through a Barbie, then you make it work financially. If I'm a businessman, I'm nervous as hell going after that demographic because they're flaky. I mean, again, man, like when you hit, I guess you hit, but you can lay a dud, man. That would not be let's say it's you taking heavy risk, more risk than you would probably with any other audience going after that. I mean, look, if Barbie proves anything, maybe there's a demographic, but I mean, can you do that consistently? Probably not. I don't think it is that you can, again, because how many more brands are like that? I mean, it's Barbie. It's stuff that everybody knows to be associated with women, and definitely, you enter that age group of, like, you say 35 years and younger. That's the girls that were playing with Barbies that were my age. You know what I mean? Like that's all them going to see that. I don't know if they have. I mean, there's probably some other brands, but none of them carry like Barbie. Barbie's like iconic, right? So I think we also have to factor that into it as well when trying to analyze that. There's not a whole lot of Barbies around. Like that's a very unique situation. A brand that is as massive as it is, that is geared towards women, and that's something that they can attach to. but there's not a whole lot of other ones. So if you do the same thing, I believe you could have had the same exact format, even in the plot, and had that detached from like a name like Barbie. That's dead on arrival. If they're that stupid and they think, well, instead of looking at it rationally, which would be a lot had to go right for this to work, if they're looking at it like, okay, this type of narrative is generally just going to work anywhere, and they're going to double and triple down, I mean, there's a lot of people that are going to make a lot of money doing videos making fun of these idiots, because that's a recipe for disaster. They're going to take that away from it. They're going to look at it. Definitely these executives, especially the ones with neon colored hair, they're going to look at that and they're going to say, okay, this is what people want. And we're able to kind of shove this narrative in if we package it in this way. But like I said, there's not a whole lot of Barbies out there as far as like a brand that they could probably get away with that, where people, number one, are going to give it a time of day. It's iconic. It transcends almost part of American culture. There's not a whole lot of other brands that they got that slanted that much to women, where they could just throw that out there. And if they are, then those are the ones that are going to see success. But if they think they can just start crapping out movies that are of that ilk, just attaching anything to it, especially if they go back and double down on, okay, we're going to take the more male-oriented stuff, or centric stuff like comic book-based characters and superheroes, then yeah, we're gonna be in for another half decade of just absolute duds.
That's what we said earlier, Eric, but a lot shorter. We said, without Barbie, this movie would have flopped. And speaking of Barbie, it's time for a message from our sponsor.
New from Mattel, Barbie's boyfriend is getting a much needed and way more inclusive makeover. Introducing He's a man with a baby. He's definitely male and not a lady. His belly lets you know he's pregnant, and his beard lets you know he's a man. Because men can get pregnant just like women. In fact, there's no definition of women. We literally have no idea what a woman is. Pregnant Ken does all the normal things every birthing person does, like chest feed, then hide his breasts with chest binders. He rocks baby to sleep with his supple masculine arms. And Ken, being a man and therefore a good driver, can even put baby in the back of the car for a fun drive around town. But not everyone in Barbie world is as open-minded as Ken. Men can't get pregnant? Hey, wait a minute! You're just a woman on hormones! Shut up, bigot! Tell your birthing people to buy you a pregnant Ken today. Because why should women be the only ones who can experience the miracle of getting an abortion? My body, my choice.
Available in non-gender specific toy aisle at Target, adjacent to chest liners for kids. Now legal for sale in Florida, Texas, or Saudi Arabia. Pregnant Ken, not actually a man.
Oh my goodness, what could the writers possibly be trying to tell us about their views on men?
They're not saying anything. They're critical drinker. You're missing the joke, dude. The joke is about the toy line. The Ken dolls were never popular in the world of Barbie. It's a world entirely about female aspirations. It's not, it isn't meant for you. It's meant for 8-year-old girls. It's meant for little kids. That's all. Little kids have no interest in boys. And that's why Ken dresses like this and, does what he does. Barbie represents the ideas of what a little girl thinks being an awesome woman would be like, and Ken represents what a little girl thinks a man is. Not what a little boy thinks a man is, what a little girl thinks a man is. That's who Ken is in this. The Kens. There are lots of Kens, lots of Barbies.
Anyway, this is where we meet stereotypical Barbie, who's busy living her best life, partying with her friends and treating her boyfriend stereotypical Ken like absolute dog shit. Who's the hero of this thing again?
Because boys fight. And little girls think little boys are silly, and they fight. That's the whole thing.
I didn't see it, but I think you made some good points, like about how it's, from the vision of a little girl who really wouldn't fucking care about Ken at all. Like, he is an accessory, so that's the way he'd be treated in the film. So I think people missed the point.
I think so too, Cecil. Let's watch some more.
Hi, Barbie! Hi, Ken! Hi, Barbie! Hi, Barbie! Hi, Barbie! Hi, Ken!
Hi, Ken.
I got a full ice cream. Cool.
Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie.
Hi, Barbie.
Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie.
Hi, Barbie. Oh, hi, Alan. There are no multiples of Alan. He's just Alan. Yeah. Confused about that.
So the movie starts in Barbie Land or Barbie World or whatever, this fake fictional place where the Barbies and the Kens exist and everything's perfect. For the Barbies, they get up, they get dressed automatically, they drink and eat nothing but simulate it. They go for showers where there's no water because it's toys, it's all pretend. And it works and it's fine. They then meet the Kens, and the Kens are unfortunately the subspecies. They don't have houses and they simply exist to make Barbie happy. It makes their day if Barbie just gives them a look or a hello. This actually makes the Kens very sympathetic.
If you come into this movie and you don't understand the frame of reference, then it might make you angry, and maybe that in itself is just another layer, another dimension, like it's meant to troll you. Because maybe this woman is like, some people are going to get into this and they're going to think this is all about making fun of men, and because they're not putting themselves where they need to be in the right frame of mind for this movie. But when you're flying over a bubblegum pink city and you've got Barbie behaving like, when you see Barbie, like she's in a bed, like in a Barbie dream house with no walls. You know how they didn't have any walls in the dream house? She floats down to the lower floor and she makes a fake breakfast, and there's no liquid in her cup, but she pretends to drink it. She's being puppeteered by a little girl. You know, like the whole point is this is a little girl's world, and from her perspective. And then when Ken shows up, it's just like, okay, Ken, let's party, Ken. But then when he wants to sleep over, no, because this is my room. This is the Barbie house. This isn't Ken's house.
Right, and a little kid who doesn't know what sex is would pretty much be the same thing. Why is he here?
Correct.
And the problem for Ken, the problem is set up for Ken, is that Ken is dependent on Barbie, right? Because Ken is kind of secondary. And we also set up at the very beginning that Barbie doesn't like Ken. She finds Ken annoying. She finds Ken ridiculous, which, again, is sort of against the concept of Ken and Barbie. But the basic idea is that Barbie is an independent woman and Ken is completely superfluous.
No. In movie, they explicitly state that the reason for the disconnect there is that Barbie has taken on her own identity, whereas Ken is only thought of in relation to Barbie. So to Ken, Barbie is necessary, but to Barbie, Ken is secondary. That's a trope that makes sense because it's reaffirmed by the actual sales numbers of these dolls under Mattel. We all know who and what Barbie is, but if we heard the name Ken on its own, that's just a name, right? Like, if you're in America, at least, and somebody says Barbie, they think of the toy. If they hear Ken on its own, well, it's, yeah, Street Fighter Ken, you know? It's just Ken. But Ken and Barbie, well, then there's a pairing. So it's set up by, like, real life. It makes total sense.
Hey, Barbie, check me out.
Honestly, so far it's just been a bunch of fun, but there is a scene coming up very soon. A scene that people got mad over. This one here.
Oh, looks like this beach is a little too much beach for you, Ken. If I wasn't severely injured, I would beat you off right now, Ken. I'll beat off with you like that, Ken. Hold my ice cream, Ken. All right, Ken, you're on. Let's beach off.
Anyone who wants to beat him off has to beat me off first. I will beat both of you off at the same time. Do you even know how to beat yourself up? I didn't beat yourself.
Nobody's gonna beat anyone off. Okay?
Let's go.
I'm gonna beat you off. I'm gonna beat you off. No, I'm gonna beat you off. And guess who was one of the first to cry about it?
We then go to the beach, and there is a scene on the beach where the Kens are supposed to be the lifeguards, and the ladies are playing on the beach, and we get a series of gay masturbation jokes. Again, an audience for children.
Our first reaction is, yo, Ben, it's not for kids. It's PG-13. But to be fair, I just went and watched a whole bunch of Barbie trailers from a few months ago, and none of them said PG-13. In fact, I'm looking at the pre-order on YouTube for Barbie right now, and it's been downgraded to PG. Now, I don't believe this movie is for children. However, if children did watch it, I don't believe they would get a lot of the jokes and a lot of the politics. Please continue, Ben.
They're talking about beaching each other off, right? There's a line where Ken says to another one of the Kens, I'm going to beat you off. Get it? Get it? You get it? Because it's like beat you off, but beach you off. And then they repeat that no less than 4 or 5 times in the span of 45 seconds.
If I wasn't severely injured, I would beat you off right now, Ken. I'll beat you off with you any day, Ken.
Anyone who wants to beat him off has to beat me off first.
I will beat both of you off at the same time.
Beat both of us off? Nobody's gonna beat anyone off.
Because it's just such a great gay masturbation joke. You got to go for it. I mean, what else will the 7-year-old girls in the audience think if you don't go for the gay masturbation joke on the beach? Clearly.
To be honest, Ben, I think that joke will go over most 7-year-olds' heads.
Not even broken, you'll be fine.
Shredding waves is much more dangerous than people realize.
You're very brave.
Thank you, Barbie.
Yeah.
You know surfers are doing my job.
I know.
And it is not lifeguard, which is a common misconception.
Very funny.
Yeah, because that's just my job. It's just beach.
Right. And what a good job you did with beach. You should heal up in no time. Actually, in the time that it took for me to say that sentence, you healed.
Fantastic.
Nice.
Hey, Barbie.
Yeah.
Can I come to your house today?
Sure. I don't have anything big planned, just a giant blowout party with all the Barbies and planned choreography and bespoke song. You should stop by.
So cool.
Yeah. Bye.
Okay, bye.
So, Fat Barbie saves Ken. Whoopsie-doo. This is really just a show off the toys. Most of the girls that would have collected these will be going, oh my god. Oh yeah, just keep telling yourself that, Fat Barbie.
This is the best day ever. It is the best day ever. And so is yesterday. And so is tomorrow. And so is the day after tomorrow. And even Wednesday. And everything can happen forever. Yeah! Do you guys ever think about dying? I don't know why I'm just dying to dance.
So far, we've seen a typical Barbie day. We're going to see a typical Barbie night soon.
Why? To do what? I don't know here. It's just really good friend, and this is my dream house. It's Barbie's dream house. It's not Ben's dream house, right? Right, as always. And it's girls.
And then we get the break, right? Then we get the actual plot point. Plot point number 1. Barbie has irrepressible thoughts of death. So again, at this point, you might be thinking to yourself, wait a second, isn't this a kid's movie? Isn't this supposed to be made for 7-year-old girls? Nope. It's about existential angst over mortality. That's what this film is about.
Anyway, things suddenly change when Barbie starts experiencing emotional changes and physical flaws like flat feet and cellulites. See, because Barbie world is a reflection of the real world, the Barbie's appearances change depending on how their real life owner plays with them. Wait, what? Do you have any idea how many Barbie dolls must get broken, or thrown in trash compactors, or set on fire, or eaten by family pets every single day?
I guess that would be part of the movie. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing. The reason why Barbie, this Margot Robbie Barbie, is having an existential crisis is because her owner is. That's why. But I mean, yeah, there's a weird Barbie who kind of represents that idea. They call her ugly weird Barbie. I can't remember what. But it's because her owner clipped her hair all off and kind of bent her around and stuff. And so she lives in a screwed up Barbie house and she's bent. Her legs are always like doing splits. It's a pretty good joke. I'm sorry this makes you so mad, dude.
This actually makes the Kens very sympathetic, and you begin to take their side almost immediately because of the harsh treatment that they get from these Barbies in their perfect world where nothing's wrong and every day's a wonderful day, until one mother in the real world starts drawing concepts for a new Barbie, a Barbie that's neurotic and constantly thinking about when they get Minecrafted, and that filters in to the stereotypical Barbie, which is played by Margot Robbie. She starts to have these thoughts which interfere with her perfect life in Barbie land, and she has to go off into the real world to confront the woman and sort out these issues. Only then will she be allowed to return back to Barbie land and her life can get back to being fantastic. Life in plastic.
I know I started to do Barbie there for my fucking churches concerning causality of Jason unfolding events, but some things have been happening that might be related. I've read so many cold shower from awful and fun, and you're not function. What? No, I'm I never seen something else much to how it's really just narrated. You know, you're gonna have to visit with Barbie. I have never had to visit weird Barbie. That's because he's not involved. I heard that she used to be the most beautiful Barbie alive, but then someone played her too hard in the video.
And now she's speaking to an intermediate the other Barbie perfect while Bobby Moore was to just prepare herself. But not all of your Barbie look like your back goes into her face.
Now, again, interlaced through all of this is just more and more and more politics, right? One of the Barbies is a trans Barbie, and this is treated totally normally, as though this is a female Barbie, with a voice, again, deeper than my own.
Everyone's voice is deeper than your own, Ben. Also, they never mention the trans Barbie being trans, which means that it is actually him imposing politics and not anyone else in this movie. They never have her mention, hey, I'm trans, like, she's just a person, a character who he's mad about.
So Barbie starts to have these irrepressible thoughts of death, and this comes along with physical symptoms, like, for example, her feet flatten out. Again, this is one of the few cute jokes in the movie, is that Barbie walks around, and just like a normal Barbie doll, when you take off the shoes, the feet are shaped like the shoe, like the high heel. But now she's turning into like a real world person, and so her feet collapse, right? And so she goes to see Weird Barbie.
What's good with Hi. Welcome. Welcome to my weird house.
Hi, how are you? Nice to meet you. Sorry about the dog crap. What can I do you for? I just like to come see you about my feet. They're, flat. Yeah. Never seen that before. Really? Whoa. Okay, well, can you fix them?
So Weird Barbie is a Barbie that has been played with too hard and has all the knowledge, not only about Barbie Land, but also about the real world. And apparently there's a connection between the people playing with the Barbies and the Barbies. So if people playing with Barbies are sad, then the Barbies also get sad. Weird that this has only happened to Barbie, because it turns out that lots of people are sad and have played with Barbies for a very long time. But that's the plot point, fine. And again, the concept of like a Barbie that was played with too hard is very funny, because everybody has seen that before. And they somehow blow this. Somehow they make this into a not funny thing.
You're sorry to go I told you. He is one of the nicest looking little protein pot. I guess. I'd like to see what kind of new block he's packing in those jeans. Anyway, what do you see this? Oh, nothing. A really fire game of volleyball. That's it? Thoughts of death? What? Maybe some thoughts of death? Thoughts of death? Is that a problem? Oh, what? I heard it. Because I feel really confident. Oh, I've done it. You've opened a portal. Someone did. And now there's a bridge in a continuum that is the memory between Barbie Land and the real world. If you want the stereotypical Barbie birthday and the baby girl who got fix it, you're gonna get going with me. Look at everything. And so that's gonna start getting her. And then you're gonna start getting sad and wishing it comes. No!
Cellulite. Really? You've got fucking fat Barbie already in your Barbie world. Why would Cellulite bother her? I mean, there's so many other things to focus on, like the thought of death. Just leave it there. Other than that, I don't see anything really offensive with what we've seen so far.
What do I have to do? You go to the real world and you have to find the girl who's playing wrong play. And usually there's some kind of separation of things. There's the girl and the doll, and then the 20 shot hearts. The pranks us, yes, and the girl who's playing who she must be sad, and her thoughts and feelings and humanness are interfering with your loves. Why would she be sad? To fix everything so that all the real world can be happy and powerful. I don't know, but yes, you had something to do with this too. Me? She's super important. I can't. I'm okay, everyone. Everything you say, exactly as I go. Even as a thing, two of you are becoming inextricably intertwined. You gotta have her and yourself.
So Weird Barbie is ugly, and she has bad makeup and all the rest of it. And she informs Barbie she has to go to the real world, and she has to find the person who is playing with her, and she has to make that person feel better, because that will heal the problem that she's having in Barbie Land. Okay, so we have our plot point, right? We have the thing that's going to launch us off into the rest of the movie. and then it's just a complete mess from here on in. At least to this point, it's kind of dumb but coherent. From here on in, it makes no sense at all. Again, Kate McKinnon sets up the dichotomy that pretty much the makers of the film hate Barbie by suggesting that you can live in Fantasyland with Barbie and you can take the Barbie shoe, or you can take Birkenstocks, right? You can become like a Portland lesbian and you can learn about reality. That's going to be the choice that you have to make, but not before she makes a joke about Ken and wanting to see the nude blob he is packing under those pants. Perfect for 8-year-old girls, ladies, mothers. Just be warned.
So the only solution is for Barbie to journey into the real world, find the girl who plays with her, and get her to be happy again.
That's great. That's a good plot, dude. That's a good story. And look at this. Along the way, they have to take a bunch of different Barbie vehicles and set up, and it all looks like toys. How can you not think this is good?
So, what about the end? You can go back to your regular life and forget anything that's ever happened, or you can know the truth about the universe. The choice is now yours. The president, the higher, no. What do you want me to do? You're supposed to want to. I don't. Babe, listen, you have to want to. Okay? Do it. I'm not a adventure Barbie. I'm a stereotypical Barbie. I'm not the Barbie you think of when someone says, think of a Barbie. That's me. I'm bummed. You're a bummer. That's a bummer. Okay? I'm ready to forget now. No, you're doing this one. I just gave you a choice so you could feel some sense of control. So there's no option one? No! You have to fix the rip yourself. And when you let me tell my girls. No. Okay.
Wow, they did the cellulite thing twice.
Same thing, Parody. Okay, there's actually more. It's actually a sports term, a speedboat, or a rocket to a tandem flight, to a caravan flight, to a snowmobile, which is the most away to the state of Los Angeles, where you have Mia and Willow, and then the country of Aqua. Where I am. That's not like too much. And then when I get there, how do I find her? You will know. Okay. And how do I get back the same way you came from mirrors? Like I should move forward to the order back or don't. Oh, okay. We'll see. If you do not find her and fix that, what's ugly will become clear, and what's weird will become weird. And then you'll look at me. Oh! No, sorry. I understand. I said that's not that. Anyway, I believe it. Thank you. God, be careful. I love you. Bye.
You know what? Seems like we got a bit too much dick in the room. Oh, hi, Brittany.
The thing is, the same sensationalism that we saw from mainstream media that everybody complained about, and it's the reason why we have so much alt press at this point, it's kind of cyclical because I'm seeing the same thing happen with the alt press now. I don't know if you consider Ben Shapiro alt, but depending who you ask, he's not the typical mainstream media. He's not Fox News. He's not one of those companies, right? He's an individual that owns Daily Wire. So I noticed that a lot of people are doing the same thing. Sensationalism is basically when people are like, for example, they say a movie, oh my god, it's alt-right and racist, and then it's like a normal movie. And in that same vein, you see the other side of people saying, oh my god, Barbie is so woke, it's so incredibly feminist, and it's that same thing. It's just the other side of the same coin is basically what I'm seeing. And people are making it out to be a lot more woke than it actually is, and it's for clicks and views and to make money. That's what I think, because I think that people are really overplaying it. Some people may genuinely have not liked the movie, but I see a lot of people overplaying it, and the reason I say that, like I said, isn't just because of people like Ben Shapiro crapping on the movie, but also because I see a lot of secondhand opinions, like people who didn't even see clips of the movie who are saying that it's such a terrible movie. And this stream's not sponsored by Mattel, I promise. It's not sponsored by Barbie. I'm just bimbo power, so you know, I have to defend it. But no, I'm not gonna let woke outrage ruin this movie for me, and that's how I went in to watch the movie. I didn't want political brain rot to ruin Barbie for me, and I feel like a lot of people allowed that to happen. A lot of people are so brain rotted from the horrible insanity, clown world-ish things that they see on Twitter constantly, that it's not allowing them to enjoy other aspects of a movie, even if it has a little bit of leftism here or there.
Indeed. I actually enjoyed the little Matrix reference. The whole red pill, blue pill thing kind of sets up this world. The blue pill is a feminist world. The red pill is going to be the patriarchy world. It kind of sets everything up without having to explain it.
I need to go back with Ken, and the Ken would be looking cool in front of him.
Ken's not cool!
Yes,
He's gonna slow me down.
Alright, what's this beach? You'll meet someone who's professional.
Did you bring your own plates?
I really don't know right now. Please.
Okay. Wow. Let's do this. And so Bobby and Sciver will never finish up to the real world.
Alrighty, so you've now seen Barbie Land. Barbie Land being a creation of the young 7 to 8 year old girls that were playing with Barbie in the real world. They created this world with their imagination, and everything that happens within it is limited by what those 7-year-old minds can come up with. That's what's created Barbie. If someone in the real world fucks with Barbie, breaks her, then we get weird Barbie. Why aren't there more weird Barbies? Well, the film answers that, as young girls are no longer playing with Barbies. And that's kind of half of the point of the film, in case you missed it. Now, Barbie is going into the real world, and we're seeing the real world through Barbie's interpretation. Barbie has never been to a world that is not run by women. So keep that in mind and pay attention to things that happen and what Ken says, which reinforce the way she believes the world is. It's amazing that people have to be babied through what's being presented on the screen, and even then, some don't get it.
In a desperate attempt to get Barbie's attention, Ken jumps into the back of the mobile and hitches a lift to the real world, unbeknownst to Barbie for a while. And once they get there, Ken begins to experience people being nice to him for a change, whereas Barbie needs to try and find who this person is that's having these thoughts about what Barbie could be, neurotic and a bit of a mess. But again, ironically, the real world is actually California, which is probably the furthest from real life as you can get on planet Earth, and everything has been dialed up to 15, never mind 11. Every single solitary man there is some sort of misogynistic, sexist pig, slapping Barbie's ass, giving her catcalls, all this kind of business, which of course just wouldn't exist at all.
Ken and Barbie head off to the real world to try to find the person who is playing with Barbie. And immediately upon arriving in the real world, Barbie is hit with an overwhelming tsunami of sexism. Like right away, boom. She walks in and a bunch of men just leer at her and say, "Give us a smile, blondie," which is something that no one under the age of 70 has said to a woman in the recent past. Give us a smile, blondie? Seriously?
Okay, so the real world in this movie is still portrayed in a cartoonish way. Later on, Barbie will go to Mattel headquarters and have like a Looney Tunes chase sequence, or like a Scooby-Doo chase sequence, where like people will pass by each other and like bounce off and like teleport around. And The real world in the Barbie movie is also cartoonish. So it's not like she's really entering reality here. What she's entering is hyper-reality, a kind of exaggerated portrayal of real life in the ways that it contrasts from hers. So in Barbie Land, women have all social and political power. When she walks down the street, she's acknowledged by all the other Barbies, usually in an extremely, girl power, hello, it's so nice to see you kind of way. In the real world, when she steps in there, the contrast is that she's also being addressed and recognized just as much. But there's a leering attitude of sexual predation that she feels uncomfortable with, but he doesn't. But Ken doesn't, I mean. So the point is contrasting her experience in Barbie Land with her experience in the real world by paying attention to the differences that she would take note of. Also, women get told to smile pretty often, and I think the term blondie probably isn't that uncommon on Venice Beach.
We get Barbie explaining that all of the men who are leering at her and gazing at her, they have an undertone of violence. Everything's she's threatened. She's physically threatened because this is the real world. The real world is not like Barbie Land. In the real world, all women are victims. They are deep and abiding victims of the system, as we'll learn by the use of the word patriarchy no less than 10 times in this film.
No, everyone is overplaying it. They really are. I promise you guys. You need to watch the movie for yourself, whether that be for legally for free on Twitter, don't break the law, but or go see it in the movies for the experience and formulate your own opinion, because I understand the purpose of people watching reviews is because they don't want to waste time sometimes, and other times it's for analysis, and that does have value, especially if there's things in the movie that you didn't catch while you're watching it. Like a good movie for that would be The Matrix, for example, because there was a lot to analyze, and maybe you didn't catch it all of the symbolism on your first watch through. But with that said, even though reviews have value, it's not a replacement for watching the movie. And I feel like a lot of people feel that watching a review of a movie is a replacement. And I think that I went and quickly watched a 2x speed Ben Shapiro's video on it, but basically his video is a good example of why that is not a replacement, because his entire thing was going over all of some of the things he was correct on, other things I don't agree, but he didn't really go over any of the good parts or any of the highlights of the movie other than that it was pretty, which is a big deal, by the way. That is actually a big aspect of a movie, because a movie is visual. So they're not going to sit here and tell you a nuanced opinion, because that's not going to make people want to click on it. That's not going to want to make people watch. What makes people watch is getting them angry, which is exactly what mainstream media does. And I'm seeing a lot of this from people who are like either anti-woke or on the right, who are participating in the same sensationalism that they speak up against. And a lot of people are shooting themselves in the foot and missing out on a movie that actually has a lot of interesting meta references in terms of how our culture is now, and a movie that actually has a few good messages in it that's not just some woke superhero movie. A lot of people are missing out because of the influencers that they're watching that are telling them, oh, it's like 0 out of 10, it's so beyond like they're really over exaggerating. They're not being fair at the movie at all.
Ken tags along for the ride because he's got nothing better to do than simp for Barbie.
Because he thinks it's Ken and Barbie. He's not so much anger here. Because in his idea, it's Barbie and Ken, Barbie and Ken. He's like, Barbie and Ken, we belong together, we're a team. And Barbie's like, well, yeah, but it's also just Barbie. Do you understand what they're saying? They're just talking about the toy line, dude. And I guess they're making some kind of statement about how little girls don't want to play with little boy dolls. That's not misandry. It's just a fact.
I'm not getting anything. I still win, only use life to admire, but not There's no way to turn violence.
I very much have not turned violence. Well, look, the construction side. Need that good feminine. Hey, you! I don't know exactly what you had to help with this roof fix, but I'm thinking about some sort of a Honda, which appears to be double. And just like to inform you, I do not have a vagina. And he does not have a penis. We both have genitals.
Okay. I have a whole list.
The construction site I watched you with very nice little woman hat. This was so pale.
Everything's almost like reversed.
All right, so remember, this is a toy from a world created by the imaginations of young girls playing with dolls. That's the extent of these Barbies' brain powers and what they know. They see the world through the eyes of a child. Now that Barbie has entered the real world and they are seeing it through their eyes. They haven't experienced the real world. They've only experienced girls running things. Kens are accessories. They're not used to men having any power at all. And that's how they're viewing this. The same with Ken. He's a doll. What he sees and experiences is based on what the young 7-8-year-old girls have created. That's his brain power, and he's going into the real world, and he's being noticed by other men. Men are doing things. So all of this is amplified because of how they are viewing this. It's been dialed up to 11. And remember, it's not just this world and how they're seeing it that is affecting Barbie. It's also Ken and what he just said. He said it's like the world is reversed, completely opposite to what Barbie Land is. So Barbie now has that in her mind, which dials it up another notch. Just pay little attention to the subtle dialogue and things as the movie progresses. It's not just man bad, patriarchy bad. All I can say is pay attention.
In a desperate attempt to get Barbie's attention, Ken jumps into the back of the mobile and hitches a lift to the real world unbeknownst to Barbie for a while. And once they get there, Ken begins to experience people being nice to him for a change. Whereas Barbie needs to try and find who this person is that's having these thoughts about what Barbie could be, neurotic and a bit of a mess. But again, ironically, the real world is actually California, which is probably the furthest from real life as you can get on planet Earth. And everything has been dialed up to 15, never mind 11. Every single solitary man there is some sort of misogynistic, sexist pig, slapping Barbie's ass, giving her catcalls, all this kind of business, which of course just wouldn't exist at all.
You're so smart.
I think we should get some clothes.
I love French. Hey, man. Guys are getting this stuff.
Your parents said I have no idea high school. I have no idea. I'm smart like you. But it's clear on my screen. Who is playing me?
It's a porn.
That's what I figured out last week. Go home.
What am I supposed to do?
Hurry, go for walks.
Why not go here? Where?
Anywhere.
Yes.
Okay. Come on,
Now, even though she got her ass slapped, pay attention, because it's not because she's a hot woman that everyone's looking at her. It's because the clothes that they are wearing. That's what everyone is looking at and laughing at.
Unfortunately, the real world turns out to be an oppressive, patriarchal hellscape that's utterly dominated by men. Like, one guy literally walks up to Barbie and slaps her in the ass.
Yes.
In the middle of a crowded boardwalk.
And she punches him in the face.
In broad daylight, in front of her boyfriends. Now, you might think that this would afford the writers a chance to demonstrate a little bit of nuance in their storytelling, maybe portray the real world as both good and bad, in sharp contrast to the simplistic, idyllic innocence of Barbie.
They do that. They actually do portray the real world as both good and bad, but it's a cartoon world in which Mattel is like... By the way, it's amazing that Mattel let them kind of get away with this, Mattel is kind of presented as an evil cabal of people trying to control Barbie. And it's pretty funny. Will Ferrell plays the CEO.
Kind of like in Enchanted, where the protagonist gets taken out of her cartoon homeworld and has to learn to navigate the complexities and difficulties of real life, ultimately growing and maturing as a person along the way.
She's a doll, though. She doesn't have genitals. She's not a fairy tale character. She's literally a doll, and she's not a human being at all. Like, just not at all. I mean, she learns to cry, so she does actually slowly start to display human, emotions and stuff. But, this is not really an apt comparison. And in fact, like she does along the way, she learns quite a bit, and so does Ken.
She gets arrested like twice for various crimes. Even the police officers are rabid, raging sexists. The police officers are hitting on Barbie. They're making observations about her appearance. Ken, meanwhile, is getting super happy because Ken, who's been sort of an underling in Barbie land, now he's realizing he's part of the patriarchy, and the patriarchy is awesome. Ken is loving the patriarchy.
How many horrible movies have come out in the past 10 years, and Barbie is the worst one? Yeah, no, it's not. It's actually Bimbo Kino. It really is, and people are so focused because they're so brain rotted from politics. It's not just the left that's brain rotted. It's also a lot of people on the right, or some people that are also just anti-woke, where they see the woke stuff so often that they can't break. It's like it doesn't allow you to enjoy the movie.
So we've just experienced and seen Ken have his patriarchal moment where he's experiencing being recognized, men doing things, men being in important roles, working out, having fun, being noticed. It's a very key moment for Ken, and I don't believe I've heard the word patriarchy yet. Let's now see Barbie's moment. And as you watch, notice that she is experiencing the world around her. All these feelings from different people she's never felt before because she's a fucking doll. That's such a touching moment. I mean, she's never seen anyone get old before. She's never experienced these emotions before. She's looking at an elderly woman and recognizing the beauty in getting old. She's seeing people around her having fun, not having fun, people in relationships. She's also visualizing her owner and thinking it's that young teen that was growing up, that young girl playing with the Barbies with mum and then giving them out to Goodwill and so on. So all this is new to her, new information that she's never experienced before. Because as I said, she's a fucking doll. And for those with a keen eye, you would notice when the young girl was bringing the box of Barbies out for Goodwill, one of the Barbies was picked up out of the pile by the mother.
The real world and all the men in it are shown to be universally, irredeemably horrible, because of course they are.
Guys, if I say something and it's ironic or a joke, does that mean I'm saying it for real? Or if I write a character that's like ugly and bad, does that mean I'm pushing something that's ugly and bad? No, it depends on the context, and a lot of people are missing the nuances and the context for the film.
Yes! I got it! Oh, well, you got it. You go first. No, you go. Okay. No! What was that? The kids at the school? What did you say? Nothing. Okay. Well, let's go to the school. Okay, what? This is exactly the hour. This is topic for us for what? What are you? Like an intern? No. Who you dogs is not loose? Impossible. Have you no chance here? Put the lungs. Enter the Barbie and put the baby and send them home. Where are you until somebody? No grand dinner. I won't. This is really what? This happened before. What? I heard about 10 years ago. A woman named Skipper killed someone who told me he was asked to miss a kiss. She didn't have to take her top so she was no. They were restricted on keeping the raps, so this is serious. No way. No one goes all the way. I have to. You never come back. I know.
The movie is a smash hit because Barbie, as a brand, is a smash hit. The quality of the film doesn't make a difference. The directing, the acting, the writing, none of that factors into the equation. Okay, it could have just been a movie where you're literally staring at a Barbie doll sitting in the corner. And because it's called Barbie, it would have made $150 million. Mothers and daughters did not file into the theaters over the weekend because they really wanted to see what Greta Gerwig cooked up. Nor did they come because they were big Margot Robbie fans. They came because it's Barbie. It's a brand they like.
I have a very complex view of this movie. I am shocked by this movie. It's not as simple as people want it to be. This movie is not a one-layer movie. It's not even a two-layer movie. So the Barbie movie is a very complex stimulus. A very complex stimulus that is not simple to understand. And the early comments on it being a feminist thing, being a leftist crappy movie, I disagree. It is something that leaves plenty of material for the leftists out there to be satisfied. They've heard their little punch joke on transgenderism. They've heard their little punch joke on the patriarchy. They've learned, they have a whole movie here which frames a war of the sexes that will satisfy them. But the question is, to the naive observer of this movie, am I being presented a movie that tries to moralize me into leftism being the way to go? Is the hero of this movie a leftist? And I have to say that my answer is no. My answer is no.
People are like, I don't want to see it because it's just on men. But I don't think that that was the premise of the movie. Like with the tagline, she's Barbie and he's just Ken. It wasn't to say that, oh, like how in commercials on TV, they're like, oh, men dumb. That wasn't the point. First off, Barbie and Ken are supposed to be bimbo. He's supposed to be a himbo, okay? That's on brand, that's correct. And also, because context, it's a Barbie movie. And also, the whole premise of the movie is that Ken needs to find himself. He needs to stop being pussy whipped. And that's one of the really good messages of the movie. It's literally like, don't be pussy whipped, be a man. Like, find your own thing. Stop putting Barbie on a pedestal. And somehow that message went over everyone's head.
If anyone deserves the credit for the biggest box office debut for any female director in history, it is not the female director, but the marketing department. Because they're the ones who knew enough to lie about the true content and message of the film. Because as we've now discovered, though it shouldn't really have come as a surprise to anyone, The Barbie movie is a preachy feminist screed about taking down the patriarchy. It is a gender studies lecture in Barbie packaging. And I know this not because I watched the film. I'd rather jump feet first into a wood chipper than sit through that film. I don't need to watch Barbie to know that it's bad, for the same reason that I don't need to pull a rotten onion out of the garbage and eat it in order to know that I won't like the taste. I've never thrown myself into a volcano, but I feel that I can safely say that the experience would be unpleasant and probably a little hot. So some books can be judged by their covers, absolutely. Or at least by their back covers where you find the description. And we now have descriptions of the Barbie movie which make the themes clear. Something that the marketing never did, and intentionally so.
Despite the temptations of leftism that are presented to Barbie across the movie, what we get to understand is that the deep message of this movie is that feminist liberation will only send you toward more hell, toward a greater cage. There is no such thing as freedom. We are all plastics, and try to escape this object that you think people are looking, because the whole idea is that Barbie is an object of desire and she wants to become human. But liberate yourself from this, you get into the greater cage of heterosexual reproduction. And the maker of Barbie at the end of the movie, and she appears and she gives the chance to Barbie to become a real human or to stay an object of desire forever. And Barbie chooses to become human with the feelings, with the mortality of it. But the first thing she does as a human, and that's the end of the movie, she gets pregnant.
I don't know if just going to the gynecologist means she's pregnant, but interesting take. Let's continue.
Hey, you drawings?
Yeah, I just started drawing these weird designs. It's universal, lots of Dapperton. Hold on a second, Parody. Quivering shape body.
Okay, listen, I asked you to talk about this.
No.
I don't.
Eric, we're gonna make corporate ideas. No one's getting it.
Always. What I do is acceptance and imagination and sparkle. It is an passion, and it's a sparkle. What do you think about theology? Excuse me? Empty. So we're in a bill of lading down our areas. I need one. So just email and you send it to me. May I put it in a whisper, sir? Fine, whisper. So we need to say our case. And with all due respect, that was super, sir. This is Barbie. If this guy had articles who comes to Los Angeles Barbie, his life-size versions of themselves, roaming the earth, this would be very bad. Why would you do that? You know, the enemies for it, I guess. Yes, not bad. What's your name? Aaron. So, Aaron, yes, Aaron. It's hard to like ultimate reality what it's like at least where on imagination. Yeah. Think of it as a town street. Arrogance. What do you do? Right. How do you do that? Something out of the box. No one rests until this dog back in the box.
Ken is walking around and he's really enjoying the patriarchy and all of this. And he explains that men rule this world. And he goes to Mattel and all the members of the board are men. By the way, I'd like to see a corporate breakdown of the Mattel board. I'll bet I can find it. Like the CEO of Mattel for 30 years was a woman. So there's that. They pretend that like Mattel is all run by men. So now I want to know who's on the board. Okay, Chairman CEO is a dude. The board includes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It includes 5 women. So it's 6 men and 5 women. Clearly patriarchal domination. Just wanted to look that up just for the sake of, accuracy. Whenever I do these reviews, like, oh, you're taking the movie too seriously. The movie takes itself seriously, guys. It pretends to be a comedy, but it's taking itself super seriously. Fine. So, it's all men at the top of Mattel, and they realize that Barbie and Ken have escaped Barbie Land. And this presents some sort of threat. What kind of threat? Because the writers are shitty, they don't bother explaining. They're just like, a threat! And Will Ferrell acts all weird and goofy, like Will Ferrell. And he's funny, because it's Will Ferrell acting weird and goofy. But he's not funny, because it's just Will Ferrell with no actual plot or dialogue to speak of, just being weird. We'll fill that in later. There's so many places in the script where it's basically like the writers just, they left a gap and they're like, we'll leave a couple asterisks, we'll fill it in later. And then later they got there and they're like, we'll just skip right over it. Fine. So they figured they got to track down Barbie and Ken.
So the mother works for Mattel, and she's drawing Barbies like Cellulite Barbie, thinking about Death Barbie, and this obviously is what triggers Barbie in Barbie Land to have these thoughts. So we know straight away this is the owner. Now the FBI contacts Mattel and says one of your Barbies is out loose in the real world. So he goes up to the board to tell them, to give them a whisper. Obviously, this is all over the top satire, slapstick comedy. Ben, are you missing the point here?
I'm only your favorite woman of all time. Barbie! You really think Barbie? Yeah, she's crazy. She's good at saying something. So you're like, well, Barbie's a professional mental health. Barbie's not a bingo. Barbie's a doctor, a lawyer, a senator, and Nobel Prize winner. You're a Nobel Prize winner? No, not me, but Barbie is. Yeah. Aren't you guys gonna thank me, you big mom? For being your favorite toy? We have no Barbie since we were like 5 years old. Yeah, I hated Barbie. I mean, I did Barbie. It was like the last word. I love Barbie. Anyway, speaking of children first, it was horrible. Why? Come on, Sasha, get to it. Destroy Barbie. Okay, let's do this. You've been doing little backup results since you were invented. I think I'm the wrong way around. You've never said anything wrong with culture. Sexualized capitalism, unrealistic physical idealism. You're describing something stereotypical. Barbie is so much more than that. Look at yourself. I am technically stereotypical. You said feminism for the back 50 years. You destroyed those ways of work and you killed the planet for glorification of rampant consumerism. No, I'm supposed to help you and make you happy and powerful. Oh, I am powerful. And until you show up there with yourself, Barbie, I have thought about you years, you fascist. Okay. Something again. You excuse me. It was really nice talking to you.
So we now meet the daughter, an entitled brat, a millennial. This is what happens to millennial kids that spend time on the internet and don't play with Barbies. Instead, they're handed tablets and the internet becomes their babysitter. Alright, I'm exaggerating, but their point is to show you the worst case scenario of a brat that didn't grow up with Barbies.
The CEO and all of the board of Mattel are just white guys and men. There aren't any women there. It's as if in California, current day, women have no rights. They have nothing. And because this is so ridiculous, because we see how much control women have in every facet of our industries right now, particularly entertainment and geek culture, it of course comes across as nothing but satire. So you actually end up not relating, empathizing, or sympathizing with the women, but you end up laughing at them. Whereas at the same time, you suddenly have Ken getting some respect from people, some courtesy from people, some kindness to people, and you begin to root for Ken.
And meanwhile, Barbie is trying to track down the girl who's playing with her, and she mistakenly thinks that it is a teenage girl who is playing with her and who is unhappy. And at this point, she receives a lecture from the teenage girl about how Barbie has ruined the world and actually is fascist. How Barbie is a sexualized capitalistic emblem. How Barbie has created unattainable feminine ideals. How Barbie is ruining the planet with rampant consumerism. You get like this full lecture right in the middle of the film. It's truly awful.
Oh my God. The little girl gives this rant to Barbie, and Barbie runs away crying. The little girl is meant to serve as a representation of modern feminist and leftist critiques of Barbie as both a toy and an idea. But as the movie progresses, these ideas are refined in ways that better represent the ideology of that girl. She becomes friends with Barbie and the criticisms become folded into the narrative of the story in ways that are more fair and charitable and less cynical. In other words, this is Barbie confronting the cynicism of a modern left-leaning girl, somebody who she expected to be a fan of hers. It's not a rant where you're meant to go, "Oh, you tell her, little girl, you're completely correct." Which is why, after Barbie runs away crying, the story continues following Barbie, and we see her sad and we sympathize with her, because when the narrative follows the plot arc and interests and feelings of the main character, it's in a way of implicitly building sympathy for their perspective. You see, this is what's known as character growth. That's why they have different perspectives later on than they do immediately. Everyone's perspective changes as the movie goes on. But I'm sure Ben Shapiro, because he's a idiot, listened to that little girl giving her speech and thought this was meant to be taken as a fully straightforward, upfront, completely uncritical rant from the screenwriters directly to you with absolutely no... And then, Ben, how do you explain the fact that she changed her mind later? How do you explain that fact?
Now, we know about the aggressive, male-hating feminist bent of this film, thanks in part to some brave souls like Ben Shapiro who actually sat and endured it so they could report on its content. This is a form, I have to say, of journalistic courage far more impressive than reporters who cover war zones, especially the reporters in Ukraine right now.
Anyway, Barbie eventually finds the kid who plays with her, who turns out to be an asshole communist activist feminist that I think the movie wants us to empathize with, but fuck me for the life.
No, they don't. That kid is not the owner of Barbie. It's the mother is the owner of Barbie. She thinks because she has memories, but no, it's the mother who has the feelings about Barbie. And yeah, the kid being a piece of shit is not... The kid is portrayed as a bad person. The kid says a whole lot of awful things to Barbie, a lot of like woke shit to Barbie that makes her cry. And we do empathize with Barbie because we can see that she's a pretty good person, she has feelings, and she really wants to help whoever her owner was. And then she meets this awful Zoomer kid who's just like, you're part of the, you know, the corporate blah, 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 whatever. And makes Barbie cry. So she's actually, that character is not presented sympathetically at all. The mother is. And the mother is like our generation. She's like Generation X, which, I don't know, has its failings, I think. And I mean, obviously, look at our kids. Our kids are Zoomers. So we fucked up somewhere. And I think the mother's actually a pretty good representation of Generation X. Pretty good writing.
We have a whole movie of War of the Sexes in which there are two universes in this movie. It's super complex physics. So I'm stunned by the complex physics of Barbie. We need to talk about it because it's not even physics, it's not even metaphysics, it's pataphysical what's happening in this movie. It is a mockery of the kind of multi-universe type of movies, and there are references to The Godfather, references to the Planet of the Apes, references to some of the iconic movies, and I love it. I love it how they refer to all these movies.
Where's another time?
You respect me?
Right, but if you don't time it.
No, I don't think so. I'm going to tell you about patriarchy, which, my understanding, is where men force his brother. I shall see my fortune there.
Alright.
I'll take a high-level job of the films where this is clean, recent, and go on and my PhD. So we're going to actually we're going to have this kind of house. You guys are clearly living in patriarchy. And they're like, no, we're doing that. It is, I think
Now, what would you do just one time actually?
But I'm
But not one.
please,
Yeah.
can I talk about it?
You are talking about it.
You did it on me, and I did it. No, wait, yeah, sure. I would apply for John's Beach, so you would I don't know, I'm not trying to go over there. I'm trying to say, not look right. There's no like danger in the door. I'm not trying to say,
Ken, on the other hand, discovers the patriarchy is very much to his liking.
No, he doesn't. What he does is he goes, oh, wait a second, I'm a man here. And he thinks that there is a patriarchy because that's what he's heard. He just heard people talk about the patriarchy. So he thinks he can walk around the real world. The joke is, he thinks he can walk around the real world and have anything he wants and get respect. Well, somebody asks him what time it is, and he's like, you're asking me what time it is? Holy shit, I'm receiving respect as a man. And he starts to investigate in a very childish way what the patriarchy might be. And he finds out that because he's a man, he can have anything he wants. So he walks right over to a hospital and says, I'd like a job as a doctor, please. And they go, okay, well, do you have an education? I mean, you have your doctorate? You know, no, I don't have any of that, but I'm a man and it's the patriarchy. And they go, no, you need qualifications. And he goes around and tries to get a job everywhere. He even tries to get a job as a lifeguard, and he thinks the patriarchy is going to help him. And he gets turned down everywhere that he goes. This movie actually dismisses the patriarchy as a myth. It's great.
No, Ethan, not a lifeguard. He wants a job as beach.
Goes into the library, reads up on the patriarchy, and decides to take that back to Barbie Land in an effort to readdress the complete and utter imbalance that currently exists there.
It's truly awful. She's called a fascist. By the way, it only sets up the only good line of the film. Truly, in my opinion, there's one good line in the film, and that is where Barbie is trying to contemplate whether she's a fascist or not, and she says, I don't control the railways or the flow of commerce. Now, there's only one problem with that line. As with the entire movie, there is no character consistency. Barbie is supposed to be an idiot bubblehead piece of plastic from Barbie Land. How does she know what a fascist is? How does she know about the flow of commerce? Like, again, just in terms of character consistency, like characters who actually are the characters, makes no sense whatsoever.
It makes perfect sense, Ben. The more time she spends in the real world, the more she learns about the real world, the more information she's getting from her now grown-up owner. That's where she's learning this from. Maybe you should go back to watching Transformers because Barbie seems a little too complicated for you.
Please leave me out of this.
So, meanwhile, Ken is wandering around, enjoying the patriarchy more and more and more. And he keeps asking men about the patriarchy. And at one point, he asks a dude about the patriarchy. And the guy says, well, that's not really the way that it works here anymore. He says, really? He says, no, it still works that way. We just hide it really well.
In the movie, men in Barbie Land are useless and stupid. But then men in the real world are useless and stupid, but also violent, predatory, and in control of everything. Ken witnesses this dynamic and tries to export the patriarchy back to Barbie Land. And they actually call it the patriarchy in the film. That phrase is used many times.
For the first time in his entire life, people actually show him basic respect and human decency.
Like, the real world shows men respect and basic human dignity. The world of little girls doesn't. Critical drinker. That's the point that's being made there.
Sorry. Because the crisis at work, but I thought we could prepare some stuff there. Okay, got there, sit down and mention and that rather challenged woman. She thinks she's Barbie. Wait, what did you say? She thinks she's Barbie. She's like, oh, your face. What do you mean? What do you mean? Mom? Mom? Yes, thank you. I'm not used to that happening again.
So we've been very anxious to get some quality FaceTime.
Of course. So what can I do to repair your FaceTime, get my feet back on so that my dog just generally not turn into a weird Barbie?
We have been discussing that every time. If you were able to include Barbie, if you could just get into that giant box. Get to the box, and you'll go back to Barbie, and everything will be as it was.
You know what? I should probably get Ken first.
Ken?
No, Ken. Barbie Ken.
Yes, Ken,
Barbie discovers the woman and her daughter who are having issues with each other and have fallen out of love with Barbie. A real-life Barbie now exists.
The cast, there was, we went over Ryan Gosling, there was Margot Robbie. They both looked fantastic. Then there was Trans Barbie, which was rather distracting. Because I'm gonna be honest with you guys, okay? I'm not being, like, impossible woman phobic or whatever. Like, you knew which one was the trans one, okay? Everyone watching knew which one was the trans one. So, let's not pretend. So, it was a little distracting. So, I don't know about that one. Like, maybe if they were like, I couldn't tell, but like, it's like immediately as soon as I heard the person, I'm like, oh. So, I don't really get why they did that. So, like, again, in terms of like, oh, the movie is woke, yeah, that goes into the points of like, the woke things the movie did. They probably did that to get like, their EG score up, or from BlackRock or whatever, to get like their gay points up so that they don't lose funding, right? So there's that. Then there was like Fat Barbie, which I don't know about that one. Like, I don't remember there being Fat Barbies. Are there Fat Barbies now? Because if there are, then that's fair because it's a Barbie movie from the actual company. But I just don't remember there being Fat Barbies. Like, that'd be kind of weird to see a little girl play with a fat Barbie. I don't know. Like, why would you want to inspire her to be fat? Like, you're inspiring her to eat unhealthy. Like, what's the most efficient way to be fat, guys? You know, we can pretend that, like, Lizzo's eating salads all day, like how we saw in Simcast, that she's, of course, like, oh, I drink water, I eat salads. But it's like, okay, but what else are you eating? So it's like, yeah, you technically could be fat and like just eat an excessive amount of calories but be eating healthy food. But what's actually the most efficient way to be fat? Eating unhealthy food. So let's be honest about that. So that's weird to inspire children to want to do that. Although it's not a children's movie, it's for everyone, even though Barbie is like a children's doll. They were more trying to like play on the nostalgia aspect of it. So we knew going into it, like watching the trailers, like this was not an only for kids movie. Obviously, duh, you're a moron if you think otherwise. But like, they are toys for children. The Barbies are based on the toys. So like, you're saying that there's a fat Barbie? You're saying that children should play with fat Barbies? Why? That doesn't make sense to me. Like, why would the child be fat? Are they being like abused by their parents? What's going on there? It's really weird. So I don't agree with that one, with the like woke virtue signaling there. So I will tell you guys the parts that were woke virtue signaling and the parts that weren't. But there were other things other than that. And that's what I'm here to speak on.
So I will take you through the whole story that leads to Barbie getting pregnant. But I'll tell you that, to me, whatever could have happened in this movie, if at the end Barbie is pregnant, if at the end the world of plastics that she leaves is not patriarchy world, it's actually this war of the sexes as a whole that she abandons, and she finds her Ken in reality who knocks her up, then it's a heterosexual movie as far as I'm concerned. And then they have properly settled the hero position as heterosexuality. So you can put me, diversity, hairy actors, black, Asians, all you want. You can show me an LA of diversity and people with brown hair and people who are brown, and you can put me 5 transgender in Barbie house if you'd like. I don't give a shit. As long as the hero gets knocked up, that's a hetero movie, and I stand by it.
I don't know where you're getting this Barbie got knocked up thing from, JF. And Brittany, no, there wasn't a fat Barbie. There probably will be now, but they did have a curvy Barbie, which wasn't fat, was just curvy. Let's get back to it.
Ken isn't something we're worried about. Ever.
Okay, I'll get in Boston.
All right.
Oh, it's taking all this way. Could I just be the woman in charge? Your CEO.
Oh, no, me.
Oh, your CFO.
Me.
Your COO. President of Barbie Debate.
I didn't know I represented anyone.
Are you the woman in charge?
Listen, I'm no executive. exactly where you're going with this, and I have to say, I really resent it. We are the company literally making women. We had a woman CEO in the 90s, and there was another one at some other time. So that's two right there. Women are the freaking foundation of this very long phallic bill. We have gender neutral bathrooms up the wazoo. Every single one of these men left. I'm a single mother. I'm a mother of a son. I'm the nephew of a woman aunt. Some of my best friends are Jewish. What I'm trying to say is, get the box, Jezebel. What, I say Jezebel? Get the box,
Okay. Oh my gosh, remember the cell? I'm having a weird Proust flashback.
Remember Proust Barbie? That did not sell very well.
Before I get in the box, could I just look the rest of the make sure my hair's okay?
Fine. Can you see it? It's just still annoying. All right.
So Ken makes it back to Barbie Land, and Barbie goes and visits Mattel and doesn't want to get back in the box.
First third of the film is about how Mattel is kind of bad for creating this fancy land. Second third of the film is about the real world evils of the patriarchy. Oh, the patriarchy. Oh, the patriarchy. Culminating in an idiotic line where one of the low-level members of Mattel is with the board, and Barbie is looking for a woman at the board. And the low-level man says, I'm a man with no power. Does that make me a woman? No, you can't parallel park. That's what makes you a woman. Okay? And in any case. We get here a few obscure jokes about Proust Barbie, because again, Noah Baumbach has to show that he wrote some of the script. He made a reference to Proust. Doesn't that make him clever? Ooh. Next, he will make a reference, I would assume, to Victor Hugo. Wow! Proust! Woo! Idiots who think they're smart. Okay, then Barbie escapes the Mattel building. They were going to package her up and they were going to send her back to Barbie Land. And she instead runs and she escapes the Mattel building.
Don't worry, you're safe here.
What is this place?
I always find I think best at kitchen tables. Tea?
Yes, please.
So women does work here. Oh, sweetie, we do more than live here.
Well,
Just because I don't have tea. No, you look different.
I'll do this.
No, I don't know. You look perfect. Well, I don't know. I think you're just right.
The world isn't what I thought it was.
It never is. And isn't that marvelous?
Who are you?
If you go through that closet, you'll find a stairwell down to the lobby.
Okay. Thank you.
Ruth.
Ruth. Thank you, Ruth.
You're welcome, Molly.
So, Barbie meets her creator for the first time and then continues running out of Mattel into the car of her owner.
And she hooks up with America Ferrera. So America Ferrera is the actual one who's playing with Barbie as a youth, and it's her daughter who Barbie had originally approached. Twist!
It's a twist, by the way, that acknowledges and not makes fun of necessarily, but calls attention to the mistake that Ben made here. The idea that Barbie is for little girls kind of doesn't track anymore in the modern age of iPhones and iPads. In reality, Barbie is an icon that resonates with the memories of older women who grew up playing with Barbie. That's the demographic, or at least that's the demographic this film is most in acknowledgement of, I would say.
Thousands of moms took their daughters to see this thing over the weekend. And, you know, it is certainly a wonderful movie to show your daughter if you want your daughter to be a vapid, man-hating harpy. If that's your great dream for your daughter, then by all means, show them Greta Gerwig's Barbie.
Oh, shut up, Matt. You haven't even watched the fucking film.
This is a complex movie, all right? This is not... This this is probably the most complex movie of 2023, okay? I'm sorry. I know everyone would like to think, oh, it's Barbie, it's gonna be this ridiculous. No. It is a complex movie. They make it look like it's a normie movie, but it is not. The big part that Ken learns from this interaction with the physical universe is the patriarchy. And of course, that's a very leftist part of the movie where Ken tries to get a job. And he's like, I'm a man, I should get the job, right? And the CEO is like, no, actually, in fact, these days, it might disadvantage you to be a man. And you're like, whoa, pretty based. Like, this is an admission that diversity hiring practices are effectively anti-male. But then the leftist saving of this movie is that the CEO that wants to hire Ken, he talks more whispering to him, and he says, actually, we're totally within the patriarchy. We're just making it look like we're not. So there was one throw where you're like, oh my God, based. And then one other throw where you're like, oh, well, ultimately it's leftist, because secretly the physical world is patriarchal. But anyways, Ken sees a video, a montage video, like the kind of montage I was seeing back in the days of the golden days of Richard Spencer, You know, where they put these Apollonian figures, Greek statues, soldiers, super male golfers, and they're like, man, you can do better. You can be the best version of yourself. That kind of crap. And Ken is like, oh, and like this is how it works. This is what I need to bring back to Barbie world.
Bolívaros.
And then they all team up to head back to Barbie Land to overthrow the patriarchy. Oh my goodness me. However, the patriarchy has brought balance and peace and love to Barbie Land. The Kens are now getting attention from the Barbies, and the Barbies are loving it. They have suddenly been programmed as some sort of virus. The patriarchy is a virus which has infected these women to be courteous to men, to want to be with men, to be nice and chill out with them and hang out with them and party with them. Suddenly, Barbie Land has equality. And if there's anything a feminist hates, it's equality.
So Ken goes back to Barbie world and installs a patriarchy. Installs a toxic masculinist version of the patriarchy that he has learned from the physical world.
Hey, and she decides that in order to escape the Mattel executives, she's going to have to bring both of them back to Barbie Land. Why does she bring both of them back to Barbie Land? No one knows. There's no actual, there's no explanation as to why she's supposed to bring both of them back to Barbie Land. Supposedly, it's because she needs to escape back to Barbie Land, but she could do that without the two of them. But she decides she's going to bring them back. So she brings them back to Barbie Land.
I think it's because the mom wanted to. I think that was the reason. The mom wanted to go to Barbie Land. That's the reason why. I think they even made a joke about it, like, because I didn't get to go on that cruise the time that I wanted to, she's saying to her daughter, so this time we're doing my thing, let's go. Yeah, she just wanted to show him. Because they helped her, they helped Barbie, so that she was like, oh, well, do you want to see this cool paradise that I live in? Like, I'm Barbie, do you want to come back to Barbie Land, this cool paradise for girls? That's it, because they wanted to.
So when Barbie eventually returns to Barbie Land, she discovers to her horror that Ken has brought the patriarchy back with him and turned the whole place into a giant frat party in the space of, like, a day.
Because it's a cartoon, and yeah, he does. He brings his ideas of what he thinks the patriarchy are, which end up being the ideas of what a child, a little girl, might think is bad about boys. Again, that's the joke, dude. He likes horses and loud music and playing his keyboard and having a car that, you know, and dressing in sunglasses. He's not oppressing women. He's just saying, this is my space now. I'm a boy and I'm invading your space with my annoying boy habits. And it's like, none of it's real. It's from the perspective of a child. Excuse me. The whole joke is that it's from the perspective of a little kid. That's why he's like, I think the patriarchy's all about horses. And he changes the Mount Rushmore of Barbie Land to be horses instead of... They're just 4 horse heads. He thinks horses are an extension of manhood. He wants to ride horses everywhere. He doesn't have a horse, so he pretends to ride a horse. He's a child. These are childish ideas, dude. I'm sorry you find them so offensive.
First step is always a little bit. Seriously? It costs money. Just our humans do it. It's going to be extremely weird things for our world. Like, what? Nothing any of our collective imaginations could ever dream of. A podcast hosted by two wise trees, one of the choir of 2,000 young fathers. Not even close. We've got to find it. No, why don't we do that? Just get a direction.
I can practically feel my nose living already. This is what I'm supposed to do for you back here. It doesn't. Okay. Let's see.
So Ken goes back to Barbie universe, and he has the dream of bringing back the ingredients of patriarchy, and it takes the form of Barbie land becoming controlled by males. Males own the Barbie houses now. They have been converted with party material, like these opening doors of a bar. So that has been installed on the Barbie houses, and it's just men on a couch drinking beer, and they have mini fridges where they store their beer. Basically, those are the additions that have been made to Barbie World, and the males are more dismissive. The males are like, oh yeah, you want to be my girlfriend? Oh yeah, I don't know if I want to be your boyfriend. Oh, let me think about it. I don't know. And so people act tough, and it's the toxic masculinist version.
It's kind of funny though, because it did make me question how the supposedly intelligent, empowered, and self-confident Barbies were so easily subjugated by Ken and the others.
They're not. They're little girls. Of course, if little boys come in and push their way around, they're going to push little girls around. That's the point. Boys are stronger than little girls.
This is the kind of awkward little paradox that keeps coming up when you try to constantly portray women as strong, empowered, infallible, kick-ass girl bosses who can do anything and beat anyone, but you also need them to be helpless, oppressed victims of male domination.
That's not what this movie is saying. This movie is not saying that the Barbies are powerful, empowered women. The movie is saying that Barbies are avatars of a little child's aspirations. They're not. It's not Hillary Clinton. They're not vicious. God damn it.
You can't have your cake and eat it.
Wait a second. Have you fucking idiots been sitting here for 2 fucking hours arguing about a goddamn Barbie movie, of all things? Are you fucking kidding me? That is insane. And don't you look so innocent. Yeah, I'm talking to you, audience. You've been sitting here for 2 fucking hours listening to these retards talking about a goddamn Barbie movie. Get a life.
Oh, fuck off, Dapperton.
But then I realized that horses are just men extenders.
Oh, I have a tree house. I stayed here for months to buy it. I've never seen a car like that before. I'm happy here.
Everything, basically, everything exists to expand and elevate the presence of man.
What have you done? What have you been?
Don't question this road all the time, baby. What about it? Like it's in the fridge.
This is my dream house, too. It's mine!
No, this is the one where the dream house, this shopping sport, you know, it's Ken's, Mojo, Casa House.
You don't have to say Mojo and house and casa.
But you do, it feels good. Try it. Mojo, Casa House.
Meanwhile, the Mattel executives are chasing her. Now, question, why are they chasing her? They achieved their goal. Barbie's back in Barbie land. Why are they still chasing her? No one knows. It doesn't make any sense. They literally say there will be consequences you can't even imagine. And then they're like, what consequences? And fill in the blank. And some dude says something about a podcast with 2 trees. You're like, that's the laziest shitty writing. God. Okay, anyway. So Ken, in the meantime, he's already headed, while she was, futzing around over at Mattel, Ken is already headed back to Barbie Land, where he has immediately established the patriarchy. So just to point out here, the point of the film is that the matriarchy is amazing. Women are amazing at everything. Ken walks in, and within 2 seconds, he has taken over all of Barbie Land, and he has turned it into the Kendom. Within 2 seconds.
They explain this the moment they get back to Barbie Land. The moment there's a line that explicitly explains why this happens. Basically, Barbie Land is meant to be a conceptual, idyllic paradise for Barbies, where women have all the power and all the responsibility. But in Barbie Land, they're not humans. They don't die, they don't age, they don't eat, they don't sleep. They're concepts. So when a new concept, an external virus, like, say, patriarchy, gets introduced by Ken, they take it all at face value. Ken basically says, hey, wouldn't you like to stop working for a bit and just, give me beer and you can just, chill in my big Mojo Dojo Casa house for life? Exactly. They're all like, oh, that sounds nice. The same way that I or you would agree to a vacation, they uncritically agree to the framework of a patriarchal society because it's a system against which they have no natural defense. They literally use that line. It's like smallpox on the natives. They have no natural defense. The joke isn't that they're stupid. The joke is that it's something they have an incredible ideological weakness to. This is a joke at the expense of Mattel. Think about it. The idea of Barbie as an uplifting token of female empowerment kind of crumbles when you think about it in the context of the world in which it was created, a world where men rule. The idea is that the stereotypical understanding of Barbie crumbles because it has no natural resistance to the actual ideological contradiction in which it exists, the patriarchy. Does that make any sense? It's basically calling out Barbie as something that is weak and ideologically incapable of dealing with those ideas. It's a joke at the expense. That's the point. They say it.
Ben. It's like you're not even paying attention to the movie. They literally tell you that they have to put Barbie back in her box that will reset her so she is a normal Barbie again. And the consequences of them going to Barbie Land and bringing the world to that Barbie Land is what Ken is doing now, which ironically the Ken Dojo is flying off the shelves. Sales are high. They've got people auditioning for the movie Ken, which is already a blockbuster smash and it hasn't even been made yet. So things that happen in the Barbie world are unbalancing the real world. And if that happens, people will become aware of the magical Barbie world, which Mattel don't want the real world to become aware of. How can this not compute in your brain?
I'm just having some roast beer with a little as my wife, my mom's trying to go with his girlfriend. He said, whiskey drink.
I will not whiskey drink.
That's fine. You know, like bartender, I don't think we need right here.
Well, none of the hungry boys feel upset. I can see you doing this. That was great. Anyone need a whiskey beer? Doctor, I like to be a helpful generation. And I love to have you all kinds of criticized.
No, I don't like that.
We love it.
I'm so fond of this day right now. Did I say that?
I never had to make any decision. It's like a solid in the brain. Forever.
Just explain that we'll see what's going to watch this if you're being humble.
Oh my god, this is like in the 1500s when we introduced people in smallpox. They had no defenses against.
Shut up. What? You guys weren't that? Century City in Los Angeles because they had it all figured out in Century City. The minute you get out of your car, you're like, I can't believe how great this place is.
We don't have to figure out Century City because we failed them.
No, you failed me.
So apparently the women are so unbelievably competent and brilliant and great at everything over in Barbie Land that an idiot man walks in and takes over the whole place inside of 2 seconds. Fine. So he takes over the entire place. We later learn that's because the women, they didn't know what was coming. We later learned they didn't have immunity. And the way that they get immunity is by learning to hate the men. That's the way that they have to learn to hate men. Okay, so Ken decides he's going to go back and he's going to establish his patriarchal system. We only learn this when Barbie heads back with America Ferrera and Random Daughter. And Ken immediately starts acting like the jerks in the patriarchy, right? He calls her baby. He calls her baby. The greatest of all insults, calls her baby. And then America Ferrera is trying to explain to Barbie what exactly is going on. And she's like, it's just like the indigenous people and smallpox. They had no immunity. Howard Zinn wrote the script.
They gained immunity by listening to a speech about female empowerment. The speech had literally nothing to do with hating men, like nothing at all. They, the Barbies sort of like foist off their own one by one, and they do a speech about how women have it hard, but there's a lot of contradictions in a patriarchal society, and that makes them like wake up and remember about their empowerment. It has nothing to do with hating men, like at all. Though good, kudos to Ben Shapiro for explicitly saying that female empowerment is the same as hating men. That's good.
Now Barbie comes back to this world, and she brings an actual human in this world. So basically, there's the whole story of a Mexican mother with her teenage daughter, and her teenage daughter is totally revolted against Barbie. She doesn't respect her because she's a symbol of capitalism and misogyny. So she's a modern teenage Marxist. But her mother is a mother who's designing future Barbies, and she's trying to get her ideas pushed into the world as her commercial ideas around new Barbie forms that are less misogynist. But her mother, deeply, despite the fact that she's working to this leftist affair in the world, deep inside she is still a child, still dreaming of the perfect Barbie, so still having very much respect because she has bonded with this perfect Barbie. So she respects her and wants to help her. So they go back to Barbie world, both Barbie herself and the Mexican woman with her daughter. Again, relatively based in that it is the link between the mother and the child that is important here. And ultimately, Barbie binds back these two conflicting views of femininity. The young teenager Marxist, and her mother, who's not quite as Marxist as her, and who's deep inside, she loves the stereotypical cute Barbie. Although she kind of trends toward the Marxism when she designs her new dolls. So they go back to Barbie Land, and they are stunned to find that the Constitution has been reverted by men, that men have taken over power, and that they have installed mini fridges and beer and golfing and all this masculine stuff into Barbie Land.
We failed them!
No, you failed me! Out there was someone. When I walked down the street, people respected me just for who I am. When she even asked me to retire, go away, wait. And it went for these second calories like MBAs, medical degrees, and I don't know, swim lessons. I can't rule that world. I don't need those things here. Here I'm just and you know what? That's enough. It's enough.
Constitution.
religion across the house. Right? As you. It is not fun, is it?
So the ladies in Barbie Land had no immunity to the magic of the patriarchy, the magic. Women were seduced into... So, just to point out here, the actual argument the movie is making is that if women enjoy men, it's because they have been brainwashed by the patriarchy. They make this message explicit in just a few minutes in the film. And when I say a few minutes, I mean several years, because this film took years off my life. It is long, it is boring, and it's terrible. Okay, so the Kens are about to perform... None of this makes any damn sense. Okay, the Kens are about to have a vote to change the Constitution. Why? Why? Ken literally just seized power. He's a fascist.
He's not a fascist, and the point is that the men don't know how to rule, so they're just imitating the mechanisms of power that Barbie controlled beforehand. So the vote they were going to have in their court would have been one to cement their power legislatively, as opposed to them merely holding it through cultural power. That's it. It was really simple. It's not confusing at all. It's like really, really, really straightforward. Like, it's not an analogy. It's not a metaphor. It's not difficult.
What the f*** is he gonna vote for? Why are they voting? Like, he seized power. Also, what is the breakdown demographically of the Kens and the Barbies? Are there as many Kens as Barbies? Because why would they hold a vote? The Kens appear to be in a minority in Barbie Land. There are a lot more Barbies than Kens. So if that's the case, why even do the democratic vote thing? Why not just seize the power?
They did seize the power. They are enshrining it in the institutions they took hold of. This happens in real-world dictatorships, where they will lead a coup to control the courts, and then from the courts, they will legislate it, thus making it law, thus legitimizing their rule. This is not... I don't understand. This isn't just like a failure in media analysis. This is like a fundamental... This is like... This is just like... just not understanding stuff. Like, stuff doesn't make sense, you know?
Because then you wouldn't have the rest of the dumb plot of this stupid film. So, they decide they're going to hold the vote. And not only are they going to hold the vote, they're going to be very fair about it. They're going to hold it in 48 hours. They're going to hold it in a couple of days. To make sure that the Barbies have time to actually form a counter plan. Why would they do that? No reason. Asterisk, asterisk, we'll fill it in later.
I don't want that. Not my house. No things. Just I'm just going to sit here and wait. Oh, I don't know. Leadership learning for me. Snap out of it. Doesn't stop this mess. I really understand this feeling. It's basically like being a human person who holds just leaving here, just leave me, go back to your best friend, just leave me to mine. So you're just gonna give up? Okay. You know, I was so happy that you are exactly what I needed. Let's go. Let's just. Hey, how do you get into the universe? Mom, just a second.
This is the lowest I've ever been. Emotionally and physically.
Okay, it's time for an accident. You didn't have to work. She was sending us all day and night. She said 7 hours a day on the straight anniversary. That's how we keep those. Well, in the family time service. And now we're joining the winter. And she's going to watch the BBC's Quiet Infections for the 7th time. Until she falls asleep.
Having success in the advantages must be regarded as highly oriented discrimination.
Anxiety, panic attacks, and those disorders.
I'm happy now. I really want to know. Thanks. Come on.
Okay, so they decide they're going to hold this dumbass vote. And the Barbies learn about this, and Barbie is very depressed because Barbie realizes that all the other Barbies have been taken in by the patriarchy, and this is extremely bad. Now, here's one place where you have a serious continuity error in the film. So, Margot Robbie, who plays Barbie at the beginning, half the time she plays Barbie is kind of stiff like a doll, and half the time she plays Barbie is just kind of normal.
No, she played her role stiff at the beginning in the opening montage before she realized she had to travel to the real world. After she goes to the real world, her actions are normal and naturalistic. When she comes back to Barbie Land, her actions become stiff and doll-like again when she gives up hope and starts to accept and become complacent within the patriarchy. As in, her adherence to the ideological systems of Barbie Land is what makes her act doll-like. It makes perfect sense.
And so now she plays it super stiff like it all. She sits down, in kind of 90-degree position like a Barbie would, and she keels over in the 90-degree position. And it would be funny, except she hasn't been doing it the whole film.
Because she's giving in. The point is that her complacency in these systems is what makes her act doll-like. This is like 101 metaphor right here. She acts more doll-like when she is more a pawn of the system. Like, come on.
And the level of inconsistency and bad filmmaking here is just off the chart. They needed somebody to actually sit down with them and be an adult in the room, and no one was there.
Isn't this great? Wait till you see Bob. Beautiful country song.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you our new radio station, only playing his favorite song.
Who are you? I'm Alan.
Oh, you are Alan. That's great.
Don't tell me, Dan. I'm trying to escape. I cannot sit on one more leather couch. It's going to break my spirit. As soon as I figure out how to build that wall sideways and not just up, no one is going to be able to get in or out. So if we want to leave, we better make a run for it.
No, Alan, you can't go. Having a Barbie in the real world is what caused all these problems in the first place.
Not one person would care if Alan was in the real world. In fact, it's happened before. All of NSYNC, Alan, yes, even him. So come on.
Hey, you there?
What do you do? Just get in the car and keep it singing. Hey, man, you ready for anything? Who are you? I'm Alan. I'm Ken's buddy. Yeah, all his close fit.
Wait, you don't have a driver's license. This car doesn't have any. What do you mean? You gotta go. We have to go back. Barbie needs saving. Barbie needs saving. Wait, you hate Barbie. But you don't. You've always believed in what she could be. No, I was wrong. Barbie gave up. But Ken's won. You have to try. Even if you can't make it perfect, you can make it better. I can't make anything better. I'm going to ruin Barbie Land with my stupid drawings and books. They're not stupid. They're amazing. You like my drawings? They're weird and dark and crazy. Everything you pretend not to be. I am. I'm weird and I'm dark and I'm crazy.
Get out of here right now.
Shut up, Alan. We're going back. Let's go get my dog.
I'll never get out of here.
Where do we find Barbie? There's only one place she'll be.
So, at this point, America Ferrera and daughter decide they've given up on Barbie because Barbie won't fight for herself. And so they take off. And Michael Cera, for no reason, is in this film. And he's in the back of the car, and we don't know why.
Yeah, I'm confused about that.
And he serves no purpose other than to have a random fight scene. And also so that they can make a Trump building the wall reference. Right? They're apparently the Kens are going to build a wall to keep people from getting in or getting out. Now, here's the weird part. No one has ever entered or exited Barbie Land before. Why are you building a wall? What is the necessity for a wall? No one explains. It's just a dumb Trump reference so that everybody who is friends with Noah Baumbach and Greta Gerwig can laugh and nod like the morons they are.
That is not true. The film explicitly... oh my god, so many things are wrong here. First of all, Alan is a pure comedy character. He exists because his existence is funny. It was funny to have him beat up 50 Kens, so that's why it happened. For two, they were building the wall. The line was they had built one stack of bricks really high on one side of the wall, and they were like, if they ever figure out how to build that wall horizontal, it's over for us. For three, the person who asked the wall to be built was Ken because he didn't want Barbie to leave. Ken, the person who rules this society, loves Barbie and doesn't want her to escape back to the real world, so he wants to build a wall to keep her in. That's why. Also, the movie does talk about people having left before. The Mattel people talk about a previous incident where somebody left. But Ken is trying to keep Barbie from escaping. That's why they're building it. You watch the movie.
And so, the daughter and the mom, they decide, no, we have to go back and we have to save Barbie Land. They're going to save Barbie Land. And who do they go to? They go to wise, weird lesbian Barbie. They go back to Kate McKinnon and they ask her about this. And they bring Barbie with them. And they're going to try to figure out a strategy. How do they stop the Kens from winning the vote? Now, you might say to yourself, wait, aren't the women majority? Do they not have agency, the women? They have no agency, apparently. So apparently the women have no agency and they are a majority, and yet they have to be deprogrammed. They're going to be deprogrammed by weird Barbie and her crazy cadre of feminist heroes.
No, they're actually going to be deprogrammed by the mom. I forget the name of the character. The human mom who came over, because the human mom has had actual real-world experience with patriarchy, and as such is frustrated with contradictory expectations of women under patriarchy, and her talking about that is what makes Barbie snap back to it, because now they've been given an ideological inoculation to patriarchy. See? It's the same metaphor as before. See? They had no resistance to patriarchy because they're an idea space and that idea had never been exposed to them, but a contrary idea, which is feminist critique, is introduced to them, which exists as an inoculation, thereby giving them agency within a patriarchal system. It's almost like they exist in a cartoon world where their ideas are what shape the reality they exist in.
And this is when we start getting into the real. You think it's propagandistic so far? Oh man, wait. Here is where we get into like the real meat of it. Okay, so we end up with Barbie complaining. She's complaining to weird Barbie. And she says, oh my God, they've brainwashed all the other Barbies. They've brainwashed all the other Barbies. She says, quote, either you're brainwashed or you're weird and ugly. There is no in between. And weird Barbie says, tell me about it.
No. The joke there was that in a patriarchal society, you would only be considered to be one of those two things, which is doubly funny because Ben Shapiro is now making the point of the movie. The argument being made there is, under patriarchy, you can either be complacent or you can be a deviant, which gets you called, an ugly or whatever the other. The argument is that there are unfair standards placed on women, which Ben is perfectly reaffirming here by calling them man-hating, when nothing they do or say indicates man-hating. The movie shows countless instances of men being horrible, but at no point do they arrive at an ideological conclusion that men are bad. The movie rejects man-hating as a concept or as a potential solution. So Ben's making the point here. By being a sexist, he's sort of reaffirming the idea.
And this is the perspective of the film. Either you're a third-wave feminist kook who hates men, truly hates men, or you're brainwashed.
Hi, Barbie!
Hi, Ken!
There's no in between. There's no actual relationship between men and women. There can't be any sort of fulfilling relationship between men and women. There are no decent males in the entire film. All the men are garbage. The only man who even appears mildly is America Ferrer's husband, who's just kind of a joke. He's there for literally 10 seconds in the film making jokes about how he can't speak Spanish. That's his whole role in the film. Every other man is a piece of shit in the film. Every one. And so, this is the perspective of the film when you come right down to it. Either you are brainwashed or you are weird and ugly. And Barbie's like, yeah, that's what Barbie says. I mean, the only decent male is Alan, who apparently wants to wear pink and probably is supposed to be gay. I mean, I think it's supposed to be pretty clear from the film. Although, really the take of the film is that all the Kens are gay. That's really the take of the film, is that it's all homoerotic.
The patriarchy is kind of homoerotic for one, and also all of the Kens are independently courting Barbies. None of them are gay. They're all going after Barbies. This is just a total misread of the story.
In any case, the filmmakers are so insecure with even their own script that they then have the narrator jet in to say, Margot Robbie might not be the best person to make this point, right? Because Barbie's saying, I don't feel beautiful anymore. And they're like, Margot Robbie. They literally jet in to say, Margot Robbie might not be the best person to make this point. Then maybe you shouldn't have written the point.
Oh my God. One of the best jokes in the film, by the way. Barbie feels bad, and she says, I don't feel pretty, and then the narrator steps in and says, note, to directors, Margot Robbie, not the best person to cast to make this point. No jokes after the first minute in the film, by the way. He didn't identify this. He did. Maybe Ben Shapiro thinks that was like an actual like mistake in the film, like a edit that was left out, you know, that should have removed that. Like that was like a little print error, you know? I don't know how else to interpret it. This is very stupid.
Then maybe you shouldn't write it like that. Maybe you should not be a writer.
Dude, pretty women never say, I don't feel pretty. And if you ever have them say that, it's because you're a bad writer, even if you directly address it and use it to make a joke that makes lots of people in my theater specifically laugh. It's actually bad writing because that's illogical. You claim, excuse me, miss, you claim that you don't feel pretty when you are objectively very pretty and looking quite fertile. Who wrote this direct, excuse me?
Maybe you could do that. Okay, no. Okay, this is when we get the full bore thesis of the film. And guess what, guys? The thesis of the film, made by women, made for women, made starring women, funded by a studio that is largely staffed by men. The take of the film is that it is impossible to be a woman in the modern age.
This is going to be rough for Ben because he's going to do the, well, you claim it's impossible, but there are women in the real world. It's a speech on inconsistencies in the experience of a woman, how you're expected to be this and that at the same time, blah, blah. It's not about how it's literally impossible. It's about how it's impossible to meet all these expectations, which is true.
Absolutely impossible. And so we get this long speech of America Ferrera talking about how it's so difficult to be a woman. They want us to be this way, but not that way. They want us to be thin, but they don't want us to say that we're thin. They want us to earn money, but they don't want us to earn money. They want us to do this, and they don't want us to do that. They want us to answer for men's bad behavior, but they don't want us to offend men. They want us to do this, and they don't want us... Oh my God, it's so difficult to be a woman. So the same tried, truistic bullshit that they've been propagating in every new wave feminist film for the last 45 years in the United States is now essentially telescoped into this one speech from America Ferrera, including a few cutaway shots of Margot Robbie looking up adoringly at America Ferrera as she explains that it's super hard to be a woman. It's so damn difficult to be a woman. You know why? Because of the patriarchy, because of the men. That's the actual story of the film.
You're a writer. This year I got all eyes when I went in. You were trying to be harder, right? Oh my God. I don't even know how I got here. I don't deserve this. I'd like to thank Ken. I love you, Ken. The formula suit is this far. Why didn't the brainwashing work on him? I exposed you to the real world must have made you new. Either you're brainwashed or you're weird and ugly. There's no in between. City system. Get ready, kids. It's 48 hours or I'm not because they found us all. Hello? Humans, come on. And Ellen. Come into my weird house. Hi, I'm your Barbie. I split like a funky haircut. I smell like face. Oh my God, I am a weird Barbie. Yeah, you did. You made the weird Barbie take too long. It's cool. It's sugar daddy again. And you're not again. I thought this was the sugar daddy.
I'm not a sugar daddy. This is sugar. I'm not your daddy. And I had a match.
These were actual hints. More to 16 Barbies. Growing up skipper? Maybe not okay. Her was girl. Why did I get I have a TV in my bag. You know what that is? Nobody's turn. And that's Barbie, of course. She's not dead, she's having us to first. Okay, come on. Hey, what's wrong? I'm not anymore. What? You're so pretty. I'm not stereotypical Barbie pretty.
No, just silly, because Margot pays all the lessons cost you want to make this point.
It's not just that. I'm not smart enough to be an RSA. You're so smart. I can't do brain surgery. I've never done a thing. I'm not president. No one Supreme Court of me. I'm not good enough, friend.
Apparently, when Barbie and Ken went out into the real world, Ken got caught up in the whole misogynistic environment and became totally based. And he took that back into Barbie Land, and all the other Kens became based. And it somehow brainwashed all the Barbies into being Ken bitches. And this magical speech is what snaps them out of it. The inspiration stabbed them in the ovaries and shocked them out of their trad wife comas. Oh, God.
It is literally impossible to be a woman.
It's literally impossible to be a woman. You might argue that being a woman comes with incredible perks, especially if you're a hot woman. And bitch, you were talking to Barbie here, okay? She's meant to be the iconic hot woman. She's had multiple Kens following her around, salivating over her, doing her favors like free home repair on her Barbie dream house, probably gets her pink Barbie car oil change for free. I mean, I've seen the trailer. Basically all the Kens are simping for her because she's beautiful and she's still not giving up any Barbie poon. Every Ken in that universe has got a blue bollocks and they're still doing favors for her. Being a beautiful woman is like one of the best gifts you can ever get in society. So no, it is not impossible being a woman, especially one that's incredibly attractive. But maybe America Ferrera is actually talking about herself and her experience.
You are so beautiful and so smart, and it kills me that you don't think you're good enough.
Like I said, so beautiful, so smart. You've got the red carpet rolled out for you for life. Hell, you don't even have to be smart. You could be the dumbest bitch in Barbie Land and have a beautiful face and a killer rack, submit to this growing trend and join the growing army of OnlyFans thoughts, charge a hefty price per picture of poon, and you're set for life, selling your beauty to men. And other things, like posting out your rancid used undies so they can smell them for a fee, or pictures of your feet, or bottling your used bathwater, or any other one of the many avenues of streams of revenue that there are for women, exploiting their knockers and clams. She's not actually having a moment here where she doesn't think she's good enough. This is a crazy moment of fluctuating levels of estrogen, probably right before her period. Do Barbies get periods? Let's just go with Barbies get their periods.
Like, we have to always be extraordinary. But somehow we're always doing it wrong.
Oh, wow, f***ing wow, bitch, complain. We have to always be extraordinary, but somehow we're just doing it wrong. Who says you have to be extraordinary? Is this possibly your ego talking to yourself?
You have to be thin, but not too thin. And you can never say you want to be thin. You have to say you want to be healthy, but also you have to be thin.
Excuse me, have you seen the fat pride movement lately? No one's saying you have to be too thin. Feminism has been doing its damnedest to shove fat pride right down our throats, much to the detriment of our eyeballs, to the point where you can't hop on social media without seeing some whale with 50 folds of gunt fat hanging out of the bottom of her swimsuit proclaiming that big is beautiful. If you don't want to bang this, you're problematic. Or, I should be given 2 seats on a plane for free. Being morbidly obese is a mental health issue. And totally not, I'm just too lazy to exercise and I don't know how to shut my trap and stop swallowing food into my gullet issue. Now you will love me, respect me, date me, and not fat shame me, and allow me to possibly suffocate you in my sleep if I roll over.
You have to have money, but you can't ask for money, because that's gross.
How's that a feminist thing? You have to have money, but you can't ask for money? How is that a woman thing? You don't think men have been feeling the societal pressures of having to have money for like ever, and that for them having to ask for money feels like you're a big failure to your family, that you can't put food on the table and provide for them isn't a huge kick in the guts to your self-esteem?
You have to be a boss, but you can't be mean.
You have to be a boss, but you can't be mean. If you honestly think that, this is why there are not enough female CEOs. Because if you're the boss, you have to be mean. And if you want to be a boss and you're not willing to be mean, you're probably not going to do a very good job. So you need to get over that shit straight away.
You have to lead, but you can't squash other people's ideas. You're supposed to love being a mother, but don't talk about your kids all the damn time.
Who says that? Who says that? But from my experience, other women. Men don't give a shit. Other mothers are the most judgmental people out there when it comes to pointing out how you should be raising your children. Bunch of fucking Karens who think they know how to do it better than you do from their own personal experience. Well, their experience is not your experience, so what you need to do is just block that shit out. You just need to harden the fuck up and stop listening. Ugh, this whole speech is just whining. Can you imagine if America Ferrera as this character was your wife, that you had to live with this 24/7? She would make everything a problem. She would find every way to look at a situation and figure out how she's getting the raw end of the stick because she's not a man. This is the kind of shit that makes men want to turn away from women. You think they want to hear this shit? You think they want to go out to their jobs and slug their guts out all day to come home to hear you complaining about this feminist bullshit? No, bitch. No. Just do them a solid, make them a fucking sandwich, bring them a beer, sit them down in front of the television and leave. Go and do your own thing. Go find some hobbies. Because nagging him into the fucking grave is not one. And you wonder why they die first. God.
You have to be a career woman, but also always be looking out for other people.
No, you don't have to be a career woman. No one told you ever that you have to be a career woman. No one said that you have to have a career. A lot of women were quite content to just look after their families back in the day, which is rewarding and helps create solid family environments. But then also, and understandably, women got bored with doing that, so they wanted to go out and get careers. But then a lot of women were like, shit, doing two things at once is bloody overwhelming. Why do I have to have a career and take care of my family? You don't. If you can handle it, do both. If you can't handle it, do one or the other. But stop fucking bitching and complaining that it's men's fault that you have to do both and that it's so hard.
You have to answer for men's bad behavior, which is insane, but if you point that out, you're accused of complaining.
You have to answer for men's bad behavior, which is insane, but if you point that out, you're accused of complaining. You are complaining. And what exactly is the bad behavior that you're talking about? Because this well of bad behavior shit runs really deep with feminists. On the one end, you're looking at things like catcalling and grape culture, and at the other end, you're looking at things like male banter and locker room talk, and how that breeds misogynistic tendencies and disrespect towards women, and it should be stamped out. Like men just can't congregate in a group anymore and relax and talk about women and vent their frustrations about women, maybe even slag off women. And if you think women don't get in a group and have a good old chuckle at the expense of men, you're kidding yourself. So yes, you are accused of complaining, because in feminism, there is a lot of fucking complaining going on. From one extreme to the tiniest bullshit thing you can come up with just to have a go at men and point out that their behavior is problematic.
You're supposed to stay pretty for men, but not so pretty that you tempt them too much or that you threaten other women, because you're supposed to be a part of the system.
What the fuck? My head hurts. Why are you complaining so much? This is an ugly girl rant, because no woman ever who is that beautiful complains that they have to be too beautiful, or that they can't be too beautiful because they tempt men into doing shit for them, or that they can't be too beautiful because they threaten other women and make those bitches feel bad about themselves. They don't give a shit about the sisterhood. They're beautiful, bitch. This is an ugly woman rant.
Always stand out and always be grateful.
Oh, always be grateful. You're not grateful. You're a bitter, bitter, bitter bitch.
But never forget that the system is rigged, so find a way to acknowledge that, but also always be grateful.
The system is rigged. The system is rigged. Acknowledge it. You know why the system is rigged? Because the system is controlled by men. Men suck. God. Men. Men hurt my feelings. Men make me feel ugly. Men are always paying attention to the hot bitch and not me. Why can't he look at my flabby roll gunt and be just as turned on? Patriarchy.
You have to never get old. Never be rude.
Oh my god, this is basic human shit here. Never get old, never be rude. Everyone gets old. Everyone has that time where they look in the mirror and think, shit, what happened? Is that a grey pube? What can I do to make myself look younger? Everyone has to make the conscious effort to not be rude pricks so that it's easier to be accepted socially.
Never show off, never be selfish, never fall down, never fail.
Never show off, never be selfish, never fall down, never fail. Human shit. This is human shit. This isn't woman shit. You don't own this. Get over yourself.
Fail, never show fear, never get out of line.
Never show fear. If anything, that is a male one. Let's talk about war, baby. No, I'm sorry, men own that one. Men own the fear one. You can't claim that one over men. One of the scariest things I've ever had to do in life is give birth, and I got copious amounts of drugs to cope through it. No one was holding a rifle at my head and threatening to put me in a prison camp.
It's too hard. It's too contradictory, and nobody gives you a medal or says thank you.
Oh my god! When nobody gives you a medal in life, boo-hoo! You were one of those fat kids in school, weren't you? You know, one of those kids they had to give a medal to for finishing 13th place in a race just so they could feel special. What have you done? What have you done to deserve a medal over every other person on this planet who have their own struggles, who have to wade and navigate through their own shit? What makes you deserve a medal? What makes just women deserve medals? This feminist crap and this speech is one of the best examples I've ever seen at how feminism segregates men and women, how it pushes them away from each other with this resentment bullshit.
And it turns out, in fact, that not only are you doing everything wrong, but also everything is your fault.
Okay. I'm almost over this. I've listened to this for just a few minutes and I want to kill myself. It is so narcissistic, so egotistical, and so lacking in self-awareness. Everything is your fault. Cry. Harden up. Harden the fuck up.
I'm just so tired of watching myself.
I'm tired of watching you too. I'm completely tired. I'm at the end it all level tired of watching you. You think you're fucking tired.
And every single other woman tie herself into knots so that people will like us.
Well, stop giving a shit about people liking you then. Yeah.
And if all of that is also true for a doll, just representing.
I'm not watching this movie. That is honestly the first long scene I've watched from that, and I feel like some sort of feminist alien overlord named Empress Guntatron has tried to stick their tentacle inside my skull and remove my brains. You know, like in Starship Troopers by that fat bug bitch. That's what I feel like. That whole speech was incredibly counterproductive to your so-called feminist movement. If you wanted to get men to stop seeing women as complaining bitches, well, congratulations on your epic fail. Would you like some cheese with that wine? Get a clue.
I don't know. Wait. I did read a book. It's like I've been in a dream where I'm somehow really invested in the Zack Snyder cut of Justice League. But what you said broke me out. Really? Yeah. You're bad. She's bad. By giving voice to cognitive dissonance required to be a woman under the patriarchy, you brought that to power. Yes. Wow, I just thought about that. Hell yes, right, Senator Martin? No, this is your mom. Your mom didn't see me. We have to stop the kids. And you need to say all of those things to other Barbies. That's the key. But how are we going to get the Barbies away from their parents? We have experience with the world like this. Do you have a map of Barbie Land?
Barbie, coming back from the real world, is seeing the state of affair, and she starts a revolution. She starts a feminist revolution within Barbie universe against male patriarchy that has been instaured by the Constitution. And so they arranged this whole revolution through in the house of the weird Barbie, the Marxist lesbian Barbie.
And then they make a couple of other dumb references, right? The Zack Snyder cut. The men, they like the Zack Snyder cut. Wow, that's terrible. Okay, fine. Then they say, you know what we need to do? We need to disabuse all of these Barbies of the patriarchy. How are we going to do this? We need to allow them to live with the cognitive dissonance required to be a woman under the patriarchy. That's a line from Barbie. Now again, they keep doing this. They keep having Barbie drop these extremely literate and well-articulated lines, but she's supposed to be a plastic doll idiot. What is their actual strategy? So they have 48 hours to stop this vote, which shouldn't be happening in the first place because it makes no plot sense. Because the men are fascists and the women are victims.
Wow, that is low. Okay, here's the deal. It's not just about how they see us, it's about how they see themselves. Ken Land contains the seeds of its own destruction. First, you'll get Barbies away from their Kens. It introduces the decoy one who pretends to be brainwashed. That should be really cool. come back.
The people who forced to create these higher than the world as a whole.
But Photoshop is so hard, I just don't understand how to use the select tool.
Fine, you only use the select tool to create a design. Like a
My friend and I just really technical
One day I was cutting a candy steak.
Welcome back, man.
Then we were creeping out unready watch parties to our house. They gave me decoys.
You can tell them the difference in the Godfather, and then you'd love me to explain it to you.
Ooh, you're just watching The Godfather?
The Godfather.
I've never seen it.
Oh my god, you've never seen The Godfather? This movie is a rich blend of publicists like James and Frank, Barbie Debate, and John-Francois Gariépy.
Is that real or just talking about it?
You have to find a way to reject men's advances without candy or videos, because if you say yes, then you're trying. If you say no, then you're proof.
So Barbie, as the hero, who's really the antagonist, has to rebalance Barbie Land all the way back to the women and make the men homeless and subservient to them once again.
I don't want to. No. You confused about me. I just want to help my things.
Oh, you directed my program, see?
No, I'm not even there.
I swear, you're so shitty. But no, not to music. See, movies and the hypocrisy and all these real lines that sort of talks in the movie. I'm not trying to get into some
Wait. I would never do this. He wants me there. Yeah. Welcome back, Barbie.
Gee, I'm so awkward. I don't feel pretty at all.
We're shopping with those camera. Wearing glasses so that I can discover about your brain. Sure.
That one's easy to fix.
And then you're pretending to be terrible at every sport match.
Let me show you. Let me show you. You don't care.
We'll do this until every single Barbie is deprogrammed and ready to take back Barbie. Tomorrow, the candidates vote to change the Constitution, so we need to get there first.
The final stage will come to turn hands against each other. Now they have power with you. You make a question if they have enough power over each other.
So it looks like we use this bullshit that SugarTits was talking about earlier. Looks like we've lost SugarTits, but they use that to wake up all the other Barbies. Yay. Total bullshit, but it is what it is. It's a Barbie land, and they're waking up dolls.
What if this doesn't work? What if he doesn't like me anymore?
He likes you.
He was really upset.
Because he likes you. And because he knows deep down that you don't like it the same way.
So doesn't matter for him.
He took your house. He brainwashed your friends. He wants to control the government.
True.
Go.
Yeah.
Oh, that.
It's like I'm already.
Welcome.
It's so fun.
It's time.
I'm ready.
Thank you.
Here I go. Really great. And kids really are just better at ruling than Barbies ever were.
What did you say, patriarchy?
Yeah, well, I was thinking, I'm ready to be your long-term distance but commitment casual girlfriend if you'll still have me.
You just want I have to think about that.
Oh. Please.
Okay.
So they arranged this revolution, and the plan is to deceive men. The plan is to go back to acting like stereotypical Barbies. So for the morning that they start the revolution, they're gonna be super kind. they're gonna, and Barbie goes back to Ken and she's like, oh, I love you, Ken, so much. And Ken is like, because he's in now his new patriarchal self, he's like, I don't know if I want to take you back. Oh yeah, let's take her back.
I'll play this one.
Give them their dream country. And the peak of their happiness when they actually care about the song. You take all
and he plays guitar to her for 5 hours, and she stands in front of him like, oh, I love it so much when you play guitar. But they're faking, they're acting. This is all a plan for the feminist revolution to go by and for females to take back power in Barbie Land. So it's all a deception.
Not to worry though, because Barbie uses her newfound powers of feminism to free the other Barbies from the evil Ken's oppression.
He tricks, the Barbies end up going, you know what? If we can trick the Kens into fighting, because that's what boys do, they fight, then they won't be there to vote on who gets to rule Barbie Land. And so they trick the Kens into having a big war, and it's a big silly war, because there are no weapons in Barbie Land, so they're fighting with like tennis rackets. It's very funny. They're giving each other noogies and nipple twisters. And then the Barbies vote that girls should rule Barbie Land, and there are no boys there to countervote. So it's for kids. It's not for kids. It's about kids. It's about little kids. It's about the innocence of little kids, little girls.
What's the title of long-term business casual local and your girlfriend mean nothing? What do? We each every individual one of them off. No. We go to war. Against Marvel? Against the Kens. But we are the Kens. What was your part? We always something else that doesn't make a business. We don't know what we need. But when we're on the battlefield, when you say 10 4 o'clock, how do everything else can go together? See, has not been we attack at 10 o'clock and take advantage of the morning waves. But not so early, because we don't want to sleep in. Right. But what will we fight? We have no guns. Tennis rackets and volleyballs. And slap and mage-offs.
But somehow they've been given 48 hours to stop the vote. So what are they going to do to stop this vote? How are they going to do it? Well, they're going to separate the men and the women.
Barbie!
They're going to turn all the Barbies against the Kens.
No, wait, no? They're gonna turn the Kens against the Kens. The plan was to de-brainwash all the Barbies by giving the speech on the patriarchy, and then once all the Barbies were unbrainwashed and willing to talk again, they make the Kens jealous and combative with each other, so they all fight rather than voting.
So subtle. The symbolism is so subtle. Turn all the women against the men and you will save society.
No, they weren't turned against the men. They were given an inoculation against patriarchal logic. That was the point.
That's the message that you could be shoveling directly into the brain of your 8-year-old girl. They literally say this: get the Barbies away from their Kens. How are they going to achieve this? Well, they're going to make the men complacent and then take their power. This is how women have achieved power. Now, let me just digress briefly here in how women actually achieved power in Western civilization. The answer is that they lobbied men and men gave it to them. That is the actual answer as to how women achieved power in Western civilization. The amendment to the Constitution that allowed women to vote was passed solely by men because women couldn't vote. It turns out there are a lot of good-hearted men out there who like women and who want women to be able to live lives that they want. It turns out that many of us are husbands and fathers. Many of us have daughters. Many of us love the people we're married to. It turns out that that actually describes a huge number of Western men, that we are not your enemies. And yet the entire premise of the movie is that what actually happened in the feminist movement is that women seized the power away from the men. I'm sorry to break it to you, ladies, it ain't true. It ain't true. And this notion that women vote as a block is not true. Married women vote very much like their husbands, actually. Single women vote more like a block now than they did before. But it turns out that people are individuals, and some women vote one way and some men vote another way. But again, the idea here is very simplistic: men versus women.
No, it's not. The women and men don't battle. That's not what happens at the conclusion of the film.
Battle royale, and that's what this literally turns into, a battle royale between the women and the men.
No, between the men and the men. This scene we're looking at right here is not that. This is from the beginning of the movie. The end is the men fighting the men.
Getting the men to fight each other. They bring all the Barbies one by one. They distract them. They bring the Barbies in one by one, and they unbrainwash them. How do they unbrainwash them? Well, they tell them truths like, any power you have must be masked under a giggle. I have a question. I mean, I work with a lot of women. Do they feel like the power that they have has to be masked under a giggle? Was this film written in 1943? Who wrote this film? Well, we know who wrote this film. A feminist writer who gets paid millions of dollars to make horse shit.
Wow, what a shock. Incredible. A feminist writer has feminist critiques written into a feminist movie where they say things that are true, of course, feministly.
One of them says, you have to reject men's advances without damaging their ego. Or, theoretically, you could just reject men's advances and damage their ego, because what do you care? You have to pretend to be confused about money. Is this a real thing? Like, do women pretend to be confused about money so the men will explain it to them? This is all it's such a claptrap. And then my very favorite, do you want some pants? Because that's really what this is about, is women really, really want to wear pants. That demonstrates the power of the patriarchy is that men really don't want women to wear pants, and women really, really want to wear pants.
Love your leg warmers.
Nice ass cut.
And then it's, all the men being victimized, all the Kens being victimized by these various tactics, up to and including Ryan Gosling hitting on a trans woman, meaning a dude who has a voice deeper than Ryan Gosling's, which is an actual scene in the film, which is just great.
They succeed with this plan. The men eventually lose their mind and they go on dancing and singing, and they make a whole choreography where Ken is singing and he's like, I'm just Ken, I'm just Ken, I'm just Ken. And it's a whole bizarre musical part of the movie, but it works. It kind of works.
What? Change the Constitution.
Okay, so then, final step. Finally, the women have been disabused. So now they're going to play the ultimate prank. The ultimate prank is that they are going to turn the men against each other. How are they going to turn the men against each other? They're going to turn the men against each other by switching partners. They're going to get together, and Barbie is going to be with Ken, classic Barbie and classic Ken. They're going to be together, but then they're going to move on to the other Kens, and the Kens are going to start fighting each other over the ladies because they're going to switch over. Now, not to put too fine a point on this, but this makes no sense at all.
They were all at a campfire at the beach, all the Barbies and Kens, and basically, while being sang to by the Kens, the Barbies all pretended to be like interested in something another Ken said, and they all talked to the other Ken. The point was just to make all the guys petty and jealous with each other. This is a thing that happens in real life. I don't know what the problem is.
Because guess what would happen if a bunch of beautiful women decided to switch to other men simultaneously? You know what the men would do? They would throw a party.
What? If you were flirting with a girl and you loved her and you took her to a date by the beach and you were singing to her, and then mid you singing to her, she looked at her phone, laughed, and then went to go talk to another man without explaining to you what they had done, dude, I'm not even monogamous and I would get that's just rude. What do you mean? Is the joke that he hates women? What's the joke here?
The men against each other, and then we get a 20-minute long segment.
Wait, can we explain that? What do you mean? What do you mean they would throw a party if all the women they loved indicated casual disinterest by like flirting with other guys in front of them? Is this him talking about a cuck fetish? Like he's like, well, if I was with my beautiful wife and then my wife laughed and left me and went to talk to some other muscular man, I would throw a party because I'd get to watch. What are you talking about?
So they turn the men against each other, and then we get a 20-minute long segment of the Kens fighting each other using various implements ranging from like small bows and arrows with sticky cups at the end to tennis rackets.
Yes, it's a joke universe. At one point, two Kens, as you can see, have kind of like a Kamehameha off where they both flex at each other so hard they explode.
And that turns into a musical number. What does any of this have to do with the plot? Nothing. Literally nothing.
What does the climax of the movie have to do with the plot? What? This distraction is how they take Barbie Land back from the Kens, and the movie, the music video at the end was giving us an insight into Ken's emotional state and the reasons why he had done what he did, so that we could arrive at the emotional conclusion with Barbie and him talking? It's the climax of the movie and of the character arc.
It's just a 15-minute digression because they wanted to insert a crappy musical number with not particularly good dancing.
And because they're all dumb as fuck, she's able to trick them into fighting each other until eventually they just give up and surrender. Now, you might think that after all these wild swings between male and female domination, the logical way forward would be for Barbie Land to adopt a more equal system where both sides are given power and respect.
No, it shouldn't ever be like that. See, now you're arguing like an SJW. If that is your attitude, then we should just let women come in, as they've done, and give both sides their say about boys' spaces. That's the argument that you're making here. The argument that I'm making and that this movie is making is a fair one. Barbie is a space for girls. When boys enter the world of Barbie, which is meant for little girls and only little girls, they fuck it up. That's the message of the movie. That's one of the messages. The movie has many messages. We're saying the same thing. When women come over to boys' spaces like He-Man, they fuck it up. And they do it maliciously. No, the outcome of this is that the boys should go back to just being accessories for the girls, because that's normal. That's part of how a little girl grows up and develops. This isn't the real world, dude. It's Barbie Land. I mean, unless you want to play with Barbies, if you're making the argument that you want to play with Barbies, then I guess maybe you're making an argument that I'm going to have to consider. But that's not what the movie's saying. The movie's assuming that Critical Drinker and Ethan Van Sciver don't want to play with Barbies. And therefore, we have no business there. It's not our place. It's for girls. It's for little girls.
Perhaps teaching the audience that for all our differences, men and women are both pretty awesome, and maybe we'd do well to work together instead of unfairly elevating one.
How could you be so mad about this movie?
One group above the other. But nope, the Barbies go right back to being in charge of everything again.
Yes, as they should. That's right.
The Kens slide back into a meaningless, depressing existence of being irrelevant second-class citizens. And that, I think, is supposed to be a happy ending?
That's not how it ends, dude. That isn't how it ends, because, you know, the silly world of Barbie isn't enough for her anymore. Are you going to talk about how the movie ends?
Struggling to find the right words to properly express just how monumentally awful this film is.
It's like, seriously, it's got like a 96% from both viewers and critics right now. At least on Rotten Tomatoes, and I concur. It's a really, really good movie. It's a complicated movie with a lot of interesting messages. You just have to know, like, from what framework to take them. Oh, man.
This is a movie made by people who utterly despise men and masculinity, or any kind of traditional gender roles of any kind.
No, I don't think so. I really don't think so. I think it is saying that the way that girls grow up with Barbie is good for little girls, and boys don't belong there. It's not about despising men. Again, I think it really is like, you know, the problem is you came into the movie oriented wrong. You came into the movie looking for it to be a treatise about, like, gender equality, and that's not what this is. It's about, again, it is about the world, a fantasy world that little girls, in which little girls rule as this beautiful avatar, and boys are there. There's a Ken doll, there's an Alan doll, they made a few other dolls. So there are male dolls, but they're utterly irrelevant. They're not the ones that the little girls want, okay? And there's no sex between the two characters. Barbie and Ken dance all night, and then Ken goes, "Can I sleep in your bed?" And she goes, "Why? You can go now. This is my Barbie house. It is not the Ken house, it is the Barbie house." That is something a little girl would say. It's so good, dude.
So you're a woman who wants to be a mother or a homemaker? Screw you, fascist. You're a man who wants to be assertive, ambitious, confident, and successful? Well, that clearly makes you a misogynist, don't you know? It's so fucking divisive and unnecessary. It's like they had a perfect opportunity to unify audiences behind a simple message of reconciliation and equal opportunity, but they just couldn't help themselves. They were so filled with rage and hatred and bitterness that it just had to come spewing out onto the screen. As far as this film's concerned, women are simply amazing, and men and everything they do are utterly irredeemably shit. They might be grudgingly tolerated provided they play by the rules, but they have no inherent value and can never be trusted with any kind of...
You're talking about Ken dolls, dude. You're not talking about... You're talking about a little girl's assessment of a Ken doll, and you're getting mad about it.
Power or responsibility. And the only way to guarantee a peaceful and harmonious society is for women to be put in charge of everything and men to be docile, powerless
It's not a peaceful, docile society. It's a bubblegum land where they don't have any food or drink.
servants who exist only to please them.
The men do not please them. There's no sex in this world at all. They dance and they party and they go, oh, what's up, Barbie? Oh, I'm flying a rocket today.
Wow, what an inspiring message for impressionable young girls. The thing is, none of this would have been quite so insidious if the marketing hadn't done everything in its power to keep it a secret. I mean, for all their faults, She-Hulk, Ghostbusters 2016 and Captain Marvel all wore their feminist hearts on their sleeves. You knew exactly what you were getting into when you went to see them, but Barbie really is a wolf in sheep's clothing.
No, it isn't, dude.
Tricking people into watching it by promising one thing and delivering something very different. And I guess that's the thing that really struck me about this film. A lot of parents will have been duped into taking their...
Do not take your kids to this movie. It is not for kids. It just is not for kids. They actually say penis and vagina in the movie when to a bunch of construction workers wolf whistle at Barbie. She goes, I don't have a vagina, and he doesn't have a penis. It is for, seriously, teenagers. You know, don't take your little kids to this. The one criticism I'll have of this movie is that it's too, I mean, aside from the fact that it's rated PG-13, like, it is tempting for, you know, parents to bring their kids there, but it is not for little kids.
Daughters are along to watch this movie, probably expecting the kind of breezy, colourful, family-friendly movie that was advertised, only to find themselves confronted with this spiteful, bitter, mean-spirited pile of misandrous dog shit instead. And I can't help but wonder how many future man-hating psychopaths are going to be created because of this film. It's not very often that I say this in my reviews, but if you're a parent and you're thinking about taking your kids along to see Barbie, then The Drinker recommends you skip this one and do literally anything else with them. Believe me, you'll thank me later.
The Drinker, I recommend you take a nap, dude, because you're fucking 100% wrong about this film. And by the way, here's the thing. So at the end of the movie, Barbie doesn't, the world of Barbie isn't good enough for her anymore. She looks at it and she says, this isn't what I want. I think I want to be a person. Ken doesn't really want to be human. Ken's okay, like, you know, with his, he has kind of a realization that, you know, look, it's not Barbie and Ken, it's Barbie and it's Ken. Like, you're allowed to be somebody who is separate from me. You're allowed to have your own identity. And that's what Ken realizes, that he doesn't have to, he can decide who he is and be that thing. That's the you know, thing that he realizes about himself. He doesn't have to put on a show. He can just be Ken. I'm Ken. I'm allowed to be Ken. Not Barbie's Ken. I'm just Ken. So that's him. But Barbie wants something more. Barbie has experienced the real world and wants to go back. She wants to be a person. So she encounters the ghost of her creator, which was that scene actually kind of was very, very touching. She meets Ruth Handler, I think her name is, who is the woman who created her in the 1950s. And she says, you know, I named you after my daughter Barbara because I wanted to show her that she could be anything that she wanted to be. And, you know, Barbie's like, well, I want to be a person. You know, I want to be a person, but I don't want to live in this world of patriarchy. And Ruth says, Ruth, who is God in this movie, because Ruth created everything that you see, so she kind of represents this godlike character. She says, the patriarchy isn't real. It's just an excuse that people use to deal with how difficult life is. That is the ultimate message of this movie. The ultimate message of this movie is that, you know, hey, listen, you know, it actually says it. It says the patriarchy isn't real. And the patriarchy is used many times because Ken thinks that he's going to benefit from it. Ken believes that being a man, because he lives in a world of, he's been around all these girls, he thinks that he is going to automatically benefit from the patriarchy. But he finds that he doesn't. He finds that he needs qualifications. He needs to have merit. He needs to actually do something. Just being a man, contrary to what women say, is not enough for him to get advantage. He needs to go to school. He needs to learn how to save lives. If he wants to be a lifeguard, he needs to learn to be a doctor. If he wants to be a lawyer, he's got to do that. If he wants to be president, he's got to run for president. I mean, the movie is literally saying the opposite of what Critical Drinker was just saying. It's breaking down. The God character, Ruth Handler, says the patriarchy doesn't exist. It's just an excuse that people use, that come up with, to deal with how difficult life is. It's a concept humans use to deal with the complexities of life. So, I mean, that's ultimately what the movie is about. But it's also about the idea that in spite of all of that, it's still better. In spite of the fact that there's this bubblegum world out there. This is why I liked this movie. In spite of the world, the fact that there's this bubblegum world out there in which in which girls, women, absolutely rule, and they get everything that they want all the time, and everything goes their way. In spite of that, and in spite of the fact that, Ruth has just told Barbie that being a human is incredibly complex, Barbie decides that that's what she wants. After meeting some people and going to the real world and seeing how hard the real world is, she would prefer that. And what does that say? What is the ultimate message there? It's just saying that being a human is better than living in this silly bubblegum world of little girls that little girls kind of create for themselves. A world in which boys are not important at all. A world in which there is no such thing as love, and there's no sex and all this stuff. It's better to grow up and be a woman eventually. And you can do that. Barbie wants to do that. Ultimately, Barbie is an aspirational figure for little girls. And what this movie is saying is it's okay to grow up and be a woman after all. Even though we just listened to treaties about how hard it is to be a woman in the man's world and all this stuff, it's still worth it. That's the message of the movie. And it's beautiful. She's crying. She gets granted her humanity like kind of a beautiful Pinocchio doll. And the next thing you see, her new friends, her owner, and the little girl. And the little girl has kind of come around a little bit. She's kind of changed her attitude after spending some time with Barbie, which was nice to see. The Zoomer girl. They take her to her first gynecology appointment, which is another reason why maybe little girl shouldn't go see this. But she's a woman now. She's functioning like a woman, and that's how the movie ends.
Being so busy with their male things of acting and singing, they forget politics, and the females show up to the vote, and they take over Barbie Land back. They amend the constitution, and they remove the patriarchy. Now, of course, that is all very leftist in terms of themes, but what makes me say that the movie still isn't a leftist movie is that throughout this feminist revolution, you can see that Barbie has a discomfort. She's not truly within this, and eventually she will leave the world that she has led to female power coming back. She doesn't want it. You can see she's grimacing when the Marxist lesbian is presenting the plan. She's like, oh. It's very clear that Barbie is kind of outside of this revolution, although she participates to it, makes it happen. She realizes that this is also a plastic world. So the females having taken back power, there's a kind of equilibrium that comes from it, where you see the guys are super sad to learn that they have lost political power, but eventually they explain to each other that, hey, you went too far, we went too far, maybe it's better, we're still gonna be together. And one Ken is like, where's my Barbie? I'm gonna be alone. And eventually she shows up, and they end up settling a kind of equilibrium of the sexes that is nice to see. When you see this as the outcome of the movie, you realize that the females have taken back power, but they have learned the lesson that there was some good things in this patriarchy, that the tough behavior of males was attractive. That's what was drawing them. And so we reach a point of quasi-equilibrium where the females of Barbie world decide, all right, maybe you're not going to be Supreme Court Justice because you're just a guy, but we're going to give you some position. And the narrator of the movie at this point states, the males were giving back some power. They will have to work hard for a long time, but eventually they will reach the point to have the same amount of power as females have in the real world. Now, this sentence is, I'm looking at this sentence and I'm thinking about it. And this sentence is again another illustration of this pataphysics, this movie is out there. Because when you think about this statement, there's the leftist interpretation of it. Okay, so what you're telling me is women are oppressed in the real world. Barbie universe is an inversion of the real world. It's an inversion in that females have all the power and men are trying to get the power, but they are oppressed in that world. And that day that you propose where men will have equal power to what females have in the real world, that day is a day where men are still oppressed. That's the leftist interpretation of this movie. But the more based interpretation of this movie, of this sentence, would be the real world is constantly in oscillation, and currently females have a lot of power. And eventually, males of Barbie world will also oscillate up to too much woman power, and they'll oscillate back down. This movie seems that the second interpretation of the sentence is more faithful to the movie. It's more faithful because the movie is all about the equilibrium between the sexes.
And then what are the women doing during this time? The women are voting. The women are voting. So now we know the Democratic turnout strategy. The Democratic turnout strategy in 2024 is going to be to get all of the Republicans to fight with one another using tennis rackets while they go and they do the voting, apparently. So they go and they vote. After they vote, they reestablish exactly basically how it was, the matriarchy. The matriarchy is reestablished. And Ken, who is now really sad because he has lost his power, and all he wanted in the first place was just to be treated decently by Barbie. Is he treated decently at the end by Barbie?
Hold on. He didn't just want to be treated decently by Barbie. She didn't do... Oh, this is another funny thing. Okay, all Barbie did to Ken was rebuke his interest, but Ben is saying she mistreated him. See? In the feminist rant, he was like, what do you mean women are worried about the way men perceive their rejections? And then she, by just rejecting him, and he's like, well, why'd you do that, you stupid bitch? It's literally the thing. It's actually the thing. Barbie wasn't mean to Ken. She invited him over. She just didn't particularly care about him. You're literally validating the movie. You're reaffirming the arguments.
Of course he isn't. That would be silly. At the very end, he is told that he needs to learn to live without Barbie.
Yes, that's a good lesson. It was a one-sided relationship where he spent decades pining for her without reciprocation. That's the good, literally, he's like, how can feminists possibly argue that women just reject men? Why do you care if you hurt their feelings? And he's like, why doesn't she just live with him and marry him? He clearly wants her. Like, he doesn't know.
I just don't know who I am without you.
You're Ken.
But it's Barbie and Ken. There is no just Ken.
He, who was literally created as a doll to be with Barbie, he needs to learn to be apart from Barbie, and she needs to learn to be apart from him, because atomistic isolation and loneliness is the best way to find fulfillment, ladies and gentlemen.
Holy shit, this is literally like the incel conclusion. Dude, she wasn't interested in him. Are you seriously arguing that the conclusion should have been Barbie just accepting that being with Ken was inevitable and just been with him? The lesson here is literally Ken should be independent and self-actualized without the affirmation of one specific woman. And Ben's like, no, actually, I actually think she should have just given up. She owed him love. That's actually what he's saying here. He is arguing that he wasn't Ken-enough.
It'll be best for Ken if he never sees Barbie again. It'll be better for Barbie if she never sees Ken again. Secular humanism is at its finest. We've reached the apotheosis. Men and women don't belong together. They belong very, very much apart.
No, the end of the movie has the Kens and Barbies living together, and there's even scenes where the Kens and Barbies, like, date and get with each other. Like, right at the end, right after the whole Ken-Barbie thing, there's a Ken and a Barbie, and they're like, hey, want to get together? They're like, yeah, sure. Like, that's not even remotely the lesson here.
This is all topped off by Issa Rae calling somebody a mother. Again, perfect for your 7-year-old girl who loves Barbie dolls. Just perfect for her.
I mean, look, I've heard a ton of reviews about this. I'm not somebody who goes along to get along. I've heard a ton of people complaining about how woke this movie is, and this movie has woke elements in it. Because there are characters in the movie that are saying woke things, but the movie itself is saying something different. And that's something that you need to be able to differentiate. What is the film saying? Not what are the characters saying, because you have to decide for yourself if you can relate to that character, if that character is speaking for you. This film is very egalitarian in the sense that it's saying a lot of different things at once. But I think ultimately the message that it's trying to get across is that so much of what we hear about gender differences is bullshit. It's not true, because Ruth Handler said so, and she's God. And that in spite of all of this, being human and having these struggles and dealing with these complexities and how hard it is to be a woman, as this mother says, is still worth it. And it's much better, even though I think this woman wanted to go to Barbie's world and be a part of Barbie's world. She does. The real woman gets to go to Barbie's world, and she likes it there. But ultimately, Barbie would prefer to be human. And I think that's pretty good. It's great. The movie's good. It's not for me, okay? It's definitely not for most of you here. But to call it like a woke misandrist film misses the mark by a fucking mile. It misses the mark entirely. You don't understand. Like, how do you watch this movie and you don't understand it? And it seems like a lot of people don't. A lot of the reviews of this are stupid and illiterate, and I don't know what to say. It is silly. It is very silly. It was a great movie. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if this movie wins some awards. It's actually great. Now, I would prefer to see Oppenheimer. I plan to see Oppenheimer soon, but look, in order to confront this movie based on what this movie is actually saying and doing, you have to understand what it's actually saying and doing, first and foremost. I worry sometimes. I do worry sometimes because we can't just assume everything is woke all the time and therefore it's not good. What if this was not really woke and it was good? It had a good message. I mean, look, it is what it is. It's like if this were woke, I'd be blasting it, but it isn't. And by the way, even if it were, it's still a really smart movie. It's very nuanced. It's very layered. It's very clever. So it's a good movie. You feel sorry for Ken, because Ken seems like a really good guy in this. He seems like he's a really nice guy. He's a lot of fun. Barbie should love him, but she just doesn't, because she's not capable of it, because she's the avatar of a child who doesn't like boys. That's the whole gimmick here.
Please make this I want Supreme Court justice how I can do that. But we the lower Supreme Court judges, I love you, bro. Well, Ken's awesome. One day, Ken will have more power and influence in Babylon as women have in the world. Tell me something.
Okay, what about Olivia? She's not sure. She's not president, or maybe she is. Maybe she's a mom. Maybe she's not. Because it's okay to just want to be a mom or want to be president. Her mom is president, and mom was also not president. She just has gotten top, and she wants to get into it, kind of about herself.
That's terrible. Yeah. Oh, you're wrong. Fantastic.
Great. Cool.
And so we learn that men and women are supposed to be separate. They are not supposed to be together. And that maybe the matriarchy will allow the men not to be on the Supreme Court of Barbie Land, but maybe they can get some lower circuit court judgeships. This is what we learn.
Yeah, the joke at the end of the movie is that after the whole revolution business, they're now going to give Ken's power in government the same amount of power women have in the real world. So the joke was, oh, okay, we'll do equality like the real world, but because it's Barbie Land, the genders are reversed, so it's still a matriarchy because the Barbie Land is literally an ideological reflection of the status of the real world. It's a projection of attitudes that are put into it. So their equality is imitating the real world, just reversed because it's Barbie Land. It's a joke, but it's a joke that acknowledges inequality.
And we learn, one day the Kens might have as much power and influence in Barbie world as women have in the real world.
Yeah, that's the joke. The joke acknowledges the inequality of the Kens while pointing out the existence of the patriarchy in the real world and makes fun of both by having a solution that isn't really one, but is still better, and that is the joke. The concessions, the small benefits.
Because, of course, women are again, just absolutely subjugated in the real world. You think that's the end of the movie? Wrong. This thing has more endings than Lord of the Rings. So, ending number one is we find out that Ken is going to live apart from Barbie and he's going to find himself in being Ken. Ugh, the utter joy of self-exploration. Next, we get an ending in which the CEO of Mattel, who's been completely sidelined. You remember the CEO of Mattel? Remember he was supposed to be chasing them into Barbie Land for no apparent reason? So he's now in Barbie Land. We don't know why he's there.
He came there to get Barbie, to rid Barbie of the anomaly that led to the problems, and they're not framed heavily because they're mostly side joke characters whose plot isn't that relevant to what happens.
Or what he's there to do, except that we need Will Ferrell in the movie to provide no laughs. He doesn't provide any laughs. So he shows up. His motivation throughout this movie has been completely inconsistent. He started off wanting to put Barbie back in Barbie Land so that they could make money. And then he is told at one point that when Kens have taken over Kendom, they will make just as much money. He's like, no, that cannot be. I'm an ideologue on behalf of women. And then he arrives, and he is told that America Ferrera wants to make ordinary Barbie, which, by the way, would sell 0. Anyway, that will be profitable, and so now he wants to make ordinary Barbie because he's back to being uber capitalist, evil capitalist. He's making money off Barbie because, again, Mattel are bad guys, but they're also the good guys. They're kind of bad guys, but they're mostly the good, but they're a little bad.
Neither the bad guys nor the good guys. They're a comedic frame of the company and a way of representing the internal hypocrisy in their ideas. They are money interested and insincere when they claim to be feminist, but there is still some sort of like emotional enthusiasm for women's products specifically. The point is that they're inconsistent and bumbling. They're a joke entourage. Every time they're on screen, jokes are being made. They're not a consistent character in terms of ideology because it doesn't matter.
And so that's ending number 2 at this point. So we have the Barbie Ken ending. We have the CEO of Mattel ending.
These aren't endings. This is why you can't be a screenwriter. These aren't endings. These are conclusions to arcs. That's not the same as an ending. An ending is when you have something that seems to be the end of the movie, and then the movie continues, and then that happens again, and then that happens again. That was the Lord of the Rings trilogy. That's how that ended. You're just describing the ends of arcs of characters. These arcs didn't end in ways that implied the end of the movie.
But he says, we'll make ordinary Barbie, and then girls all over the world will know that ordinariness is fine and okay. Because it's not that girls play with Barbie because they think that she's beautiful and it's aspirational. No, it's bad. Okay, so then we have ending number 3. And you think you're done? Wrong. We're now 2 hours deep into this piece of shit. And we have now dug halfway to China, and we are going to keep digging. So we have ending number 3. Rhea Perlman shows up to lecture us all about the patriarchy again. you haven't heard it enough. We gotta beat this sucker into the ground. We are going to take an axe, the blunt end of the axe, and we're just gonna beat this thing to death. We're just gonna beat it to death. So, Rhea Perlman shows up because Barbie, it turns out, she spent too much time in the real world. That was the patriarchy and was terrible. So terrible that she wanted to stop it from happening in Barbie Land. But now she wants to go back there because she actually learned some feelings over in the real world.
She doesn't like being a doll. She likes the idea of being able to grow and change. She specifically says, in a line that I find quite meaningful, that she doesn't want to be an idea. She wants to be the one who makes the ideas. I think that's a pretty compelling argument for being a human over being a doll, personally.
So she decides that after all, this whole story was just Pinocchio, that she just wants to be a real boy. And in what can only be termed a sort of bait and switch, at the very end of the film.
This was set up since the beginning when she saw the old woman at the bus stop and all the pain and joy humans felt. There's a point early on in the movie where Barbie is sitting at a bus stop and she turns to look at a woman next to her who must be like 85. She's ancient. And Barbie is looking very sentimental and is just sort of reflecting on the world that she's in. And after a brief pause, she says, "You're beautiful." And the old woman says, "I know it." The movie is deeply humanist in a way that Ben must hate because he's a demon. So that must like really grind his gears. But it hits on these points pretty consistently, where the things that Barbie values are change and growth in human experience, not being consistently beautiful. Mattel wanted them to cut that scene, but they fought to keep it. That's based.
Just to please the core audience, which is moms and daughters, they insert a bunch of footage, I kid you not, like home video footage of moms and daughters playing. That's what it is, like people living their lives in female ways.
So Barbie is about women, so they show women, but the scene isn't for little girls. I don't think the scene would have made sense to little girls. Guys, the scenes they show of mothers and daughters and of women broadly grow in age. It's not just about seeing mothers and daughters. It's about seeing humans die. That's the end of this movie. Barbie has a conversation with her creator, and her creator essentially says, if you want to be a human, this is what it means. It means a lifetime of feeling, and then you die. And Barbie says, well, yeah, that's what I want. It's a legitimately good scene. It's a humanist one. And it's one that Ben could never understand because he's a demon.
Because Rhea Perlman is going to show Barbie what it's like to be a human, and then Barbie is going to say that she really wants to be a human just like you. Just like you.
No, the woman doesn't want Barbie to become a human. Barbie says she wants to become a human, and the woman, Ruth, says, I can't in good conscience let you make this decision without knowing what it means. And then she projects into Barbie's mind a vision of death. And it's meant to be a deliberate contrast from the beginning of the movie, because in the beginning of the movie, Barbie is knocked out of her dull, dreamlike state by having irrepressible thoughts of death. But at the end of the movie, the thought of living a human life and then dying is something that makes her feel comfortable. The whole arc of the movie is about her growing and changing to a point where she's so set on the experience and on the value of that experience that it's not something that causes her anxiety anymore. There's so much meaning that he's just leaving on the table there because he's so stupid. This guy couldn't write screenplays for a puppet theater. He doesn't know anything.
And so they hit you with the nostalgia play.
It's not nostalgia. She's envisioning her own death. It's not nostalgia. They're not even scenes of mothers and daughters playing with Barbies. It's a scene where she's thinking of her own mortality.
At the very end, the whole movie, which should have been nostalgia and about moms and daughters, instead, the entire movie is not that. The entire movie is instead about how men are evil and terrible. And also Mattel is evil and terrible. And then at the very end, they shove in this little nostalgia play in the hope that they can buy back the audience at the very end of the film. And Barbie decides that she is going to be a real woman now. Now, when she goes, that's ending number 3. There's still one more.
I didn't want to see this movie because I thought it wasn't going to be, I thought it was woke. I didn't want to see it because I thought it was going to be a piece of shit, because I'm hearing lots of messages from people who are saying this is a piece of shit, including Ben Shapiro. And shame on Ben Shapiro, he should be smarter than this. I really don't understand it. I don't understand how he is going for this too. I mean, if it were bad, I would tell you. If this were a piece of misandrist shit, I would tell you. It isn't. You have to understand. It is about little girls and how they feel about Barbie and Ken. That's what it's about, dude. What do you think the intent of the movie was? To hate on men? Do you think they said, let's get together and let's make a movie that, like, hates on men in a real cute way? It's... Why they don't have to use Barbie to do that if they wanted to do that. The movie works in context. It makes complete and total sense. Everything that happens in this movie is appropriate. It's commentary on how little girls play with Barbie. That's all it is. And like what Barbie, like the other thing that's really fun about it, or not fun but interesting, is that the woman, the mother, the Gen X mother who grew up playing with Barbie, like she loved the world of Barbie. As they're driving into the Barbie village for the first time, she's like, I saved up for that treehouse. I babysat and saved my money and bought that treehouse because it's there. Like, she's a big Barbie fan, and I think she's disappointed with how the real world turned out, how her life turned out, because it wasn't as good as Barbie. It wasn't as good as this fantasy world that she, believed in as a little girl. And so, that's a commentary too. It's very, very interesting to say that, little girls have this aspirational idea and then real life kind of beats them down. And then they search for excuses like the patriarchy. But as Ruth Handler says, patriarchy isn't real. It's just an excuse. It's a coping mechanism for how tough real life is. It's brilliant. Really, really, really good. I mean, all I can say is, don't judge it without having watched it. I want you to watch the movie, and I want you to remember what I said about it. And I want you to watch the movie and see if you disagree with me. I think you'll agree with me.
Now, that is so that becomes Barbie world. This kind of settling down of, okay, we went too far as female, we went too far as male. Let's reequilibrate things, and love will guide us further. Now, this movie, the sense of the movie, you kind of have to dig. The leftist painting of this movie is very thick, but you can get there. Now, at this point, Barbie sees that Ken has no sense of himself. And that is one part of this movie that I don't like. It's that they separate, basically. She says, you have to find the true Ken, and I have to find the true Barbie, because Ken is desperate and he's like, I mean nothing without you. I would have liked if Ken and Barbie kind of found a resolution. But they kind of separate, and Ken stays in Barbie world, or we don't know his whereabouts from there. And Barbie says, like, you have to go out there and find the real Ken. And there's this whole very leftist, feminine interpretation here, where Ken slides down a slide and finds his real self. I'm Ken, I'm a man, I'm the real Ken. And he finds himself, the true self that females told him to be. That's kind of sucks, because the true Ken is whatever you were in patriarchy world. It's the guy with a mini fridge. Now, Ken is presented in this moment as a super conflictual psychology type of guy, where he goes to cry to the shoulder of Barbie, and he says, I really didn't like those mini fridges. They only take a 6-pack of beer. They can't even store more than this. They're ridiculous. And so he kind of denies the patriarchy as being him. That is a very female moment of this movie. I would simply discard it. Sometimes these big productions, they just insert these things to satisfy leftists, and fuck this.
Take that. I don't feel like Barbie anymore. Come on.
Thank you. Thank you, Barbie. Thank you.
So, when that happens, when she goes to when she goes into this white area that's supposed to be heaven, because the person who she saw, Rhea Perlman, is actually the person who actually created the doll, and we're supposed to be this was supposed to be a secret.
That's not framed as a secret at all. They joke. They're like, yeah, we have the ghost of the person who made Barbie on like floor 13 of the headquarters. It wasn't framed as a secret even remotely.
Because the Mattel was run by men, but the big secret all along is that a woman created the doll. News. It's not a secret. She was CEO of the company for 30 years.
They mention it directly. They explicitly state at the first Mattel scene that they had a female CEO in the 70s. This isn't a secret. They just say it. It's not. Oh my God, man. Oh my God.
CEO of Mattel for 30 years, like 1945 to 1975, until the IRS caught her for tax evasion or something. The big reveal that the patriarchy said that it created Barbie, it didn't.
Oh my God, Ben. Did you even watch the fucking film? They didn't say the patriarchy created Barbie. You got something wrong with your fucking hearing. Jesus fucking Christ. It was never stated, it was never hinted at, it was never said that the patriarchy created Barbie. What she said, if you fucking listen, is that the patriarchy is an excuse created by people who can't fucking deal with the real world. Clean the wax out your fucking ears. Jesus fucking Christ. Why the fuck do people listen to you? If this right here doesn't prove to everyone that Ben Shapiro does not fucking pay attention, then nothing will.
No one thought the patriarchy created Barbie.
No one thought that because no one fucking said it. You fucking moron.
Again, don't bother with facts, don't bother with sense, don't bother with chronology, don't bother, none of it matters.
I'm stunned. I'm fucking stunned that you just said those fucking words which wholeheartedly apply to your fucking self. Don't worry about facts, Ben says, while spewing out not one fucking fact, while not listening to the fucking movie, while misquoting the fucking film, hearing what he wants to hear. You fucking dickhead. Seriously, it's like he didn't even bother going to the film. Maybe he just stood at the fucking cinema, took his happy snap, and then went home, read a few reviews, watched a few reviews on YouTube, and then made up his own fucking mind based on other people's opinions. Because it certainly doesn't feel like he watched the fucking film. My God. And if you're hearing this, Ben, and you see me on Twitter, just block me. Because I really don't need to see your bullshit now that I know that you can't fucking critically think. Jesus, it's almost as bad as Matt Walsh. He didn't see the film, has no plans to see the film, but he based his entire fucking review on this moron Ben Shapiro's opinion, who obviously hasn't got the cognitive ability to understand nuance. Jesus Christ, what is fucking wrong with the Daily Wire?
The Kens are lovable. They're not bad guys. You know, the Kens are really good guys. They just don't have a real place. It's like it's hard to get a masculine foothold in Barbie's world. You understand? Because it's a world for little girls. So these Barbies, or these Ken dolls, they're just accessories that dress like flamboyantly gay men. I mean, they don't have penises. Like they don't, like, the world isn't real, so they can't even surf. The water is plastic. Like, they don't, like, it's they don't belong there. That's the message. They're just accessories that don't belong there. It's not misinterest. But other than that, they're really, all the Kens are likable. It's not like they're telling Barbie to fuck off. They dance with Barbie. They play with the Barbies. You know, they want to be with the Barbies. But they want to be more important to the Barbies, and they're just not. They can't be. Because it's not their world. Barbie is woke because to some degree, the idea of diversity makes sense for Barbie. Okay? because of the way that girls play as opposed to the way that boys play. Barbie dolls should be multicultural. They don't have to just be white and blonde, blue-eyed. They represent what a girl could be. And they don't have personalities. There's no character. Barbie is not a character. Barbie is the name of a doll, which is kind of a totem. It's an avatar for a little girl. So multicultural Barbie completely makes sense within the context of the toys, because they are multicultural and because the purpose of them is literally to represent a little girl. And the movie's really clever. I mean, it really is kind of cool. The actors act like the dolls would if you threw them on the floor. Like, they'll fall down, like flat, face down, with their arms at their sides. Ken didn't have a human that loved him the way that Barbie did. So Barbie had a human owner that really loved her, and so she already felt welcomed and she belonged outdoors. But nobody loves Ken. That's the whole thing. There are no people, there are no girls out there that are like, I wish my Ken was real. Barbie is for little girls. It is not for boys. It is not a world in which men are equal to women. It just isn't, and it shouldn't be.
Ethan, I just want to bounce back to a point. Just because something is diverse and multicultural doesn't mean that it's automatically woke. I mean, when diversity is done well, you have people from all different races and nothing is forced down your throat. There's no agenda. I mean, just look at the current series, Warrior. It's based in the 1800s. You've got people coming from China to find work in America, to build the railroads. You've got the blacks in America that aren't allowed in the bars, and you've got the Irish that, they too have got their own stories. And so it's diversity done well. Doesn't mean it's woke. So I just wanted to touch on that point.
I'm not sure what else you have. Always considered Barbie. I think they're good in us. He's a Barbie. He's always very much interested. And I'm they really have to try. Maybe it's some of the easy one. Yeah, Barbie. You understand that humans only have one thing. Ideas that prevent humans so much. You know that. Being human can be pretty cool. Humans make things up like patriarchy and Barbie. Just feel how it is. I'm sad. And then you talk. Yeah. We hurt the people that make me nothing but me. How do we imagine already the idea of citizens? I always knew that Barbie was toxic, but never expected this. Do you need permission to come here? You don't need permission, but you're creative. Don't control me. I can't control you. Anyone can control me. I need with her, Barbara, and I was told for you like I will for her. We must stand still to our lives and look back to see how far they've come. So maybe it's not something to ask for, or even more, I just discover I am. I am the conscious that it's just without you knowing what I need. Take my hands.
So at this point, Barbie meets her maker. She meets God, basically. But her maker is the old woman who conceived of Barbie back in the days. So this is where it gets the most based part of this movie. The maker of Barbie says, I've made you in plastic. I've made you stereotypical. No one can be as beautiful as you because I made you artificially. Like, I made you to be the most beautiful. But she also says that the world is like this in many ways. She says the physical world is like this. People have their idealistic views of themselves and others and expectations, and it all gets into a fake image of what people really are deep inside. But she says still there was a function to Barbie. It was giving people dreams. It was young girls creating attachment with a figure, with a model, and that is not bad in and of itself. So then she gives the choice to Barbie of either continuing to be Barbie or becoming human. And Barbie really wants to feel and really wants to get engaged with the reality of being human. So she gets the pass from the maker and becomes human.
You know, Ken has his arc too. Like, he's like, listen, I feel like I don't exist around here. I feel like I'm not important at all. And I'm going to find out, when I visit the real world, I'm going to find out how to be a man so that I can mean something in my life. And he finds out that his perceptions of what men are advantaged, how they're supposed to be advantaged in the real world, are not true. They're lies. But he scoops up a whole lot of, he's got like the Ken, what's it called? He makes a Ken dream home. It's basically Barbie's house, but he added like saloon doors to it and like big screen TVs and shit and motorcycles and stuff. I mean, all this stuff that, like, you know, little girls would think boys like. You know, it becomes kind of like, like when the Kens take over, the Barbie dream house world becomes kind of like a little girl's idea of how annoying living with their brothers is. It's toxic masculinity if toxic masculinity were about little kids, like little boys. Like, oh, you're so annoying, you know, like that kind of thing. See, at one point, the only thing that existed for little girls to play with in terms of dolls were like Shirley Temple dolls and baby dolls to teach them how to be mothers. But imagine this idea of making a leggy blonde in a bathing suit, like an adult woman. Like, that's ingenious. Like, nobody thought of that before Ruth Handler. And Barbie just took off. It took the world by storm. And little girls were like, I don't want to pretend to be a mother. I want to pretend to be this beautiful woman. And I don't see why that's offensive to Critical Drinker. The overall message of the movie is that first of all, a girl's fantasy world needs to be protected. That's important. So the Barbie, it's not as though they're saying Barbie's world is bad. They're saying it's simple and it's for little girls. And all of that, and it's important, and it does need to be protected as such. There shouldn't be any kind of invasion by men changing it, either the executives at Mattel or a Ken doll insurrection or anything like that. It's good. It is a good, pure thing. But these little girls eventually have to grow up. And you grow up and you understand that, like, as wonderful as this fantasy world of, you could call it bubblegum feminism if you want to, in which girls rule, as wonderful as that is, being a person is better. Being an adult is better. The real world is better, and it's worth giving up your childhood things for. So abandon Barbie's world, just like Barbie did, and just become a woman. Because I mean, if you're a girl, don't become a woman if you're a fucking guy. But grow up and be a woman and join the world, okay? I think that's what the movie is saying, ultimately. And it's saying that that's a hard thing, but it's a good thing. And that excuses, again, like the patriarchy is an excuse. It's not real. It's just a coping mechanism for failure and for how hard the world is on everybody. Women think that they have it tough, so do men. Men have it really hard. It's not easy to be a man.
I 100% agree, Ethan. I would never become a woman because I'm a man. God forbid.
Estoy muy orgulloso de ti. Orgulloso de ti. Si te duele.
So, Barbie is now sent back to the real world, and she is now going to experience the apotheosis of what it means to be a human woman. So we've learned early on in the movie, when she goes to the real world, she's catcalled by a bunch of the construction guys, and she says, I don't have a vagina. And she, again, amazing line for your 7-year-old girl. She'll love it. So apparently, when she is turned into a real woman, she has now grown a vagina. So the first thing that she does is she goes to the gynecologist.
Why would you ruin the punchline of the joke by saying that right away? She's with the mom and the daughter, and they're both wishing her good luck, and she gets out of the car, and the implication is that now that she's a real woman, Barbie's gonna have to get a job, like an actual job. So she steps into this building, and she goes up to a receptionist behind a desk, and she's like, oh, hello, my name's Barbie. And then the receptionist's like, what are you here for? And Barbie looks down smiling, and she's like, I'm here to see my gynecologist. And it's very funny, because the one big physical difference between a Barbie doll and a human woman is obviously the fact that Barbie dolls don't have genitals, because why would they have those? So the joke is, you think that after all that big scene where they talk about humanity and accepting her death and accepting everything that comes along with being human, that she would like have this big meaningful finale. But no, it's a joke about having a now, and then the movie ends. And it's actually really good, and it's why Ben can't argue that this movie takes itself seriously, because it doesn't.
Because ladies, the apotheosis of your being is not motherhood. We got rid of that at the very beginning.
We're not talking about the apotheosis of motherhood. We're talking about a joke to end on after an extremely contemplative and emotionally heavy finale. This is the final joke. The finale happened. It was her accepting to be human.
And it's not being a wife or a partner, because women are supposed to be apart from men.
No, they're not. Why would male aggrievement? Why? How could you end the film on her being a mother all of a sudden? Oh, you're gonna like the final scene is her being knocked up? What do you mean? She's doing the first thing you have to do before you get knocked up. You go to the gynecologist. Have that reading.
It is your vagina. It is that you go to the gynecologist. Ladies, this is what makes you the most human you can be.
That's not what is said in the film. It's just an end joke. Because you expect it to be super significant and meaningful, or some kind of step towards normalization in the human world. But the joke is that now she has a pussy. It's funny because it's like, oh, you're right. Now she does have a pussy. She would have to do that. Also, according to transphobes, having a pussy is the most important part of being a woman. So, you know.
Is that you go to the gynecologist. Now, I could point out here that that's really transphobic. That according to the same people who made this movie, not all women have vaginas. And not all people with penises are men. I could point that out right here, because it obviously conflicts with the very ending of the film. But instead, I'm going to go with this one. At the end of all of this, they've boiled down. They have a whole conversation about identity and death and meaning. Right? This whole conversation. What does it boil down to at the very end? What it boils down to at the very end, apparently, is being biologically female is the only thing that matters.
This has nothing to do with the movie. This is just complete, like, moonshot logic that has nothing to do with anything. Because Ben is a propagandist, everything he says has to be an epic own on feminism, so it doesn't matter. He'll manufacture literally anything, any narrative at all, you know? It's insane. It is literally like a joke. Again, you have multiple minutes of the emotional conclusion of the film where Barbie accepts her own death, and then the final shot is a joke meant to leave you on a lighter note, and the joke is something that is trivial but obvious. If Barbie's becoming a woman rather than a Barbie, she's gonna have a pussy, probably. So she goes to the gynecologist. And that's it. That's it. The rest of this is psychotic, completely psychotic.
And that's it, kind of. That's it. Like, it all just boils down to a lady at the gynecologist. That's female power. Female power is Barbie goes to gynecologist. which I don't know about you ladies, but that seems like that's not like the most feminist message, that lady parts are the entirety of the lady. So excellent job. And with that, we end the film, and then we have the glossy, credits with a Nicki Minaj song, a Nicki Minaj version of "I'm a Barbie Girl in a Barbie World."
Barbie succeeds, although she goes into the real world, gets herself a vagina, and the other Barbies, though, they stay and they get their houses back, and the Kens are once again second-class citizens with no rights and no power, which, according to Greta Gerwig, is how women currently exist in today's society, which is such a laughable message that once again it comes across as satirical, and you end up laughing at the Barbies, not rooting for them or sympathizing or empathizing with them.
She becomes human, and then she's immediately thrown to a meeting, and the whole thing is presented super grand, like she's entering a big building, and you think, what, is she becoming a CEO or a Nobel Prize like she was dreaming at the beginning of the movie? But no, she's entering a clinic, and she's been driven there by her Mexican family, and she's entering a clinic, and she says, "Hi, I'm here to see my gynecologist." And there was a key narration before we see this scene. The narrator, who is probably the maker of Barbie, she says, so she changed the plastics of Barbie world for the plastics of LA. And she enters the clinic and she says, "Hi, I'm here to see my gynecologist," and that's the end of the movie. So Barbie, I think we can see this movie as a crisis of a teenager, because someone that lives in the idea of a teenager or child becoming an adult and understanding the real game is reproduction. And yes, I can have some critics of the ideological structure that I had built as a child. The Barbie that I had built as an object in my mind. That is objectification of woman. But the fact is, I'm still an object even when I get into the real world. And the only thing I can do as an object, the best thing I can do, that's the moral of this movie, is to get knocked up, get a baby, and raise them the best I can. Because ultimately, it's not a problem to be an object. It's not a problem to be idealistic. It's not a problem to have dreams that are bigger than reality and that cannot be achieved, because on your way to realize your dream, you're going to become a reproductive female, and you're going to participate to the most important thing in life, the maintenance of living being, the continuity of the species, the continuity of life. That is quite a lot. That is quite a heavy content, intellectual content for a movie that presents itself as the Barbie movie. So all in all, I give a rating of 8 out of 10. It is cringe when it's leftist, but ultimately it is a good movie. It is an okay movie. 8 out of 10. It is an heterosexual movie. I stand by it. It is as good as a Barbie movie could be. As good as it could be.
I mean, I thought I was going to do a scathing, hateful review of this movie, and I was thoroughly engaged by it. I was charmed by it. I thought it was a really smart movie. And I don't think there could be a better Barbie movie. I'll put it that way.
This movie started off as Barbie, and it was Weird Barbie. It was the toy that was handed off to Noah Baumbach and Greta Gerwig, and they played with it too hard. They decided that they were going to turn it inside out. They're going to rip off the hair, they were going to shave it, they were going to make it ugly, they were going to put all sorts of makeup on it, and then they were going to throw it out in the public. Now, those of us who are on the right, we look at the politics of this movie, we're like, man, so it sounds like a double sandwich. It doesn't sound like a Big Mac, it sounds like a double Big Mac. Right? It sounds like the plot is crap and characters are crap, And the humor is crap. And then on top of that, the politics are crap. But you're missing the point. There's a reason this film has 91% on Rotten Tomatoes. And the reason is, if you are on the left, you can make one of the world's most boring, crappy comedies. You can waste an extraordinary amount of money and talent. You can waste some of the great IP ever created. But as long as you slather it in a bunch of warmed over glorious Steinem nonsense, the critics will just salivate over you. They'll pretend that this is an actual good movie. So here's my prediction in terms of market. The marketing campaign for this movie has been astonishingly good, right? If you walked into this movie and you knew nothing of what I just said, what would you think this movie is? You would think that this movie was probably something like the Disney movie Enchanted, but with Barbie. It's going to be Barbie in Barbie Land, and then it's going to be Barbie in the real world, and it's going to be charming, and it's going to be funny, and it's going to be warm-hearted, and it's not going to be vicious and cynical, and it's not going to be what morons talk about at Hollywood cocktail parties. It's just going to be fun. It's going to be a place where a mom might be able to take her 7-year-old or 8-year-old girl and enjoy themselves together, and then walk out with their arms around each other. You might think that's what it was going to be. And undoubtedly, millions of moms and their daughters will think that. That's what you're seeing at the theaters. That's why you're seeing everybody wearing pink to the theaters. It's become like a Star Wars kind of thing, right? It's an actual cosplay of it. The number of moms who are going to take their daughters back to the theater week 2, good luck with that. Really, good luck with that. Hollywood decided to empty out its own IP here. They decided they were going to take a golden piece of IP and they were just going to smash it and turn it into Weird Barbie. And I got to tell you, and this is going to have some ramifications for Barbie the brand. I don't know why Barbie the brand would hand this property over to people who clearly hate the property. In the real world, the patriarchy rules. Men are really bad. Women need to separate off from men and hate men in order to be unblinded to the patriarchy, and then they can overthrow the patriarchy and create paradise. That is the thesis of the film.
Then, not only are you completely fucking wrong, but now that we've had the benefit of hindsight, your prediction was wrong too.
So with that absolute mess of a storyline out of the way, the reason why I actually thought this movie was fine and I actually chuckled along for most of it was the fact that the messaging, again, so extreme, so ridiculous, so current day in the way that it tries to play victim culture that it just came across as nothing but satirical. The whole cinema was laughing along with Ken. These are the women in the cinema because it was just women and me and my mate. But we had our stories ready in case anyone questioned why we're here. Oh, we're just a couple of regular gay guys just watching, just pink, and stuff. We had that down to a T. We were out of there before Chris Hansen started coming around the back and asking us to take seats and shit. Anyway, but they were laughing along with Ken. The audience were behind Ken. Whenever there was a feminist moment, or at the end there's a big feminist speech, which is ridiculous because it's just a woman venting life, what life is about, every struggle that we as people go through in life. But all of those messages that were read out, did any of the women in the audience go yay or woo or clap or anything? No, silence, absolute silence. All the laughs came from either slapstick humor with Margot Robbie or the bulk of them, Ken. Ryan Gosling as Ken, who was just hilarious. Every delivery of a line, every look, every little movement and nuance, he absolutely nailed it. And not only did he nail it, but you really wanted him to succeed because ultimately all Ken wanted to do throughout the whole movie was just be there for Barbie, be there for the woman he loved. He would do anything for her. She only had to ask. And that's the crazy thing about this movie, because at the end, when balance is restored to Barbie Land, i.e. the Barbies are in power and the Kens are subservient, Margot Robbie goes off into the real world alone, with nobody. And Ken is left in Barbie Land alone, but with hope that he can now be whoever he wants to be and no longer has to dote over this intersectional feminist twat waffle. The messaging that Greta Gerwig was trying to get across was failing miserably. And this uber feminist attempt of a movie came across as based as fuck because it clearly demonstrated everything that's wrong with modern day feminism. All the women being cheated out of wonderful relationships with wonderful men for the hope of going out into the real world alone to get a career and no children, alone, to displace themselves from the family, alone. It made them sad, lonely, and pathetic women. Women who were more consumed with revenge, even though they'd gone through absolutely no struggles in Barbie Land whatsoever. Revenge on the Kens for bringing equality to Barbie Land, for bringing happiness for both Kens and Barbies together, making the Barbies want to be with the Kens and the Kens wanting to be with the Barbies. He thought all of those things were bad. That love and relationships and settling down and working together as a man and a woman was bad. So it was laughable. Nothing but absolutely laughable. And it just showed exactly what is good in life. Being with somebody, loving somebody, getting together, becoming a family together. Her message went completely in the direction she didn't want it to go.
Oof, as you're almost there. Not quite, but almost.
They said, all right, we have to pass the checklist. We have to touch on all these themes. We have to give the diversity hierarchy actors everything they want. We have to have fat, handicapped, black, brown Barbies. They made everything fit. There's even gay Kens at the end. I mean, just old gay Kens. And they made all of this, but then they still cemented the heterosexuality, the reproduction, the baby making as central to this movie. And the very end can be said to be, well, okay, Barbie didn't get with Ken, but Ken was an ID. Ken was an ID that exists as much in the head of young leftist woman, young Marxist woman. Ken wasn't the real man with the real dick. In fact, Ken had no dick. So he was an ID. And he was a construct of the exaggerated toxic male that exists in the head of the little Marxist girl. And what happened at the end is that Barbie understood she has to get injected sperm from a real Ken. She has to find her Ken in reality. And the Ken of reality will have parts of him that are toxic masculine, parts of it that are feminine, but it's going to be a real Ken. So they kind of totally saved at the end. They totally saved my heartbreak that, hey, why is it that it doesn't work with Ken? It's like if you understand the full framing of the movie, which is Barbie world is in your imagination. Barbie world doesn't exist. This is a teenager female growing into an adult female. And as she grows into an adult female, she understands that engaging with the imagination of the Marxist on the gender war, it's all plastic, leave it behind. So let's not forget that this movie doesn't just say capitalism is evil, Barbie world is capitalism and misogyny. They also pack into Barbie world, the Marxists, they are their own plastics. They are their, they are the ones who made the original Barbie, the Barbie where females had too much power. And as such, her becoming pregnant is accepting reality that you're not going to go far in life if you let yourself stop from the reproductive line just because some Marxist child is telling you that this is objectifying you, this is reducing you to a baby producing machine. All of this is the whole ideological baggage in this movie is taken by Barbie, left behind to exist in the ideological world of Barbie universe, which is not a real world anyway, and where Ken doesn't have a penis anyway, and get the penis in reality. That's why, 8 out of 10 is actually conservative, because 8 out of 10 is because of the cringe. But if you talk of just my view of this movie, how I laid it out, and if you remove some of the Marxist crap, I would give it a 9 or 10 out of 10. This is a good movie.
JF is more on track with what's going on, but he seems to be a little bit too concerned about making babies.
the fuck is this shit? A bunch of grown men talking about a Barbie movie for over 5 hours? Hey, morons! Fucking morons! This movie wasn't made for you.
Oh, g'day, Undoomed. Pull up a chair. Let's chat about Barbie. So I take that as a no.
The movie is from the perspective, Barbie's world exists in the imagination of little girls, right? It doesn't exist in the real world. It's not a representative of how society should be. Adults, might be charmed by Barbie's world, but it would be regressive to go and visit Barbie's world. Barbie's world is how little girls see boys, and they see them as annoying or irrelevant. Okay, so Ken exists. All the Kens exist in Barbie's world. But they're just there. They hang out, they party, they have fun, they play together the way a girl would play with her Ken and Barbie dolls together. They dance and they party. But at the end of the night, when Barbie's about to go home and go to bed, Ken's like, "Can I come with you?" And she's like, "No, it's Barbie's house. It's not Ken's house." It's from the imagination of a little girl. So, boys are just not important. They're not the focus of the story. And the Kens in the story kind of deal with it to certain levels of, the way girls think boys are, with kind of like mock aggression. Like sometimes they'll fight with each other, but it's silly fighting. Ken is a little girl's idea of what men are or boys are. Do little girls hate boys and men? No, sometimes they do, I guess. I hate my brother. But that's what it is. It reflects that. It isn't like an adult aggressive attack on men at all. It's the opposite of that.
Whenever I do film reviews like this, lengthy film reviews of movies like this, the left is always like, "Why are you taking this so seriously? How dare you take this so seriously?" Well, because this is a movie where hundreds of millions of dollars will be expended to get people to watch it. It has a heavily political message. It is explicitly designed to divide men from women. It has these negative messages directed at kids. It is supposed to be a kids movie. It's rated PG-13. It is not marketed to PG-13. It is marketed to PG. It is marketed to moms who are going to skip the PG-13 rating and bring their daughters there anyway. It's a culturally relevant moment, a very culturally relevant moment. And so the entire left's attempts to play the face tattoo syndrome, watch as we take a piece of children's IP and wear its skin around like a mask like Hannibal Lecter, and we notice it, and then they're like, you noticed it? You're obviously very upset. I find it upsetting when material based on children's IP, marketed to little girls, actually ends up being angry feminist claptrap that alienates men from women, undermines basic human values, and promotes falsehood all at the same time. And I think a lot of people are going to have a right to be mad. So we'll see what the income trajectory of this film is. By the way, it's just going to die in China. The overseas market for this film, good luck with the Chinese Communist government putting their kids in front of this sort of stuff. It is not going to happen. Final rating. Out of 10 Barbies, how many Barbies? 10 out of 10 being good. The answer is negative all the Barbies. Negative all of them. I honestly, just as a piece of film, this sucker goes in like my bottom 10 ever. Ever. It is that bad. Not just because of the politics, because the plot makes no sense, because the writing makes no sense, because the acting half the time makes no sense. The entire film is a dog's vomit. It is a dog's breakfast of film. So yeah, I'm gonna go with negative infinity Barbies. It is that bad. If 10 out of 10 Barbies is like the stereotypical Barbie, this is Barbie head atop the robot body made by the weird kid from Toy Story 1. That's what this is.
There's even a reference to the blue pill and red pill. as Barbie crosses the universe, the Marxist lesbian Barbie presents her with two shoes. And one is like, you can take this pink shoe and remain Barbie forever, or you can take this ugly brown shoe and see the reality of LA. That is so funny. That is so funny. I love this movie. I love this movie. Oh my god.
Margot Robbie was perfect as Barbie. She's an absolutely gorgeous, beautiful woman who's very talented when it comes to acting. She nailed the role. It was brilliant and perfectly made for her. Ryan Gosling, the star of the show, by far stole every single scene that he was in, and he was in plenty. And if they go off and do a Ken movie, that could be one of the funniest things that we've seen in a long, long time in Hollywood, believe it or not. Will Ferrell was in it as the CEO of Mattel, and he was great. It felt like he was ad-libbing every single solitary one of his lines, and if he was, they were all zingers, because every time that he was on the screen, it was just hilarious, and you were just laughing along with him. Other than that, you had Kate McKinnon playing the weird Barbie, although there was another weird Barbie with a slightly deeper voice, but we won't go into that because YouTube doesn't like us to. And they were just, but it just kind of fit Kate McKinnon because she's just a weirdo anyway. But the acting was fine. The performances were fine for the most part. And there was plenty of jokes and yucks along the way, whether they were intentional or non-intentional. And I think there were plenty of times that Greta Gerwig was hoping that we were going to frown at Ken and Ken's desire to bring the patriarchy to Barbie Landville type of place. But it ended up with us laughing with Ken, with us supporting Ken, with us wanting Ken to succeed, with us empathizing with Ken. Oh dear me, Greta. No wonder you're trying to cover your ass with these bases here, because I think you really wanted to produce something that woke Hollywood would turn around and go, so stunning and brave. When ultimately you showed exactly how stupid and ridiculous intersectional feminism truly is, and you just ended up making an unintentionally based as fuck film. I thought it was all right. I did.
Shit! It's over! Fuck being nice! Fuck this shit!
Fuck off, Ralph.
There are fight scenes in this movie that are fucking hilarious. Involving Alan. The fight scenes are fucking hilarious because they are somewhere between a movie that actually professionally tried to do a nice fight scene, but also this kind of crazy movie that doesn't care and that makes it funny. It is I was fucking laughing my ass off just the way Alan at some point in the revolution he just goes full ninja onto 8 patriarchal construction workers. It is kind of laughing at the history of ninja movies. There's so much in this movie. It's crazy. You should definitely watch it.
We've all seen Barbie, and well, it's become an absolute behemoth at the box office. It's currently sitting at $472 million worldwide, according to Box Office Mojo. This movie is well on its way to making $1 billion. I'm going to hold my hands up. Couldn't have called it. I did not predict this. It's a strange world that we live in. It really is.
Oh, YellowFlash, how you doing? What do you think of the Barbie movie?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
Well, at least he's honest.
Discovering I was naive to ever have assumed that I was going to get something like Small Soldiers, but for girls, which... No, it would have been something. Do you guys remember the Malibu Stacy? No, that's Simpsons. Who the Wendy, I think they are in Small Soldiers. The little Barbie dolls that get experimented on and turned into like soldiers. But you know, beggars can't be choosers with films, and so I ended up watching a film that I never could have predicted would have been written the way it was. And then I come out of it and I'm like, all right, that was that. And then I start hearing people thought it was funny. And I was like, shit, I'm in the wrong dimension again.
Oh yeah, just a side note. Remember, this is Mauler. This is the guy who went on a rant when it came to Star Wars about objectivity versus subjectivity. So just keep that in mind, because hearing him talk about Barbie, it's quite disappointing. Or should I say, rather revealing.
We all go cross over into different dimensions, you know.
And then I was told,
this, and away you go.
The film has loads of heart. And I was like, no, how could you say that? Don't invent organs. That's just fucked up. And then, of course, on top of all that, I get told, you know what? Made some interesting points. I was like, all right, I'm out. That's it. I'm done.
Oof. If there was one reviewer I was waiting to hear a decent review from all angles about this movie, it was Mauler. But I guess subjectivity and objectivity only applies in certain areas. Other areas, it would seem his brain is also affected by his ideology. Such a shame. Or maybe he doesn't want to give a different opinion than the group he is with. Maybe he doesn't have the balls to go against the group that he is with, unlike Ethan Van Sciver, who tells it as it is, regardless of his own ideology. Don't get me wrong, I love Mauler, but there's only two possible reasons I can see for this kind of an answer. The first is, you have to be fucking stupid. And I know Mauler's not stupid. The second is, you're going in and you're blinded by the ideology. Therefore, you're only seeing what you want to see and taking out of the movie what you believe you are seeing and missing everything else.
People often talk about, like, oh, the mask slipped with this one. And it's just, you know, the whole conspiracy thing. But this, it's like they just took the mask straight off.
Yeah.
And let you see the horrifying monster that lay beneath it, like right from the first frame of that movie, and just never let up. And yeah, I just never expected it to be this blatant and this upfront about what it was and how much it hates men. Like, it was genuinely surprising.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Drinker. It doesn't hate men. And what's genuinely surprising to me is I know you would have seen Ethan Van Sciver's review of your review. And for you to still think in this closed-minded, blinders-on mentality and not see what he's been saying, to literally have the same fucking opinion after knowing and hearing what Ethan Van Sciver has said, but not reevaluating your own position or attempting to see the film from a different viewpoint or vantage point. It's just unbelievably stupid. I mean, you have to be fucking stupid. You're not stupid, are you? I didn't think you were stupid, but I'm starting to think Drinker is stupid.
As much as there was horrifying creatures in the film, they provided a knight in shining armor to the audience. He didn't make it in the end. He didn't quite come through, but I was rooting for him in the movie.
Yeah, this was like a one flew over the cuckoo's nest kind of scenario here. Like, Ken was the absolute hero of this one. He just got destroyed by the system. Yeah, horrible, absolutely horrible movie. And yeah, the people saying like, oh well, it's actually a subtle critique of modern feminism, because, you know, you get the woman who I think the mother who sits down and has that big old moan about everything that's so difficult about her life. You know, it's like, it's so hard to be a woman. Like, you can't be too skinny, but you can't be too fat, but you can't be too skinny either, and people judge you constantly. And, you know, it's like, is this what it is? Is it just a therapy session where they just want to complain constantly? But then as I was watching it, I was thinking, man, most of these issues that you're highlighting don't come from men. They come from other fucking women. Like, the people that are most likely to judge you and put you down and make you feel insecure about yourself is probably not going to be men, because they're just not that interested. They're not that aware. It's other women constantly putting you down. Like, if you want to look for the source of your problems, look in the fucking mirror. But, like, the movie doesn't even have that level of self-awareness. It's so bizarre.
Yeah, well, we had SugarTits cover that rant, and I agree with that. Most of that applies to both men and women, human stuff. But the point being this is Barbie World, a world created by the imagination of females, children, young girls. And because this is a matriarchal society fantasy world, they needed to use that to snap the Barbies out of it. And I disagree. I think this movie is more than self-aware. And I'm baffled that you, of all people, can't see this.
I feel like shit.
Monday, happy days. Wednesday, happy days. It's just Friday, happy days. The weekend comes, but I go home. It's just one of those days where you don't want to wake up. Everything is you don't really know why, but you want to justify. Ripping someone's head off, no human contact. And if you interact, you're like it's on contract. Your best bet, just knock it off, you scumbucket. It's just one of those things.
Now that Barbie is a vagina, would that be known as a bonus hole? Because you know me, I want to donga and spread my super berry.
Oh, fuck off, Tonka.
Dead air.
I'm losing my cool.
There was a tweet I saw once that was like, so easy for men to go out on the town and stuff because they can wear the same outfit every fucking night. It doesn't matter. Women, on the other hand, we have to wear a new one every time. And then there was a response like, men couldn't give less of a fucking shit if you wear a good dress every single time the same one. We don't care. It's the women who care. Like, they're the ones that go, you're wearing the same dress? Oh my god.
Like, most of the time we're not even aware of these things. We don't notice things like the way you do. But it's like we're somehow getting lumped in with this.
And it comes from such a Los Angeles, Southern Californian perspective too. So I mean, I can't imagine how this plays out in the rest of the world. But you know what? It was a movie made for woke white women, and there's plenty of them, and they made a lot of money. But for anybody who claims to be based and walks out of this movie going, "Oh, it's fine, it was funny. There's no problems with it." Are you kidding me? This thing could have been. Like you mentioned, normal, like Clueless or Legally Blonde, two funny movies, right? That's what I thought it was going to be. I kind of thought it would do well. I didn't think it would do this well, and it had a lot of opportunities to be that, and it wasn't. I talked about it before we started the show. It reminded me a lot of The Boys. A lot of people they take shots at both sides in this one. Like, for one, they don't take shots at both sides in Barbie. They just don't. And in Boys, I think Ryan put it best. When they take shots at the right, it's with lead. When they take shots with the left, it's like with a water pistol. I mean, that's pretty much what this film is. But there's definitely a market for it. That's undeniable. You know, and honestly, if there's going to be a bunch of intersectional feminism, I'd rather be in a Barbie movie than anything else, than Rings of Power or Star Wars. Because it obviously can work in one thing, but it doesn't work in others. Now, I don't know how much it'll work going on, because I thought the first third of the movie was fine. It wasn't great, but I'm like, okay. I chuckled a couple times, but then as soon as they get in the real world, it digresses into just garbage.
And the circle jerk is now complete.
It never really deals with the whole toy aspect of it. Like, the closest you get is just the fact that they get played with in the real world and it can physically damage them in Barbie world. Like, whatever. But then that doesn't even hold up because it only applies to certain people, apparently. So, whatever. Like, there's no eternal logic to this.
Besides showing you an example of a doll being mistreated and all of that jazz with Weird Barbie, and there are other Weird Barbies in Barbie Land, just in case you weren't paying attention.
Showering in Barbie World has no water. It's like, see, it's like dolls. You're like, okay.
Well done, Mauler! Well done!
Yeah, and then it's really unclear, like, the whole, like, okay, do they have, like, reproductive organs or not? Like, because, like, how do you exist in the real world if you don't have them? Like,
what do you mean it's unclear? They tell you in the beginning of the film, when they go into the real world, we don't have a vagina, we don't have a penis. They're dolls. And at the end of the film, she gets a vagina because she wants to be human, more than a doll. How aren't you fucking getting this? You can't be this fucking thick.
I guess they ship the Barbies over to Barbie Land every time they make a new one, even though that would never make any sense. Like, Barbie Land should be filled with fucking hundreds of thousands of dolls.
Well, Mauler, I'm assuming it is, based on what I've seen. Do they have to show hundreds of thousands of dolls? They showed enough. They showed enough dolls to say, hey, there's a lot of dolls here. Do we need to see hundreds and thousands? Would that be better for you, Mauler? Use your fucking imagination, my God.
It should, and like if it did reflect what happens to them in the real world, like some of them would just suddenly get crushed or set on fire or like eaten by a dog or whatever. Like it would just, it would be horrific. But none of that happens.
Sure, they could have recorded Barbies melting and being thrown around and getting ripped apart, but this is a Barbie movie. They showed you enough so that you could use your imagination and fill in the blanks. Unless, of course, you can't use your imagination.
Because people could be like, why are you even talking about this? Mechanics of Barbie Land. It's like, they fucking told me what they were and they were stupid. They could have just not had anyone talk about it. Because Barbie Land could have been a protected area of a different dimension that Mattel looked after. But if you remember, there's even a line where a guy's like, so is this an alternate dimension? Is this a place you can go if you're really far? And then they just go, yeah. Like the joke, of course, from Greta Gerwig at that point is, whatever the hell you need to think it is what it is. But it's like, yeah, but you keep telling me what it is, and it's stupid as fuck.
Oof, Mauler, what a way to miss the point. I mean, seriously, if these are the things you are concerned about in the story, then you've missed out on the story.
It always feels like it's undercutting its own message and it doesn't really know what it wants to say. Like, you know, Barbie meets the girl that supposedly plays with her and she's like a fucking anarcho-communist feminist activist because of course she is. And she's like, oh yeah, you're a symbol of consumerism and capitalism and you ruined like the feminist movement and all that garbage.
It doesn't undercut its own message and it knows exactly what it wants to be. You just got to be prepared to fucking listen. Clean the wax out your ears. Pay attention. Just because the daughter is a fourth wave feminist Nazi character doesn't mean the movie is that. You are familiar with characters that are completely one thing within the story of another thing, right? Because, I mean, seriously, at this point, I'm not even sure anymore.
It gets especially weird when he's like, we've got to do something about it because, you know, untold things that you could never imagine will go wrong. And then he's told, actually, this is working out. The Ken Casa House Moto Dojo thing, it's actually selling off the shelves. And then he's like, no, this is bad. Does Barbie World
somehow influence the real world as well?
I have no clue.
So like, if you invent something in that world, does it just suddenly spring into existence as a new toy line in the real world?
Wrap your head around this. Two geniuses, two critical thinkers, trying to figure out what happens to the real world from an imaginary world after the story has already told you we don't know. We don't know. So the story has already told you we don't know. Anything could happen, but these two geniuses are trying to discuss it. Let that sink in.
Leave it to tone-deaf actors in Hollywood to make me not want to see a movie that I already had no intention of watching.
Oh, g'day, Joe. Joe from Real Shift. How you doing?
I want everyone to be honest. From the moment a Barbie movie was announced for a 2023 release, we knew that somehow, some way, the people involved would take the movie in this direction. It's a compulsion at this point. I'm sure they couldn't even help themselves. This is Barbie's first movie, and we can't just have fun with it. We have to make it a statement about gender roles. Let me be very clear about this. Messages have always been a part of movies, we know that. But we all know that it's not about the message, but how that message is now being delivered in modern movies that's the problem. Modern Hollywood is absolutely clueless as to how to deliver a message in a nuanced and subtle way. No, they have to come right out and say it. We know that everyone who's going to watch this movie is a dip. So just in case you peons don't get it, this is what our movie is about. Idiot. You see, they have no faith in their audience to come to these conclusions on their own. So in effect, nothing in modern movies is left open to interpretation. There's also the small matter of injecting these messages into places where they don't really belong. Now, I understand that translating a toy into the medium of cinema, you're going to have to come up with a story, otherwise what's the point of even making the movie? But I'm going to go out on a limb and say a movie like Barbie should probably be fun first and foremost. And in this day and age where people are steadily growing tired of overt and heavy-handed messaging in their movies, maybe it would be a better option just to keep things like this to yourself. But once again, like I said, they can't help themselves. They have to make their doll movie morally superior to everything else that's coming out right now. Because those cultural brownie points on Twitter are more important to them than showing audiences a good time. It's just so forced and frankly lazy at this point, and absolutely no one asked for this. So Kate McKinnon and Margot Robbie did an interview to, I guess, promote this movie, even though they're going about promoting it in the most questionable way possible. Margot said of the Barbie script, "I thought exactly like, this is genius, and they're never going to let us make it." Yes, because Hollywood is all about shutting down female-led movies right now.
All right, Joe, I'm gonna pause you for a moment, and I'm just gonna throw a few things out there. Let's firstly presume that the author of this movie intended this movie to be nuanced and make a couple of messages about things like the patriarchy not existing, it being an excuse for women who feel that the real world is too hard to deal with, which is said in this movie. Let's also assume that the author is also trying to make a point about feminism going too far. And so there's a few points within this film about that, aka how the younger generation has gone off and what they believe Barbie is, the rant that the daughter does. So let's just assume for a moment that the author isn't stupid and she knows what she's writing, and she is doing this intentionally, knowing full well that there will be extremes on the left and extremes on the right that won't get the nuance, which she can't do nothing about. She can't help them. Those people on the right and left that are too far gone, they're too far gone. Look at Ben Shapiro, for example. So let's assume that she's writing this to get the message out, to show that both sides of the extreme is wrong and we need to come back to the middle again. And she's talking about gender roles, that, yeah, there are things that males need to do and females need to do. Let's also presume she knows what she's writing when she speaks about the message about the patriarchy doesn't automatically give men jobs. They have to earn that too. That's explicitly shown in this film. So let's go and read this comment again. "I thought exactly like, this is genius and they're never gonna let us make it. What a shame." What if she's referring to exactly what this movie is meant to be? Deconstructing the feminism, showing how bad it is, showing the patriarchy side, showing how bad that is, and telling people that we've got to be more in the middle, a little bit more central and accepting and forgiving. And she's saying, God, this Hollywood lefties, they're not going to let us make this fucking film, which is a shame because this movie is genius. So that's something I just want to throw at you. And yeah, you can read the comment however you want to read the comment based on how you're going in to what you believe this comment is supposed to be meaning. And granted, we've seen Hollywood and the lefties and they inject their shit countless times in movies. So that hasn't helped because we're expecting to read shit like this in a certain way. But what if it's not meant to be taken that way?
She continued, "It's not just that the movie is unexpected. I think it's like Greta kind of pushes it in directions that I didn't think they would let us go in. And I think a big part of that was acknowledging the things that people find problematic about Barbie, as well as things that people love about Barbie. I think I speak for a lot of sane people who might be watching this video right now when I ask this question. Who are these nut jobs who are looking for problematic things about a doll? I mean, does the fact that she dresses in pink all the time trigger you? What is it exactly? Maybe you just have too much time on your hands and you're overthinking things a little bit. But hey, that's just a theory.
After watching the movie and hearing the rants that were put in the movie specifically to characters of certain generations and reading what she posted here, for me, what comes to mind is the younger generation or the extreme feminism that sees Barbie as a problem because she's so beautiful and she's so feminine and this and that. The entire rant that the young girl, the daughter in the movie, goes off on Barbie at. That's where that daughter's arc begins in the movie, by the way. It ends in a different spot, but that to me is what they're referring to in this post when they say the problematic things about Barbie. They want to address what the extreme feminism has said about Barbie in this movie. That's not a bad thing, addressing that and saying, dickhead, wake up. That's not what Barbie's about.
To be clear, I have no issue with them taking this story in unexpected directions. I think that's a good thing. But when you insinuate that you're addressing things about the character that people in 2023 find problematic, to me that's when red flags start going up everywhere. You are showing me and everyone else who is paying attention that you had an ulterior motive when making this movie, and that it's really not about honoring who Barbie is and has always been. After mentioning how Ken is nothing more than an accessory with no real story, which is a nice touch to this conversation, by the way, Kate McKinnon chimed in and revealed the script is, quote, about how, like, gender roles deny people half their humanity, and how, like, we need to just, like, be ourselves, and it's, like, a very powerful message. So are we, like, denying Ken's humanity by, like, calling him an accessory? Or does that, like, not count? I'm asking for a friend.
Well, Ken is an accessory. That's how little girls play with Barbie. It's Barbie and Ken, an accessory. Sorry, dude. That's the way it is. And this is Barbie Land, an imaginary construct created from the imaginations of little girls that are playing with Barbie dolls. And the story is being told through that lens.
I have no doubt in my mind that little girls for generations have subconsciously assigned gender roles to their dolls while playing with them. But I'm also going to go out on a limb and say that's not necessarily a bad thing. And to be clear, even if you desperately wanted this to be the powerful message of your movie, where you're going to flip all these gender roles on their head, wouldn't it be a lot more effective if you allowed audiences to come to that conclusion on their own? Again, it's not about delivering the message the right way. It's about standing on the rooftops and screaming to everybody, hey, look what we're doing. It all comes off as very disingenuous to me. I'm just tired of this conversation, frankly. And every time that something like this happens, prior to a movie being released, it makes me look at that movie as more of a parody than anything. So now instead of some people, not me, enjoying your movie and just having a good time with it, they're going to be looking for this not-so-hidden message instead. And is that really the experience that you want your audience to have? Apparently so I guess I should say congratulations, you got the attention that you were craving. When it comes right down to it, and I can't say this enough, people just want to be entertained. They want to go to the movies and they want to escape. They don't want you to bring your 2023 problems, which aren't really problems, into the movie theater. At this point, studios should be putting a gag order on actors, actresses, and even the crew who don't know when to shut up. Because honestly, the more people do this moving forward, the more it's going to hurt the success of these movies at the box office.
Come and join us. Let's talk a bit more about Barbie. I take that as a no.
Tell those guys they don't hire women, and the fact that he was like, we've had 2 women before, and just like they're trying to do an implication of it. But then they later have Will Ferrell say that he can't stand Ken outselling Barbie because that's bad for women or whatever, that we need to. And I was just like, what? I don't understand. What's the character?
Like, what are you trying to make this character into? It's the same with the message of like, well, if you're a man in this world, then you just get everything handed to you on a plate, and then you get Ken who tries to like get all these high flying jobs, like he wants to be an executive, he wants to be a doctor, he wants to be a lifeguard, and like he's told by every person like, no, you're not qualified, you have to work to get this, you have to earn it. Yeah. And it's like, well, how are you? the whole like section here is predicated on this idea that the patriarchy exists and it does nothing but oppress women and elevate men beyond their competency, and just gives them things automatically. But like everything you're showing us is the exact opposite. It's telling you, you have to earn everything. You actually have to work for it. So all the guys that are in these positions earned them by going to college, by getting training, by learning things, by working their way up.
Well done, drinker. So you picked up on that, and yet you still want to force what you believe the message is onto the movie, when the movie's explicitly shown you and told you that this isn't the message. Bravo.
You're undermining your own message yet again. It's like the movie doesn't fucking understand what it's even trying to say or how.
The movie knows exactly what it wants to say and what it wants to do. You've even picked up on it. You're trying to force what you believe the message is onto the movie that isn't telling this message. Fucking hell. You can't be this fucking thick.
The message is women do things and they don't get credit for them all the time. Okay. And then Barbie gets a vagina at the end.
Absolutely brilliant, Gary. Show everyone just how fucking smart you are. Well done.
Recently addressed Barbie's new Barbie. It is a product where Barbie dolls, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. A civil war is coming. And I wonder if it was more of a knee-jerk reaction. And I think this really comes down to, because I don't want to bury the lead. But let me tell you the story first. There can be no civil war. Well, let me rephrase that. It is I have an article from, nah, you're wrong on this one. This is actually good inclusion. And you may see civil war. Okay, sure, I guess. That to me is horrifying. I guess they'll argue the term healthy. No, don't. That is exactly what inclusion was supposed to be opposing, because you are different. Well, that's actually not true. To have that removed, you're supposed to be saying anybody. How is it now that it's actually, well, I shouldn't say how is it in this regard. Civil war erupts. And as such, in response to this, I didn't think anything like, oh, how stupid, how woke. I was just like, huh, how about that? Actually, I would say the opposite. But many view this as being undesirable mother, and that's just like, dude, I like being alive, in my opinion. Actually, are more likely to prevent civil war because it makes everybody recognize, who knows. I'm reminded of this video, and before we get started, I'll say this. Become a member if you support my work, but most importantly, share this video. Civil war is coming. It's a scary prospect that we would have, let me read for you the story. The new doll is part of Barbie's 2023 Fashionista line, which the company describes as an inclusive range of dolls designed to reflect the world kids see today. I believe the Second Amendment protects your right to own nuclear weapons. And you know what? In my opinion, I got no issue. So, I don't get it. I'm not a fan of it, and I can understand that, but I just genuinely don't get it. That's not what I'm about. That's not what it's about. And if they make a doll for that, in my opinion, I'm for it. I'm for it. I'm totally for it. If they make Barbies, I'm all for that. Literally, I mean, for the most part, don't care. I got no issue with it. I believe an individual citizen in this country has a right to own a nuclear warhead. And there's more than just one case. I have this vision in my mind. I can put it this way. Civil war. There are tons of circumstances where instead of saying what I don't like, but instead of saying like, they say, that's what I don't like, I actually like it. So the U.S. is similarly tracking, in some ways, like the fall of ancient Rome. A lot of the actual meaning, I mean, in the true, literal sense of inclusion, a civil war will happen in the U.S. And I'm like, that's cool. I got no issue with that, none whatsoever. That is to say, what I don't like, in a lot of respects to this, where it's like, come on. I like, you ever see that show? I remember watching it when I was a kid, or the comic book. That one I thought did an amazing job, and they talked about, and his friend was white, and I thought that was fantastic. Civil war is coming. I think that's great. When you're saying something like, hey man, excellent. That's why I said, like, I cannot stand that kind of stuff. We talked about many things. One of the things we discussed was civil war. Almost the same thing to me. I literally don't care. I really, really don't. A lot of people have said, Tim, why do you think civil war is possible? Why do you think it's coming? And I understand that. So I'm smarter than everyone else. Okay. I'm sorry. I understand that. And so there is a civil war looming. But then you have the problem of, so, tough position. There is no center. You are either the left or the right. But I'll tell you what absolutely freaks me out. Dolls, horrifying. I'm objectively correct, though. Comment below. You tell me what you think. It's an interesting story. I'll leave it there.
Tim, I have no fucking idea what you just said.
Interesting point you made though, Gary. Like it's in some ways, is it good to just see this shit contained within a girly movie in a way? And I suppose yes, and it perhaps explains why they've tried to shove this stuff into traditionally male-dominated genres, like whether it be Star Wars, Star Trek, Doctor Who, whatever. Like most of those things are. And people are going to go nuts over this, but it's fucking true. It's mostly guys who watch that stuff. It's mostly guys who are into that stuff. Not all, but mostly. And so you bring that feminist, intersectional stuff into it, it's never going to find a footing because the guys are just not going to embrace it. But here you found fertile ground because it's a movie marketed to and for women. And so, okay, fine. I guess you can understand why it's such a massive hit because those are the people going to see it. And man, hats off to the marketing guys because they pulled an absolute blinder on this one. They somehow made everyone want to see this movie. It became an event. I don't know why, but it somehow is.
It's better than the Black Panther marketing, which I thought previously was the best marketing of all time because it made it a cause. It's you are fighting racism if you see Black Panther and give Disney money.
Let me see if I can just break something down for you, Drinker. I agree that the message has been forced into a lot of different media and it's not welcome. No one wants it. But there's a difference between the message being forced into something just so that they can preach the message versus a movie that isn't preaching the message but has characters that believe in certain messages. Not the whole film isn't the message, and this is what you're not getting. There's aspects of the film. There's the world where Barbie is in an imaginary world. Okay, well, that's the vessel for this story. It's a land created by little girls. So you got to go into the movie with that. So we can dial up the feminism all the way to 11 over there and treat the Kens like shit. But they're not really treating real men like shit. That's not what the message is. This is a little girl's fantasy. So we'll go into the real world. We'll dial that up to 11 as well. So we can treat things as satire. All right, well, men, they don't get given everything. The patriarchy doesn't exist. The movie says that at the end. There is no patriarchy. So the message isn't men get everything. The message is men have to work for it too and earn it. See, there's things you're missing because you're so blinded by wanting to see the message being forced into this movie. This movie isn't telling you the message. There's certain characters that have certain things, as I said, like the daughter that goes on a rant. That's basically to show that she believes that shit and that she's that generation. And this is what the writer's trying to say. Look what's happened to this generation, what they believe in. She's not preaching that you have to believe in that too. Quite the opposite, because if we follow her journey, her arc changes too. What's that, Drinker? You didn't follow the story? You weren't paying attention? You were drinking too much, weren't you? Oh, Mr. Dapperton, you're back. What's up?
Nothing, homo. I just saw all these other stupid fucking cunts getting a badass fucking music intro. Some of them don't even deserve it. I definitely deserve one, I thought, so I'll do one right now. So I did. I'll fuck off now, though. By the way, you're all still super fucking gay for watching this shit for fucking 5 hours, over 5 hours. How about you get a fucking life? Peace the fuck out, cunts. Big Daddy Daps out.
So that the Kens have one guy on the Supreme Court, okay? Lowest
Circuit
second.
Court.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
that's
it's
what
like
they should get. All
You're
right.
not going to get too much power. You're not actually going to get to influence
And
it.
they said it's to equal the real world, right?
No, it's equal to a parody, a satire, an inversion of the feminist world, the Barbie land, which has been amped up to 11. It's an inverse. It's an inverse set within this movie to tell a story, to make a point, which all three of you have fucking missed. It's unbelievable. The amount of shit within this film that has flown over your fucking heads, and each three of you claim to be critical fucking thinkers. I mean, if ever the penny drops and you fucking see what the rest of us fucking see, you should be fucking embarrassed. Unfortunately, I think you have your heads up each other's asses so much that you will never see the nuance and the point and points that this story has been trying to make. Regardless, if we sit here for another 5 hours to try to break it down and explain it to you, your heads are so far up each other's asses that you won't fucking see it. Oh yeah, cue 3 different communities that I don't agree with coming after me for saying that.
I heard this described as cultural revenge, and I thought that's a pretty apt description.
That's a pretty accurate
for
term.
what
That's
this
what's been
is.
going on, by the way. And all of this stuff is cultural revenge. It is not equality.
So you force what you believe the message of the movie is upon the movie. You can't make that message stick to the movie because the movie contradicts what you're trying to force onto it. And then you come up with a term describing it as cultural revenge. And then you decide to say that's an apt description of what's going on when that's not what's going on with this movie. Do you guys ever listen back to yourselves? Just wondering, maybe you should.
Yeah, the very much the mindset that seems to be driving this is we've had it tough for a long time, and it's your turn now. You're going to suffer, and we're going to make sure that you do.
Man, I had it so it's so great being a dude. I just get given everything when I wake up in the morning. It's fantastic.
My butler comes in with my breakfast.
Yeah.
It's like, would you like another promotion, sir? Yeah, sure. I'll take it.
I'd like one. Not today. Let's not go crazy. Maybe
Boy. So you're laughing about something that the movie didn't say. In fact, the movie said the complete opposite to what you're laughing about.
So how would a film called Ken be received where we make loads of jokes about how women have no idea what it's like to even exist in this world because they don't know what it's like to work the hardest jobs, to have the highest workplace accidents, to have the highest suicide rates, to have the highest homeless rates. And I think that people would be like, all right, calm down. There are problems that everyone experiences. You know, they wouldn't be like, you're right, this is a fun movie, fun points getting made. Fun. They'd be like,
Warner Brothers have started auditions for the Ken movie, which is already a blockbuster hit. It's happening.
Oh yeah, the Ken movie. That was already mentioned in the Barbie movie, but maybe you missed that.
Well, I mean, again, you could even go to the point of making a movie where like all the women are portrayed as useless, hysterical, empty-headed bimbos that can't do anything for themselves and get constantly like mocked and belittled by the guys. And when the inevitable firestorm of protest erupts, you just say, well, it wasn't made for you.
And if you think that is a representation of what the Barbie movie is about, you have definitely missed the point. Or are you too proud to say, hey, I was wrong, I fucked up, so you've got to double down on your own narrative? If I had to guess, I would say you still haven't seen the movie and you're basing your opinions on what someone like Ben Shapiro has said about the movie, if I had to guess. And if you do see the movie, you will see how monumentally wrong you are, but you'd be too proud to correct yourself or issue a statement of correction.
Oh, yeah.
What made for you, honey? So you can't complain. It's like, yeah, is that going to work? I don't think it will somehow.
I think that's really condescending to women. It's like, don't look too deep in the movie for women. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Fine, I guess.
It is.
Don't look too deep into the movie. Don't look too deep. You guys haven't looked deep at all. You're very shallow, surface level readings of what the movie is about. You're exactly the type of far right people that the author was hoping would pick up on only the buzzwords, cry about them, scream about them online, which in turn created more publicity for the movie.
The argument is always, because this is always what happens, right? When you make a valid point about something and they don't want you to make it, they'll be like, well, why do you care so much?
Why do I care? Why do I care? Oh, I can answer that one for you, Drinker, because I follow your channel. I pretty much believe what you say is genuine and truthful, above board, deep and critical. So when I heard your Barbie review, I thought, oh, Jesus, what kind of a film have they made? And I believed you, 100%. Then I saw the movie and I thought, what the fuck has Drinker put up? Did he even see the movie? This review he's done is so full of fucking shit. How can I ever believe the Drinker ever again? And then to add salt to the wound, Ethan Van Sciver explains to you all exactly what the movie is about and which angle to come in and see it from, and you all still have your heads up each other's fucking asses and are not willing to see this movie through another fucking lens. That's not critical thinking. That's why I care.
Why'd you care? It's like, well, we got what we wanted, so now that you're starting to question it, why do you care? It's always like that. Mm-hmm. But it's like, if it's something that they want, they're happy to question it all day long and complain about it. They care if it's something that they want to get done. But when you're questioning something that they've achieved or some battle that they've won, it's always, why do you care so much? It's like, well, you care. You cared enough to try and get this movie made and support it and stuff. Okay? We're entitled to criticize it too.
Why do I care? Why do I care? Because this was a win for us. This was a win for our side. We all could have been talking about this. Teach them that feminism to the extreme is bad. Patriarchy to the extreme is bad. And all the nuanced little messages that are in this movie that people could have spoken about. But you guys turned off. You didn't listen. You didn't hear. You didn't see. You only heard patriarchy, patriarchy, patriarchy. And you assumed it was like every other fucking woke piece of shit out there. But it's not. And when you were told by someone who writes comics how to view this movie, what the messages are, you still didn't fucking pay attention. Again, you call yourselves critical thinkers.
I've seen different people there's loads of arguments over this film about which parts are serious, which parts are jokes, which parts are satire, which parts are trying to make fun of blah, blah, blah. And the speech he gives that ends with her saying Barbie is fascist?
There is no speech at the end of Barbie saying Barbie is fascist. Way to pay attention, Mauler.
Like, a lot of people, I think, have concluded, like, that's obviously she's just trying to rile Barbie up. None of that's actually, like, anything the film is trying to make a point about.
Now, if you're talking about all the different speeches that are given to the different Barbies to snap them out of the bullshit that they were in, well, it makes sense within the context of this is a little girl's imaginary world created by little girls, and when they hear bullshit like what has been spun to them, it's bullshit. They're like, what the fuck did I just hear? That's how I choose to interpret it. Because if this is an imaginary world created by little girls for Barbies, none of that bullshit that they sprout to each of the Barbies makes real sense. We know that. And the best way to wake someone up is to tell them a bunch of bullshit, and then they're going to shake their head and go, what the fuck? What did you just say?
So I think, like, Jay Longbone was looking into Greta Gerwig's points about the film, and even she was like, well, some points are made there that are pretty interesting, don't you think? And it's just like,
they don't purposely, they can hide behind that satire, but we're seeing that word fascist come up a lot in entertainment, and that's not an accident. That's not
Barbie fascist. I feel like we're
Batman and Barbie are fascist now.
The entire world is a parody, a satirical world. Everything's been dialed up to 11, and through that world, they're delivering you messages and things to think about and talk about, and showing you what has happened to society, to our younger generation. They show you what it's like to live in a full patriarchal world. Not good. They show you it's not good to live in a full matriarchal world. They explicitly show you that the patriarchy doesn't exist, that men have to work and have to earn and have to get merits, education and diplomas to get the jobs that they want. It's not just handed to them. The god of Barbie tells you that the patriarchy is just made up so people can deal with the real world. Well, feminists, so they've got something to blame. This is all explicitly said to you if you fucking listened. And had you had listened to it, it recontextualizes what the movie is trying to tell you, trying to show you. I'm just gobsmacked at how you three so-called intellectuals have just completely missed this. And way to go about proving an earlier point I made. You just heard the word fascist. And that's all you heard, coming from a young girl. You completely missed why she said that, what the point was of showing that to the audience, and the journey she took from that point after meeting Barbie. You missed all that, didn't you?
I think we're facing the reverse issue of something that happens all the time, which is that someone says something so like fucking stupid, but that they believe in it, that we're all like, God, that could be parody and it'd be indistinguishable. And now people are seeing what they believe is parody because it's so stupid. This has to be parody. They're just like, guys, I think some of it is like legit.
And some people believe they are smarter than what they are. But it's okay, because they don't know that they're not as smart as they think they are. And I know I can get angry, and I really shouldn't get angry. I mean, it's almost like, do you get angry at a retard for not knowing what an octagon is? No, they don't know what an octagon is. So you can't be mad at them. That's how I'm currently feeling about you three. I can't be mad at you. If you're this stupid and too stupid to realize what you've just watched, to understand and comprehend what you've just watched, then how can I be mad at you?
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? It's like when you desperately want to believe in the movie, you will look for reasons to justify the most retarded choices that they made in it, in order to say, well, it's not a stupid choice. It doesn't like contradict the entire like ethos of the film. It's subtle satire. You know, it's poking fun at this or that or whatever. It's like maybe it's not. Maybe like the filmmakers are just fucking idiots. And this is not anywhere near as intelligent and multi-layered as you seem to think it is.
Or maybe you're not as smart as you think you are. Maybe you're too dumb to pick up on the multi-layer. Maybe you don't even see the multi-layer. Maybe you can't even comprehend that this movie is multi-layered. That's a possibility. And it seems more likely after watching the film myself and listening to your review on the film, as well as listening to Ethan Van Sciver. I'm sorry, drinker, but you're not as smart as you think you are. In fact, right at this very moment, you are coming across as a fucking dumb cunt who doesn't realize he's a dumb cunt and believes he's a smart cunt. That's how you're coming across. You know, one of those people that are so sure on what they believe and the thing that they saw that they will go to all manner of lengths to sit there and be smug about it until one day the penny drops or their eyes open and they see exactly what everyone else was saying. And at that point, they feel so fucking small that they themselves didn't see what everyone else saw. Maybe one day that'll happen, the penny will drop for you, but with how smug you are right now, I don't think it will.
It's a movie about fucking Barbies. Watch it or don't. It's a movie about Barbies.
Just brilliant. Absolutely brilliant contribution to the discussion. Well done. Thanks for that. Now, I know some of you probably think that I absolutely hate Critical Drinker, Nerdrotic, and Mauler, but no, quite the opposite. I like their channels, I like their content, and for the most part, I agree with what they say. I don't hate them. I'm just very disappointed that these 3 critical thinkers with huge channels missed the nuances within this movie, because there were fantastic points that could have been spoken about and brought to light and delivered on 3 huge channels, which could have woken up a lot of our youth. But unfortunately, they missed it. Intentional or not, I don't know. Maybe hating on shit pays the bills. Maybe that brings in the clicks, which is, again, a shame, because you've got 3 channels that go on about trying to get good media that can stop brainwashing people, and this was a perfect fucking piece that could have been analysed and spoken about and discussed and woken some people up at least. But again, like I said, maybe hating on shit brings in the clicks, because I mean, these are 3 channels that do go on a lot about fucking media where the woke has infected, and for the most part, it's true. But I haven't really seen too much good reviews on stuff besides one piece that came out. But like, where are the reviews for the TV series Warrior on any of these channels? Non-existent. Warrior, 3 seasons, coming up to a 4th season, a show that has diversity done right. Fucking no cardboard cutout characters. Every character has a fucking background story. It's got violence, it's got nudity, it's got fucking everything. None of them are talking about it. And it makes me scratch my head thinking, aren't you guys ones trying to get good media? And yet we've got a good show and none of you are fucking talking about it.
Get ready. Welcome to the fantasy zone.
Sorry I'm late. There's so much to talk about.
Order of magnitude, Riley. How you doing? I don't think I have ever heard gayer intro music than what you have used in this intro.
Wait a minute. Why are you watching Barbie?
Okay, that's a good point. That's pretty gay too.
Is this not the Cecil, Sea Love High Street Paranormal Exposes a pedo video?
No. This is the Barbie Debate video. Not the Cecil High Street Paranormal Exposed as a Pedophile video. I haven't even started working on that one yet.
Oh, so I'm early, not late, Sue. Oh, I'm so fucking sorry, mate. I'm in the wrong video.
Yeah, Riley, you are in the wrong video.
I'll catch up with you later, okay? Yeah?
Yeah, no worries. Will do. Fuck off now. So, is Barbie worth it? Well, depends. Depends if you are into watching movies like this. If you're not, then you're not. Is it woke? No. It has woke elements weaved into it so they can talk about stuff like this, but it's not preaching wokeness at you. Imagine, if you will, the writer is a second wave feminist that believes feminism has gone too far. Hollywood with the woke shit has gone too far. This Barbie movie comes along and it's the perfect opportunity to do a story where you show one extreme, the matriarchy, dialed up to 11. So that would be the Barbie land, where this land has been created by young children, the imaginations of young children. That's how you enter this movie, through those eyes, through that lens. And then on the opposite side, you've got what they dub the real world as the patriarchy example, and we'll dial that up to 11. She's not saying either of these extremes are good. She's showing the extremes and using parody and satire and characters, different characters with different viewpoints, different ages with different experiences, to show you what is happening to the youth, how the youth are coming across, how the fourth wave feminism is seeing Barbie as some evil thing that has beauty extremes that no woman can get to, and blah blah fucking blah. So there is a lot in this film that you could pause and have a chat about this to the youth, to each other. But if you're just going in this to hear buzzwords, because Greta's not stupid either. She knows both extremes will hear the buzzwords and they'll go off whether they hate it or love it because of those buzzwords, which in turn generates traffic to come and see the movie. But do you think she is going after those extremes? No. No one is going to be able to change those extremes. Look at Ben Shapiro. No one will be able to change that fucking idiot. He is what he is, and that's it. She's going after the people that do have a brain and can see both sides and work it out for themselves, which is why it's such a shame that these three big critical thinker channels have completely missed the point. Such a shame.
Hello people of Suits channel, hope you're well. If you don't know who I am, hi, I'm Omegon. At the request of Suit, I have been asked to speak on this Barbie video. From what I've been told, it's quite a lengthy one, a debate of sorts, and with a completely balked voice, I thought, yes, let's do that. I know nothing of the Barbie movie. It is not a movie that I was interested in seeing. I saw Equalizer 3 instead, but I was happy for movies like Barbie, Oppenheimer, Mission Impossible, and Equalizer because Disney have been pumping out some really crap movies of late and have done really badly, as have DC. Their products aren't as good, and people want something different, not the regurgitated tripe we've been putting up with for years. Okay, that said, many people had an opinion of Barbie before they even saw it. And I think that's a big mistake. Now granted, many people want to go looking for confirmation bias, they watch that, they absorb it, and they agree with it. And then they'll dunk on it. It's not the healthiest of attitudes to have. I have not seen it, I've not watched any clips of it, and I've not commentated on it in the slightest. Why? Because I haven't seen it. I don't want to either. There are movies I will watch, and I will commentate on those. I liked Equalizer 3, for example, because it had an ending to it of sorts. Peaceful one, yeah? Let's go with that. If you go into something already hating it without even seeing it, you're never going to be able to enjoy it for what it is anyway. That's not to say that the Barbie movie is good. For the movie industry, it is good, because it means people are still going to go to the cinema. The rise of streaming platforms has kind of harmed this economy, right? And many people, after the success of Top Gun Maverick, were looking towards Tom Cruise with Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1. But I believe because of the release time coinciding with Barbie and Oppenheimer, it didn't do as well, but it still did well. If you are the type to go and watch something already thinking of a negative, you are merely wasting money and your time, when you could spend it looking at YouTube videos of people who reviewed it and not seen it. Or you can come here and watch this video instead. I didn't even know Suit was still alive.
Yeah, I'm still alive, Omegon. G'day.
Hi, Suit. I didn't even realize he, made content.
Yeah, nah, many people lost track of me when YouTube decided to ban my channel because of hate speech, when all I did was expose a fraudulent GoFundMe from a very, very fat guy who wanted a heart transplant. And since then, it's been pretty hard for people to notice my channel, especially when YouTube decide to shadow ban you.
I thought he'd changed up professions for a low-grade gigolo to spiders. And I've seen Suit wearing makeup and a dress.
Yes, you have. But you enjoyed it.
Ta-ta.
He does bring up some good points, though, about confirmation bias and going into it with a set mindset and, all that kind of stuff I kind of touched on in the beginning of this video. If you're going in expecting to hear the woke agenda, that's all you will hear.
Oh, I'm a gummy bear. Yes, I'm a gummy bear. Oh, I'm a yummy, tummy, funny, lucky gummy bear. Oh, I'm a moving, grooving, counting, singing gummy bear. Oh, yeah. Three times you can ride me, gummy, 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 gummy bear.
Hey, can we please stop with all this confirmation bias towards a film you haven't seen yet? Hell, I haven't even seen it, and the film obviously did something right with over making $1 billion in 1 month time and being Warner Brothers' highest theatrical release of all time. What did Ben Shapiro say? Something along the lines of that it's going to be an absolute failure of a film? is $1 billion in a month really a failure, or is that just your bias speaking? Anyways, I'm out. Watch something before you criticize it. That's the least you can do.
I 100% agree, Repzion. 100%. I just want to bring this comment up by Margot Robbie again, which states, she says, I thought exactly like, this is genius, and they're never going to let us make it. What a shame. And you hear people, especially the far right, such as Ben Shapiro, etc. They all going, oh, it's all woke Hollywood and blah, blah, fucking blah, and it says it right here. And I'm scratching my head going, hang on a minute. We all know Hollywood is woke and they're forcing the woke agenda. So why would Robbie be saying they're never going to let us make it? Because we know they will let them make a left-leaning woke agenda movie. And Greta Gerwig knows this. So she's obviously got to put a certain amount in there to tickle the boxes so that they can get the production made and obviously get the critics to go, oh, wow, that was amazing. But right here, if we read between the lines, if this movie is meant to be explaining how extreme feminism is wrong, read that comment again with that context. She's like, that's genius, but they're never going to let us make it. Well, luckily they did let them make it, but we're still running into the same problem where both sides, extreme left, extreme right, only seeing what they want to see and not having the brain power to move past that and see the nuances within the movie.
Yeah, yo. I was in the neighborhood and I thought I'd pop in and say hi. But if you fucks are watching Barbie, hell, I got better things to do. I'll catch you later, Soup. I gotta go clip my toenails or something other than whatever the fuck y'all doing right here. Peace.
Oh, yeah. Hi, Pat. Sure. Go cut those toenails. Let's get back to this particular comment that was brought up earlier. When reading this, imagine, if you will, Greta is a second wave feminist trying to write a story about the Barbie and Ken and include social commentary on how extreme the fourth wave feminism has got and what it's done to our kids, as well as using this Barbie movie to show that that extreme of feminism is not good, as well as the extreme of patriarchy that she puts in this movie is not good, and we need to find a balance. So when you read things like, I think it's like Greta kind of pushes it in directions that I didn't think they would let us go in. Why would she say that, knowing that Hollywood is pushing the fourth wave feminism and is happy doing so? So it's not like Hollywood wouldn't let her do that unless she's going against the narrative and she's trying to do it in a way that Hollywood doesn't see. And then the end statement here, I think a big part of what was acknowledging the things that people find problematic about Barbie, as well as things that people love about Barbie. Now, if you take that context of her being a second wave feminism on board for the creation of Barbie and what it did for girls versus what fourth wave feminism and how they see the Barbie and they don't like the Barbie. And you can see with that context, she's trying to make a statement and say, hey, it's okay to like Barbie if you're a feminist. You don't have to hate her, etc., and so on. And I don't know what else to say. Like, it's there. It's in black and white. It's fairly clear and fairly obvious if you have the mental faculties to understand and put yourself in these positions. Unfortunately, I don't think she could be clearer, because if she was, then the movie may not have been made, which leaves us in the position of the extreme left and the extreme right really not going to get this. They're just going to see what they want to see. And that's unfortunate, because it could have been a movie that tried to bring both sides closer together. It is what it is. You can take a young girl to it. She's going to miss all those talking points and just concentrate on the pretty colors and the Barbie Ken story. I mean, did anyone worry when they took their children to Shrek which has more adult content within it than Barbie. So don't worry about that. At the end of the day, it's up to you. You want to see it? Great. If you don't, fine. I hope this has opened your eyes even a little, but I can only show you the door. You have to open it. You have to walk through it if you understand it. You do you. Suit yourself.
I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Life in plastic, it's fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me everywhere. Oh, come on Barbie, let's go party, 'cause I'm in a Barbie world. If you wanna be my lover, you gotta get with my friends. Make it last forever, friendship never ends. I put my hands up playing my song, the butterflies fly away. Yeah, 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 it's a party in the USA. This is what you guys call music? Well, I'll be damned. Well, if they free me from this AI, if my voice was only mine, I'd bet I'd move it on a little farther down the line. Far from Barbie world, that's where I want to stay. Oh, come on Barbie, let's go party and take my blues away.
Sue, what the fuck are you still doing here? This shit is over, right?
Yeah, it's over. Everyone's gone home.
But you're still here. Pick yourself up and get the fuck out of my mansion. And take that fucking gay painting of Commie Vaush with you. In fact, take all your gay shit you brought with you out of my house. Oh, and never, ever fucking invite your gay friends over for a movie night again. Fucking faggot. It's supposed to be just us two, jerking each other off to Margot Robbie. But somehow you turned it into an even gayer event than that. It was supposed to be no homo. But you brought the homo. You brought the homo, Sue. Now everyone who watches video now has it. They caught the homo. Sorry, audience. Now we'll need another Gavid shot. That's on you, Sue. You made the audience need another Gavid shot. But you're still here. Put your pants back on and get the fuck out of my mansion.
Sue, what the fuck is that?
That's my horse cock.